Chapter 1. I never intended to enter the Jianghu. Dafeng Dynasty, year 21 of Jinghe. In the Jiangnan region, outside Wuzhou City, during the thick spring of March. The midday sun was not scorching. Instead, it felt warm on the skin, casting mottled shadows through the dense forests on both sides. Chu Anping drove his cart leisurely along the official road, humming an unknown tune. This trip to the county town to buy materials had gone extremely smoothly, and he believed that when he returned, Old Xia would be able to brew several large vats of good wine. Again, and the business at the wine house was looking better and better. Having crossed over for 20 years, Chu Anping's wish was simple, to run his small wine house. Although he couldn't amass a fortune, he was content with enough to eat and drink. Every day was simple, free of worries, and he hoped to marry a gentle and virtuous wife. That would be enough for him in this lifetime. Thinking of his wife, Chu Anping took out a delicate wooden box from his pocket, opened the lid, and inside were several exquisite pastries. These were made by his fiancée herself. She came from a wealthy family in the county town, but had been well-educated since childhood and did not have the airs of a pampered rich girl. What was even more remarkable was that despite many suitors over the years, she had always been steadfast in her affection for Chu Anping. During this trip to the county town, they had finally settled on their wedding date, which would take place in 2 months. Chu Anping's gaze softened a bit as he picked up a piece of pastry, gently placed it in his mouth, and savored the sweetness, which mirrored his current mood. Clop, clop, clop. From time to time, fast horses raced past, ridden by armed Jianghu people. Occasionally, someone would cast a glance at Chu Anping but quickly looked away. Chu Anping was quite used to this. This was a world where martial artists reigned supreme. Within the Dafeng Dynasty, there were countless Jianghu sects, and the martial arts forces were incredibly powerful, resulting in a plethora of Jianghu individuals. Chu Anping had occasionally heard Jianghu guests resting at his wine house mention that in the vast Jianghu, there were sayings about 1 mountain, 2 doors, 3 factions, 4 forts, 5 great families. These Jianghu forces each exerted influence in different territories, instilling fear in both the righteous and the wicked. Even within the court, there were intricate relationships, and their weight was indeed significant. Some top experts, whose martial arts reached an extreme level, were revered like deities by Jianghu people, becoming legends passed down through word of mouth. Even the court treated these individuals with great respect, unwilling to offend them lightly. In such a Jianghu, Chu Anping had been tempted before. Who hasn't had dreams of Jianghu in their youth? But upon calming down, he could imagine the dangers within. He was just an ordinary person. Why would he wade into such murky waters? Moreover, the Dafeng Dynasty did not allow Jianghu individuals to act recklessly. The demon-subduing division, established by the dynasty, was dedicated to hunting down Jianghu villains who committed crimes and oppressed the common people, drawing a line that must not be crossed. Through decades of diligent efforts, the demon-subduing division had long since gained a formidable reputation, ensuring that ordinary people's lives could be safeguarded. Chu Anping smiled, put away the wooden box containing the pastries, cracked the whip, and quickened his pace, preparing to return to Qixia town before sunset. After running for a while, the population thinned, and the horse was a bit tired. Chu Anping had to stop, leading the horse to the roadside. That he checked the materials in the cart, confirming that everything was in order before getting down to rest. However, as soon as he stepped onto the ground, Chu Anping frowned. What was going on? It felt like there was a smell of blood. Chu Anping looked around. The dense forest was deep, and the birds chirped, showing no signs of any unusual situation. A very low howl echoed from deep within the forest. Although it was far away, Chu Anping still heard it, causing his heart to tremble. He had been to the county town many times, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. Especially in the wilderness, it made one cautious, for it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be Jianghu villains breaking the law. Thinking of this, Chu Anping hurriedly loosened the reins, intending to leave this place quickly. But it was too late. With a whoosh, branches and leaves swayed, and 3 figures appeared one after another beside the official road, standing before Chu Anping like ghosts. The eyes of the 3 bore no warmth despite the blazing sun. Chu Anping felt a chill run through his body. Chu Anping quickly clasped his hands and said, 3 heroes, I was just passing through this place and was about to set off after resting. I won't disturb you any longer. The 3 individuals exuded a menacing aura. Seeing Chu Anping's panicked demeanor, one of them in the middle licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, What did you just see? Chu Anping looked bewildered, I didn't see anything. The three laughed. The man in the middle said, "You're quite clever, we should let you go. But the mistake you made was that you shouldn't have seen our appearance. We just killed over 100 people and raped 3 women. If that demon-subduing division's pack of hunting dogs catches up, keeping you alive would risk leaking information." Chu Anping's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the reins. The fact that they could speak so brazenly about their heinous deeds clearly indicated they had no intention of sparing his life. Another person said, "Third brother, a young man as handsome as this is indeed rare. It would be a pity to kill him. How about this? Let him gouge out his own eyes, pierce his eardrums, bite off his tongue, and cut off his hands, ensuring he can't see, hear, speak, or write. Let him live today." This person had a simple-minded appearance, but the words he spoke sent chills down one's spine. He must have done similar things before. The three had no reason to spare Chu Anping's life just because he had seen them. They sought to take his life and force him into self-mutilation, holding his fate in their hands. This was the Jianghu that Chu Anping despised. He had traveled between Qixia town and the county town for many years, always feeling safe, but he never expected to encounter such misfortune today. Chu Anping hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Three heroes, I am just an ordinary person. Please show mercy." The three either laughed heartily or sneered, their disdain evident. The man in the middle seemed to worry that if this dragged on, others might come, losing interest in the fun. Suddenly, he lunged forward, flipping his palm, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from his palm, fiercely grabbing toward Chu Anping's neck. If an ordinary Jianghu person had been here, they would have been frightened and fled. As this energy surge was characteristic of the Xuanji realm, in the Jianghu, there was a famous poem. The dormant abyss breaks the cocoon to knock on the mysterious gate. The rotating celestial bodies turn the Xuanji Zen. The divine light illuminates 30,000 miles. From now on, the path to questioning heaven and earth is wide. This poem encapsulated the mysteries of martial arts, and the Xuanji mentioned in the Xuanji Zen was the third realm of martial arts. It could be said that there were countless Jianghu people, but those who could step into this realm were few and far between. Each one could be considered a master. Such individuals were inherently high and mighty, and with their cold cruelty, when an ordinary person encountered them, it truly was a case of calling out to heaven with no response and calling out to the earth with no answer. That a crisp sound echoed. The other two watched this scene with amusement, but soon, the smiles on their faces froze, replaced by eyes that gradually widened in shock. Chu Anping let go of the reins, and a corpse fell to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. "Are you forcing me to do this? How interesting." Chapter 2 Starry Sky Formula. Chu Anping stomped his foot on the ground, and with a powerful push, he lunged at the other two. If the previous person had been like a ghostly shadow, then Chu Anping's charge was like a cannonball, fast and explosive, accompanied by a terrifying surge of energy that made the air hum violently. Chu Anping channeled all his internal energy, wrapping his fist in a layer of blue energy, and struck out, as if to shatter the void. With a loud bang, accompanied by the crisp sounds of bones cracking, it even drowned out the cries of the severely injured. Facing the man opposite Chu Anping, who was also a master at the Xuanji realm, he held countless vengeful spirits in his hand. However, at this moment, the hand that had crushed an unknown number of hearts exploded like a broken water bag, blood splattering everywhere like bursting water balloons. Chu Anping grabbed the man's arm, his left fist swinging with full power, ruthlessly smashing into the man's heart. Poof! A fan-shaped mist of blood erupted from the man's back, his eyes wide with horror, as he was violently thrown away by Chu Anping, the force even breaking a tree that could be embraced by two people. The third person wanted to escape, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead, watching as a refined and handsome young scholar suddenly transformed into a terrifying martial arts master, killing his two sworn brothers in front of him as if they were mere chickens or dogs. Chu Anping swiftly moved and charged towards the third person, who yelled, "In Sha Pom," but retreated frantically. However, the suddenly explosive Chu Anping was no different from a cheetah. His speed was incredible, without any unnecessary flashy moves, just simple yet terrifying fists. Bang! Under the impact of their fists, the cold internal energy was instantly pierced by Chu Anping's blue fist energy. The entire right arm of the third person twisted like a twisted dough from the wrist to the shoulder, continuously bursting apart. Chu Anping threw another punch, and the man flew out over 10 meters, rolling on the ground, his face forever etched with a look of pain. Huff, huff, Chu Anping gasped heavily, shaking his slightly numb arm, a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead from the continuous exertion of full power. This was not his first time killing. That he remembered that at 13, filled with youthful vigor, he secretly followed a martial artist who bullied women and children, and in a fit of excitement, severely injured the other party. Then Chu Anping was frightened by his own strength. In a moment of distraction, he almost got killed in return. That time, he lay in bed for 3 months before he managed to save his life. Since then, when facing martial artists, he either refrained from acting or, once he did, he would exert all his strength. Chu Anping looked around, hurriedly dealing with the 3 corpses and the bloodstains nearby, then jumped onto the horse cart and quickly escaped. It wasn't until half an hour later, seeing that there was no trouble, that Chu Anping gradually relaxed and his mind slipped into his sea of consciousness. Inside his sea of consciousness, streams of brilliant starlight swirled, forming a comprehensive star map as he traversed through it. This mysterious star map had come with Chu Anping during his journey. When he was 7, he accidentally discovered a human acupoint chart in a tavern. By chance, he found similarities between the acupoint chart and the star map. He cultivated his energy according to the way the starlight operated, and over the years, he unknowingly developed a powerful internal force. Chu Anping did not intend to enter the martial world, but since he had this mysterious internal skill, he understood the importance of mastering self-defense, which is why he had been practicing diligently over the years. That he named this internal skill, which evolved from the star map, the star technique. How profound the star technique was, Chu Anping did not know. He just felt that this internal skill seemed to have endless potential. Even after practicing for over a decade, he still found it unfathomable. He was not clear about his level of strength in the martial world, as he had not had many opportunities to truly fight. But he speculated that dealing with ordinary small-time thieves should not be a problem. The security of the Dafeng dynasty is still quite good. Today was purely bad luck. I hope the demon subduing division won't trace this back to me. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chu Anping urged the horse to speed up, wanting to get as far away from trouble as possible. Just an hour later, 2 figures flashed and landed by the official road. 1 man and 1 woman, both wearing a black veil and green robes, with leather wrist guards on their hands, and the hems of their clothes embroidered with dragon scale patterns. This flashy attire was unique to the Qinglong Hall under the Demon Subduing Division. The Demon Subduing Division had 4 major halls, with Qinglong Hall being the most famous, as it was specifically responsible for tracking down notorious criminals in the martial world and had the highest combat power among the 4 halls. Over the years, countless notorious martial artists had fallen into the hands of Qinglong Hall. To put it bluntly, as long as the people from Qinglong Hall casually stood on the street, it would be enough to make many martial artists take a detour. What a heavy smell of blood. The man, with a square face and thick eyebrows, wiped his hand on a tree, brought it to his nose, and couldn't help but frown deeply. The square-faced woman walked to the broken tree, carefully examining it, and said, "The traces here have been tampered with, but the one who acted clearly has no experience or was in a hurry, killing and fleeing quickly. Strange, based on the blood distribution at the scene. The murderer was extremely brutal and should be a skilled martial artist. They should be an experienced figure." The 2 of them found 3 disfigured corpses in the dense forest with hardly any effort. The 3 fiends of Yingshan. Han Feng squatted down, carefully inspecting, his expression becoming more serious. All 3 were killed by a single punch, their organs shattered. Since the 3 fiends of Yingshan appeared on the martial world's wanted list, it has been over 7 years. Surviving until today is not just empty fame. To be able to kill them 3 with 1 person is already quite remarkable. To do it in 3 moves, only a renowned figure could accomplish. It seems these 3 fiends have committed too many crimes and ran into a hard nut today. The square-faced woman also exclaimed, "Boss, looking at the shape of the corpses, the strength of the attacker is far above that of the 3 fiends. Could it be a master from the Luoyuan list? There are countless martial artists in the world, but there are only 100 people on the Luoyuan list. It can be said that anyone on the list is a hero among men, with qualifications, cultivation, martial world experience, and more being top-notch. Even the people from Qinglong Hall spoke with a hint of respect when mentioning such figures. "Boss, can you recognize who did this? The attacker used fists on the Luoyuan list. There are a few who are famous for their fist techniques, but such a heavy and explosive punch doesn't match any of them. However, it's not impossible for someone to hide their true abilities. That's how renowned martial artists usually operate. Hearing this, the square-faced woman shook her head. Even if it was a master from the Luyun list, their attack seemed excessively ruthless. However, when the two found hundreds of corpses lying in disarray deeper in the forest, especially several naked female corpses, their gazes instantly turned cold. With their keen eyes, they could easily tell that these people had died from the Yin Sha palm, clearly the work of the three fiends of Yingshan. Chapter 3. The Ordinary Tavern. The square-faced woman angrily said, "I really wish I could skin those three beasts alive." At that moment, she suddenly felt that the action taken by the master from the Luyun list was justified. If it were her, her attack would only be more ruthless. Han Feng said, "In the end, we were still half a day late. Let's find a place to give these people a proper burial. Cut off the heads of the three fiends and hang them at the nearby city gate for 3 days to warn those martial world fanatics." The square-faced woman nodded and then asked, "Should we investigate the identity of the attacker? The demon-subduing division has branches in every city, and the members of the Zhuke Hall, who specialize in gathering intelligence, are spread throughout the Dafeng dynasty, forming an unimaginable intelligence network. For anything the demon-subduing division wanted to investigate, it wouldn't be entirely flawless, but they could at least get a good idea of the situation." Han Feng thought for a moment and shook his head. "Martial world vendettas are not within our jurisdiction. Why create unnecessary trouble? With this time, it's better to catch a few more evildoers. This year's new commander has assigned tasks to every hall. We still need to capture at least 8 more people from the wanted list." Upon hearing this, the round-faced woman suddenly felt immense pressure and had no time to guess the identity of the master of the flowing cloud list anymore. As dusk approached, it was the most beautiful moment of the sunset. The peach blossom groves on both sides lazily bloomed in the spring light, while a main road ran through the center. Chu Anping drove his cart slowly, looking at the Qixia town ahead, which was dyed red by the setting sun, and couldn't help but smile. Finally home, the cart entered the only main street of the small town, with gray-tiled white-walled houses on both sides, exuding the charm of a Jiangnan water town, with wisps of cooking smoke rising from the rooftops. Some vendors who had not yet returned home greeted Chu Anping upon seeing him. Chu Anping cheerfully called out to them, addressing them as uncle or aunt. "Uncle Zhang, your sweet potatoes don't look good, but forget it. I'll buy 2 for 2 copper coins. Little brat, get lost." "Uncle Lin, last time you overcooked the noodles and mixed up the salt and sugar. No customers causing a scene today, right? You mischievous brat, do you think I don't know it was you? I must teach you a lesson." "Oh, Sister Qian, you've gained quite a bit of weight in the past 2 days." Get lost, get lost." Chu Anping happily received a stream of playful insults and wasn't annoyed at all, greeting everyone with a smile. After a long while, he finally reached the corner at the end of the main street. A large camphor tree, lush and green, stood stubbornly nearby, its trunk thick enough for several people to embrace. The sprawling branches cast a large shadow on the bluestone pavement, and a fresh fragrance of camphor flowers wafted over, prompting Chu Anping to take a deep breath. In the summer, this place would surely be the best spot to cool off in Qixia town. Under the camphor tree was a small tavern. It didn't look big, but it was decorated in an ancient style, with a weathered wooden sign hanging at the entrance that read "Ordinary Tavern" in elegant, flowing characters. An old man, hunched with sparse gray hair and wearing a greasy gray short shirt, was waiting at the door. Seeing Chu Anping, the old man walked down the steps with a smile, revealing a few large yellow teeth. "I heard the noise long ago. No need to look to know it's the owner that." Silly girl Xiaoman insisted on forcing me to come out. Looking at the cart full of supplies, the old man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked over to lift the cloth on the cart, checking the bags of grain inside. This old man was the treasurer of the tavern, responsible for brewing all the wine. Since he joined the tavern 5 years ago, business had been getting better day by day. However, he was extremely picky about the ingredients for brewing. Even a slight difference wouldn't do, and he insisted on sourcing from specific grain shops in the county seat, making Chu Anping have to run back and forth frequently. "Owner, you're back." A girl about 15 or 16 years old, with a round face and almond-shaped eyes, ran out excitedly. Her long black hair was tied into 2 crooked braids, and she wore a coarse floral dress, with a small broken abacus hanging from her waist, jingling as she moved. This was the tavern's maid, responsible for purchasing and kitchen work, but unfortunately, she was always absent-minded, often miscalculating weights and mixing up seasonings. If it weren't for the simple-mindedness of the people in Qixia town, she would have been taken away long ago. Lin Xiaoman looked eagerly at Chu Anping, her hands fidgeting. Chu Anping raised his hand and gave her a light smack on the forehead, then, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a long object wrapped in a silk handkerchief from his pocket. Lin Xiaoman quickly took it, eagerly unwrapping the silk handkerchief to reveal stacked red bean cakes. Unable to resist swallowing, Chu Anping found it amusing and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Lin Xiaoman shook her head, treating the red bean cakes like treasures, saying, "I can't eat today. There are 8 red bean cakes here, and the owner has to go to Wuzhou City for half a month, 1 piece a day, so I can't eat for 5 days." After saying that, she began counting on her fingers again to avoid making a mistake. Chu Anping said, "Then you can eat half a piece a day, right?" Lin Xiaoman immediately became alert. The owner always said that, causing her to eat several pieces a day, and she couldn't trust him this time. Old Xia chuckled and scolded. "What a silly girl." Chu Anping asked, "Where's Taizhu?" Taizhu was the tavern's errand boy, responsible for miscellaneous tasks. Lin Xiaoman replied, "Brother Taizhu worked hard all night last night, and is still sleeping." Chu Anping glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set in the west, and he shook his head helplessly. Together with old Xia, they began unloading the supplies from the cart into the tavern. Lin Xiaoman wanted to help, but was stopped by both Chu Anping and old Xia. As dusk approached, in the tavern's backyard on a stone table were 8 dishes and a soup, all deliciously fragrant, made by Chu Anping himself. Old Xia sipped his wine while tasting a dish, nodding his head in satisfaction. Lin Xiaoman's cheeks were stuffed as she continued to shove food into her mouth, prompting old Xia to tease, "You mess up the cooking, but you sure eat like a champion." Perhaps due to the strong aroma of food and wine, a door in the adjacent room opened, and a tall, burly young man walked out. His dark muscles stretched his short clothing tight, and a 3-inch scar at the corner of his eye couldn't hide his foolish demeanor. "Owner, when did you come back? You didn't call me out to help." Taizhu scratched his head, yawning, but his eyes were fixed on the dishes on the table. Chu Anping said, "You're sleeping so soundly, not even thunder could wake you. Come eat." Taizhu hurriedly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, plopping down beside Lin Xiaoman and devouring the food. Old Xia looked at the two and chuckled, "One's silly, the other's foolish. Kid, where did you find these 2 treasures?" Chu Anping helplessly replied, "I kept them because I felt sorry for them at the time. Who knew it would turn out like this?" Old Xia said, "In my opinion, just give them some money and send them away while it's still possible." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu were so frightened they dared not eat anymore, looking up at Chu Anping in panic. Chu Anping thought for a moment and said, "Xiaoman doesn't eat much. The tavern can still support her. Although Taizhu can eat a lot, he can do some heavy work. If I lose the 2 of them, it'll be a hassle to find others, so let it be." Lin Xiaoman vowed, "Owner, you can rest assured that starting tomorrow, I definitely won't miscalculate weights anymore." Then she glared at old Xia with her big eyes, muttering a low curse at the old pervert. Taizhu thumped his chest, declaring that he could handle all the heavy work in the tavern from now on. Old Xia still wore a smile, raising his wine cup and downing it in one gulp. Chapter 4: 3 Cups of Drunkenness. The morning crow of roosters sounded like the most punctual alarm clock. Before dawn, the residents of Qixia town were already getting up and bustling about. Those setting up stalls by the street, those rowing boats on the river, and those carrying hoes to the fields, all understood that the day as planned starts in the morning. The more rustic the place, the more they understand this principle. Neighbors who left early would stop by the stalls for a bowl of hot noodles, chatting about trivial matters before heading off to work energetically. By the time the sun rose, the smoke from cooking fires began to rise from the houses, and the sounds of vendors calling out, boatmen rowing, and wives scolding their children became the daily symphony of Qixia town. The ordinary tavern under the big camphor tree always opened the latest, and the one who opened it was always an old man dressed in greasy gray clothes, hunched over, with a somewhat lecherous smile on his face. "Old Lin, can't you let people rest in the morning? How many times have I told you to set up your stall further away?" Old Xiao laughed as he chided. The stall owner, Uncle Lin, retorted without reservation, "Which family runs a business as late as you? The sun is already up. That scoundrel Chu Xiao's eye is probably still dreaming in bed, humph." He looked angry at the situation. Old Xiao laughed heartily and returned to the shop. The ordinary tavern was not large, but it was spacious and bright, with several square tables in the center, each accompanied by 4 long benches. There was a bucket of bamboo chopsticks and neatly stacked porcelain bowls on the tables. On the surrounding walls hung a few landscape paintings, seemingly picked up from somewhere. And in the corner stood an ancient zither, covered with a layer of dust, perhaps not touched for a long time. The counter was located on one side of the main hall near the door, with a row of wine racks behind it filled with various wine jars. There was a small door next to the counter leading to the backyard, covered with a curtain. Old Xia dipped a cloth in water and began to wipe the tables in the shop, his movements steady and unhurried. He had wiped the counter several times, and still, he was the only one in the tavern, shaking his head helplessly. As for Chu Anping, he could sleep as late as he wanted since he was the owner. But Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu, that lively pair, were also the type who couldn't open their eyes until noon. Old Xia had lectured them, telling them to act like waiters. They tried hard for a while, but one always mistook sugar for salt and water for wine, while the other could even fall asleep while chopping wood. In short, if you didn't let them sleep enough, you might as well be prepared to clean up after them. Plus, since the owner didn't really supervise, what could old Xia do? He could only sigh that the lively pair was truly lucky. "Old man, do you have any wine?" Hearing the voice, old Xia perked up. Usually, he wouldn't have any business until noon, but today seemed lucky. He looked up and saw a man and a woman, both wearing winged caps and matching bamboo green long robes, with dragon scale patterns embroidered on the hems, exuding an impressive aura. Old Xia quickly put down the cloth and smiled. "What can I get for you, esteemed guests?" Han Feng said, "Give me a pound of your strongest wine." After speaking, he found the nearest table and sat down, with the woman following suit. Old Xia didn't waste time, immediately pouring some wine into a small flask, and also went to the back kitchen to bring 2 plates of peanuts and sunflower seeds, placing them on the table. "Enjoy, esteemed guests." Han Feng picked up an empty bowl, filled it to the brim, then tilted his head back to drink, only to choke halfway, turning his ears red. Old Xia hurriedly said, "Esteemed guest, you drank too fast. With the strength of this wine, even someone who can drink 1,000 cups would be down after 3 cups. In the past 2 years, many heroes have come to this small shop, and no one has been able to drink 3 cups. If you drink like this, you might be drunk for 3 days and 3 nights." Kong Xuan, the square-faced woman, angrily retorted, "If that's the case, why didn't you say so earlier, old man?" Old Xia looked innocent. "You only said you wanted the strongest wine. You didn't give me a chance to speak." Han Feng waved his hand, signaling Kong Xuan not to blame him, and laughed. "Good wine, really good wine. I didn't expect such strong liquor in this little town. What's this strong liquor called?" Old Xia replied, "I haven't read much, but our owner named it 3 cups of drunkenness." Kong Xuan scoffed, not sure if she was mocking the owner's naming ability. Han Feng laughed. "Great name, very elegant. Give me 2 more pounds of 3 cups of drunkenness." Old Xia shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but this 3 cups of drunkenness is hard to brew, and we don't have much left in the shop. If I give it all to you, what if other wine lovers come later? Wouldn't that be a problem? Just now, I only poured 2 taels. If you can hold your liquor, drinking 2 taels shouldn't make you drunk. The rest should be saved for other patrons." Seeing Han Feng stop talking, old Xia returned to behind the counter. About a tea's time later, the wine bowl was empty, and Han Feng and Kong Xuan got up to settle the bill. Old Xia exclaimed, "You truly have a great capacity for wine. You haven't even gotten drunk." Han Feng replied, "After drinking this 3 cups of drunkenness, any other wine will taste as bland as water. I'll come again tomorrow. Please prepare 2 taels of wine for me. Farewell." Old Xia opened his mouth to explain, but the two left some silver and exited the tavern. Old Xia sighed. How come these people in the martial world never listen? Looking at the table, the peanuts and sunflower seeds hadn't been touched at all. Walking on the main street of the small town, Han Feng's face was still flushed, and Kong Xuan was secretly surprised. It was the first time she had seen him so affected by alcohol. However, Han Feng's gaze was very calm, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he whispered. Zhuke Hall has received news that recently, both the Nangong family and the Huangshan family have experts leaving their territories, suspected to be heading towards Wuzhou City. While the commoner gang, which has connections with the 2 families, is also stirring. This place is not far from Wuzhou City. Let us stay here for a few days and see what those 3 families are up to. Kong Xuan was uncertain. Boss. The Nangong family and Huangshan family are 2 of the 5 great families of the martial world, one in the south and one in the north. Although the commoner gang is not on the same level, they are still quite famous. These kinds of conflicts in the martial world, as long as they don't affect the common people, haven't we always let them fend for themselves? Han Feng said, that's why this time. We are just monitoring the situation. Moreover, according to Zhuge Hall's information, the leader from the Nangong family, this time, is Nangong Yuan, the younger brother of the current family head, Nangong Peng. He has been on the flowing cloud ranking for many years, and his strength is not much different from his brother. The leader sent by the Huangshan family is their elder, Yu Jingji, who has been living in seclusion for many years, and his martial arts are already unfathomable. The leader of the commoner gang is the deputy leader, Su Chun. Although he is less famous than the former two, he is also quite capable. Currently, it's still unknown what these three families are planning, but precisely because of this, as long as they don't cross the bottom line, we can just stand by and watch, relax. Kong Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. It is said that the people of the martial world are wary of the Qinglong Hall. Little do they know. Even the people of the Qinglong Hall find it quite troublesome to encounter some martial arts experts. The three people Han Feng mentioned were all experts on the flowing cloud ranking and had dedicated case files recorded within the Qinglong Hall. They could only hope that these martial world people knew the rules. Otherwise, no one would have it easy. Chapter 5 Wine and Lust. By the time the sun was high in the sky, Chu Anping had finished washing up and appeared refreshed in the front hall. By this time, the tavern had already seated some traveling merchants and martial world folks, with several jugs of wine and some snacks on each table. The ordinary tavern was the only place in Qixia town that produced wine, so any wine lover passing by would inquire and come in to buy wine, ensuring good business. Chu Anping wore a simple cloth robe and tied his hair with a scholar's cap, looking like a scholar himself. He didn't flaunt his status as the owner. Instead, he moved a stool and sat behind the counter, smiling as he listened to the customers in the shop discussing strange tales from all over. There were stories from the countryside and the martial world, and when he heard something exciting, he would join in the laughter, ask Lao Xia for a few cups of wine, and enjoy a plate of sunflower seeds, relishing the moment. Soon after, Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu finally emerged with sleepy eyes. Lao Xia instructed them to serve the wine in dishes, but had to keep an eye on them, fearing they would make mistakes, which was even more tiring than before. When the sun set and the last customer left, Lao Xia wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and scolded Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu until they dared not look up, then sent them to clean the tables and dishes, while he walked to the kitchen in the backyard with his hands behind his back. Boss, the old man won't be eating in the shop tonight. Something going on? Hee, I've arranged to take a walk with a few friends in town. You haven't even eaten and you're going for a walk. Lao Xia didn't explain further and turned to leave, leaving Chu Anping with a puzzled expression. For the past few months, Lao Xia had been going out for walks a few days each month, and he hadn't heard of anyone in town walking so early. But that was Lao Xia's private life, and Chu Anping couldn't be bothered to pry. Late at night, a full moon hung in the sky. On the quiet main street of the small town, the sound of clattering hooves echoed as several swordsmen swaggered around, wearing long swords at their waists. I wonder what Dad and Uncle Sue are up to in this godforsaken little place. Could there really be treasure here? In the center sat a well-proportioned young man on horseback, though his face was too pale, and his eyes were hollow. Clearly a person who indulged too much in wine and pleasure. Young master, there's someone ahead. A subordinate beside the young man pointed to a figure emerging from an alley. The young man lifted his chin, and immediately, one of his men leaped forward. The figure tried to escape, but was caught by the collar and dragged in front of the young man. Upon seeing the figure clearly, the young man noticed it was a lecherous old man and averted his gaze. His companion shouted, "You old thing, why are you sneaking around at night?" The old man cowered and dared not speak. After a few threats, once the time was right, the young man's subordinate asked, "Old thing, if you want to live, be honest. Where does the prettiest girl in Qixia town live?" The young man's eyes flickered as he licked his dry lips. The old man, eager to escape, answered whatever was asked after begging for mercy. The young man then rode past, and his subordinate casually slapped the old man's back, sneering, "Old thing, I'll spare your life, now scram." The old man immediately scampered away. Once the person was far, the subordinate quickly caught up to the young man, saying with a smile, "Young master, don't worry, I've done something to that old man to ensure he won't see the sunrise." The young man smiled faintly. "Did you remember the location? Hurry and bring her over. I've been exhausted these past few days. Tonight, I need to unwind properly. Even wildflowers in a small place have their charm. I'll just make do." "Young master, wait a moment." A figure leaped away, aiming to abduct the most beautiful woman in town to present to the young master. The young man, along with a few others, headed to the town's inn. In front of a window of a certain house, Kong Shuin's eyes burned with anger as she gritted her teeth. How can the dignified cloth-clothes gang's young master commit such beastly acts? From their behavior, it's clear this isn't the first time. Some of the reports about women being harmed from Zhuke Hall might have something to do with this scoundrel. Beside her, Han Feng said in a low voice, "There are two people by Li Xiaoyuan's side whose strength matches mine. It would be difficult to deal with him. But since we've seen this, we must stop them from going wild." Kong Shuin angrily replied, "That old man from the tavern is indeed not a good person. He sold an innocent girl like this." Han Feng sighed. "We can discuss the rest later. Let us go rescue her first." In the tavern's usual backyard, Chu Anping was sitting cross-legged on a wooden bed, surrounded by a layer of faint blue light, resembling countless fireflies, enveloping most of his body. As Chu Anping breathed in and out, the blue light shifted continuously, mirroring the star map in his consciousness. In this world, if one wanted to live a peaceful life without being harmed, self-defense was essential. Therefore, over the past 10 years, despite his usual carefree demeanor, Chu Anping never slacked off in his training. While practicing the star technique, Chu Anping's senses became exceptionally sharp. He could clearly hear Lin Xiaoman grinding her teeth in the next room, Taizhu snoring in a distant room, and the rustling of leaves on the big camphor tree outside the tavern. When he operated the star technique to its peak, the range continued to expand until it reached about 80 meters, which was nearly its limit. "Old thing, where's your strength?" This was Aunt Zhao's dissatisfied voice. "Smack. Ouch. Where are you hitting me?" Lin Bo shouted angrily. Chu Anping, fearing a nightmare, hurriedly stopped his practice. Lin Bo and Aunt Zhao had been married for decades, and they still behaved like this every night. Chu Anping could only marvel at their deep affection. Just as he was about to get out of bed, he heard the tavern door open and then quickly close again, followed by footsteps. Why is Lao Xia coming back at this hour? Based on his previous experiences, Chu Anping didn't need to look to know who it was. There weren't many places to stroll around in Qixia town, so who would take a walk until midnight? It seemed he needed to ask Lao Xia tomorrow and not let him hide anything from him. Suppressing his thoughts, Chu Anping washed up, took off his clothes, and went to bed. A peaceful night passed. The next day, the tavern opened later than usual. Lao Xia hummed a tune as he began to wipe the square tables and counter. Almost at the same time as yesterday, Han Feng and Kong Shuin walked in. "Wow, you two are really punctual." Lao Xia grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Kong Shuin looked at this lecherous old man with a strange expression, unsure how to describe him. Last night, she and her boss had hurried to the scene, only to find that the girl pointed out by the old man for Li Xiaoyuan was actually an 80-year-old woman with a face full of black spots. And when she smiled, her mouth was full of gaps. That old woman was quite fierce, pointing at Li Xiaoyuan's men and cursing, saying they had broken her door and demanding compensation, nearly driving Li Xiaoyuan's men to the brink of explosion. When she and her boss appeared and eliminated Li Xiaoyuan's men, the old woman, who had been furious just moments before, suddenly smiled with a kind expression. In short, it was hard to describe. Chapter 6. Uninvited guests. Han Feng said, "Old man, another 2 or 3 cups of drunken 3. Here's the money." He slammed a silver ingot on the counter and went to the square table from yesterday. Kong Shuin followed closely behind, retracting her gaze. Lao Xia shook his head, and after serving the wine, advised, "Customer, 3 cups of drunken 3 really isn't much. You can't drink them all alone. Although this small shop isn't big, there have been many good drinkers coming and going throughout the year. There's one customer who has returned every year after drinking drunken 3 once 2 years ago. If you drink like this, how can I explain to that customer?" Han Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh, it seems there are quite a few wine experts in this world. I'm interested in getting to know them." Hearing this, Lao Xia could only walk back to the counter in silence. As noon approached, more and more patrons filled the tavern. However, unlike yesterday, upon seeing Han Feng and Kong Shuin in their bamboo green robes embroidered with dragon scales, the wandering heroes quickly paid for their drinks and left, while the traveling merchants took their seats with a sense of relief. In the Laifu Inn, the only inn in Qixia town, Li Xiaoyuan listened with a cold gaze to his subordinate's report. Upon hearing that 2 masters from the Qinglong Hall were in town, he slammed the table. Wang Ping must have been killed by these 2 hunting dogs. This was too much. Most heroes of the Jianghu loved to drink, which Li Xiaoyuan expected, so he sent his men to buy wine. However, upon receiving this news and recalling that his subordinate had not returned since last night, he easily guessed what had happened. What made Li Xiaoyuan even more anxious was his worry that Wang Ping would tell those two Qinglong Hall masters about his past misdeeds. Since its establishment, the Bai Gang had positioned itself as a righteous sect, making connections with heroes and legends in the Jianghu. If their secrets were leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. One of his subordinates said, "Young master, don't be anxious. Those two may not know the details." Li Xiaoyuan became furious. If they can track down Wang Ping, they suspect something? With the means of Qinglong Hall, how could they not find out about past events? Wang Ping is such a coward. It's hard to believe he could endure. He smashed a wine cup on the ground, splattering wine everywhere. Another subordinate said, "Young master, since it has come to this, we can only take desperate measures. Do you have a plan?" Li Xiaoyuan asked. My subordinate has inquired. The leading master from Qinglong Hall also visited the tavern yesterday. Clearly, he is a lover of wine. Why don't we tamper with the wine at that tavern, take control of it first, and ensure that those two from Qinglong Hall die quietly? Li Xiaoyuan asked sternly. With the caution of those from Qinglong Hall, can we poison them? The subordinate sneered coldly. Young master, have you forgotten? A year ago, we kidnapped a girl from Miaojiang, which then led to the pursuit by Miaojiang masters. Thankfully, Deputy Master Su intervened and subdued those savages, and we found a lot of poisonous goo from them. The goo poison from Miaojiang is always colorless and tasteless, feared by the Central Plains. Li Xiaoyuan slapped his thigh, excitedly standing up, and hurriedly said, Uncle Su is now in Wuzhou City. Zhang Ao, go find Uncle Su immediately and tell him I want to study Miaojiang goo poison and ask him for some. Hurry. If this succeeds, I will reward you greatly. The subordinate named Zhang Ao quickly accepted the order and left. Another subordinate offered advice. Young master, we also need to take control of that tavern first. Only then can we proceed with our plans. Li Xiaoyuan waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small tavern. Isn't that simple? Su Wu, you are in charge of this matter. If anything goes wrong, you will pay with your head. The martial artist named Su Wu cupped his fists and said, Young master, don't worry. He turned and left, appearing very confident. As evening approached, the orange-red light seemed to drape Qixia town in a veil. The number of patrons in the tavern did not decrease, but rather increased, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Han Feng and the others had already left, allowing some wandering heroes to relax and chat freely about Jianghu matters. Su Wu arrived at a nearby noodle stall, ordered a bowl of noodles, and observed the usual activities in the tavern while extracting a lot of information from the old man selling noodles. After finishing the noodles, Su Wu felt confident, dropped a few copper coins, and left. Come again next time, honored guest. Old Lin warmly called out as he collected the bowl. Although he felt it was easy, Su Wu, adhering to the caution of a Jianghu person, still circled around the usual tavern. With his cultivation at the first level of the Xuanji realm, he was indeed very patient. As night fell, the patrons left one after another. Old Xia said he was going for a walk, and this time Chu Anping kept a watchful eye, secretly following Old Xia to see what he was up to. Approaching mealtime, the streets of Qixia town were mostly empty, but Old Xia had a sneaky expression as he twisted and turned before slipping into a small alley. Behind him, Chu Anping looked puzzled, staring at the door of the alley and contemplating what to do next. He could use the starry sky technique to listen for sounds, but the light emanating from him would be too conspicuous, making it inconvenient. What are you doing here, Chu kid? A loud voice startled Chu Anping, and turning around, he found it was Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao glanced at the alley and then scrutinized Chu Anping from head to toe, her face filled with anger. Chu kid, what can I say about you? You're about to get a wife in a few months, yet you come here, don't you feel dirty? The lead bachelor on the east side has no women to entertain him, only comes by once every 10 days or half a month. Last time, his root was rotten. You wouldn't. Aunt Zhao widened her eyes, her gaze flickering as she stared at certain parts of Chu Anping, unable to believe that such a handsome young man would let himself fall to this level. Chu Anping was terrified. Aunt Zhao had a big mouth, so he hurriedly explained that he was following Old Xia and was about to keep an eye on him. Aunt Zhao didn't believe that Chu Anping could do such a thing, scolding him. That old lecher, at his age, phew. She cursed as she walked away. Chu Anping quickly followed behind to avoid being seen by acquaintances, and as for Old Xia, he was about the same age as Old Lin, nearly 70. Back at the tavern, Chu Anping felt a lingering fear and shouted before entering the backyard. Xiaoman, Taizhu, have the vegetables been washed? No one responded, and Chu Anping lifted the curtain to enter the backyard, but what he saw made him stop in his tracks. A middle-aged man was sitting casually at the stone table, usually used for meals, holding a bowl and taking a swig of wine. The wine must have been taken from behind the counter. It was fine osmanthus brew, and the fragrance of the wine wafted in the air. However, Chu Anping's back stiffened. Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu were lying on the ground, unconscious. Taizhu had blood at the corner of his mouth, and Lin Xiaoman's pale round face had a distinct red handprint on the left side, with tear stains still fresh. Fury surged within Chu Anping. Su Wu seemed to be the master of the tavern, taking another sip of wine, smiling at the corners of his mouth, and spoke with an air of superiority. "Kid, come over here." Chu Anping did not move. Su Wu said, "I have a bad temper. Some things I will only say once." As a martial artist at the first level of the Xuanji realm, Su Wu has also walked through the blade and sword shadows of the Jianghu. With his exceptional martial arts, he became one of Li Xiaoyuan's two main guards. At this moment, his command carried an imposing aura that made the air feel heavier. Chu Anping's heart raced. He had never fought many people from the Jianghu and had no grasp of his opponent's depth, but seeing the other party's fearless demeanor, he sensed it would not be easy to handle. Chapter 7. The Starry Sky Map of Mountains and Rivers, Part 1. In the backyard of the usual tavern. Every time the smoke rose, it was always filled with laughter, making it one of the most relaxing places. However, at this moment, Chu Anping felt his whole body tense. Looking at Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu lying on the ground, who, although one was confused and the other foolish, were his employees, his companions he had spent 2 years with, and even family in this world, just like that they were injured on the ground. The assailant, however, was still acting like the master, appearing to be in control of everything, igniting a spark of fury in Chu Anping's eyes, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. Su Wu laughed. "There's nothing to be angry about. To me, you are no different from a dog on the street. I can step on you whenever I want, kill you whenever I want. If you obediently lie there and lick my feet with your tongue, I might spare your life. But if you, this dog, dare to bark madly, not knowing your own death, believe it or not, I can make you die a miserable death. Come over." The last shout was filled with heavy killing intent and threat. Chu Anping stepped forward step by step. Su Wu smiled, raised the wine bowl, and took another sip. When the two sides were 3 steps apart, Su Wu's gaze turned cold, and he suddenly reached out to grab forward. His goal was to control the ordinary tavern, and he couldn't let Han Feng and the others notice anything unusual. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to kill Chu Anping and the others. But when dealing with such ants, he had to show some means. Otherwise, the ants wouldn't know to be afraid. Clearly just a casual reach. But Su Wu's arm moved so fast that it seemed to create an illusion in the void, and in the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Chu Anping's neck. At that moment, Chu Anping, like a beast that had been lying in wait for a long time, suddenly erupted. With the full operation of the Starry Sky technique, Chu Anping's long shirt swelled, and he roared in anger, raising his left fist and striking out with all his might. A light blue glow enveloped his fist, resembling countless tiny stars moving and colliding, rumbling forward like a blue meteor. This was Chu Anping's furious punch, and once it was thrown, there was no retreat, only life or death. Su Wu had just seized Chu Anping's neck when a blue meteor appeared in front of him. The powerful punch, though not overtly visible, was extraordinarily condensed, causing even Su Wu, a seasoned fighter, to tense up in an instant. Years of life-and-death combat experience made Su Wu's heart stop. He instinctively raised his other hand to meet the punch. Although the situation was urgent, Su Wu was still a first-level expert in the Xuanji realm, and this punch was enough to make many in the martial world hesitate. However, with a bang, the two fists collided for just a moment before the light blue fist smashed through Su Wu like an iron fist striking tofu, with a crack, continuing forward. A large burst of blood erupting, along with shattered bones and flesh flying outward. Boom! The light blue fist struck Su Wu's chest, directly creating a dent, and his back exploded with a mist of blood, a deep wound tearing from his shoulder to his ribcage. Su Wu's mouth opened wide, nearly splitting, gasping for air, his eyes bulging. Before he could scream, Chu Anping's other fist swept in, directly knocking out all his teeth, which flew out in all directions. Su Wu crashed to the ground, like a boiled shrimp, fainting from the pain. Chu Anping, still shaken, leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. That was close, that was close. He didn't care about Su Wu anymore and went to check on Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu, discovering both were breathing evenly, especially Taizhu, who was even snoring. Damn, Chu Anping wished he could punch Taizhu as well, feeling extremely speechless, but he was completely relieved. He turned around, walked in front of Su Wu, grabbed his hair, and slammed his head against the ground repeatedly, venting his fear and anger. It didn't take long for Su Wu to wake up, looking at Chu Anping with extreme fear. "Spare me, young hero." No one could describe the shock in Su Wu's heart at that moment. The flying star breaks the night with sharpness. The young man shakes his sleeves and splits the sky. The tiger eyes pierce through the mists of the 9 provinces. The dragon's roar sweeps away the winds of the 4 seas. This was the Flying Star song from the 5 rankings of the Jianghu, representing the Flying Star list, which claims to include the most promising and astonishing young masters in the world. Su Wu had never seen such figures, but he now seriously suspected that the Chu Anping before him was one of the young masters on the Flying Star list. Otherwise, how could he have severely injured him with just one move, even if he hadn't used all his strength? It wouldn't be shameful to beg for mercy in front of such a figure. "Young hero, please be merciful," Su Wu pleaded, completely different from his previous arrogance. Chu Anping, with a cold face, asked, "I believe I have no enmity with you. So why do you want to harm me? Did my companions offend you?" With the appearance of these 2 little ones, even if they offended you, it shouldn't lead to such severe actions. "Speak, what do you want?" Su Wu had grievances he couldn't express. Had he known it would come to this, he would have been crazy to seek trouble. Weakly, he said, "Young hero, I was also instructed by someone. Who sent you? Why did you attack me?" Chu Anping was most afraid of this. If he beat the small ones, then the big ones would come. If he beat the big ones, then the old ones would come. With his self-taught, mediocre skills, he could fall at any moment. So he needed to find out clearly. Su Wu, wary of Chu Anping's martial skills and background, directly revealed the names of the Cloth Robe Gang and Li Xiaoyuan, omitting the part about targeting the Qinglong Hall. "Cloth Robe Gang, what is the strength of your gang leader? Is that young gang leader very powerful?" Chu Anping immediately asked. Su Wu's gaze turned suspicious, and he spoke. "Our gang leader, known as the 3 Appearances Cloud Dragon, is a top expert in the world. And our young gang leader is also a dragon among men. To be honest, there are countless warriors like me around our young gang leader. If the young hero is willing to spare my life, I can introduce you to him. You will surely appreciate each other. If the young hero kills me, it will attract the young gang leader's pursuit, and I believe the young hero wouldn't want to cause more trouble, right? Today was purely a misunderstanding. I just came to find some wine and had a small conflict with your tavern staff." Chu Anping felt heavy in his heart. He vaguely remembered hearing Jianghu people in the tavern talk about the Cloth Robe Gang, which seemed to be a particularly large gang with a good reputation in the Jianghu and significant power. If possible, Chu Anping would rather not offend the Cloth Robe Gang or get involved with that young gang leader. Such figures must be surrounded by powerful experts. How could he handle them? Seeing Chu Anping hesitate, a cold glint flashed in Su Wu's eyes. "Just you wait, as long as I make it out alive. I will repay today's grudge tenfold." "Where is your young gang leader now?" "At the Lai Fu Inn in the town." "Does your young gang leader have his eyes on my tavern?" Chu Anping suddenly asked. Su Wu, who was secretly vowing revenge, was taken aback and quickly denied it when he reacted. However, he underestimated Chu Anping's meticulousness. Chu Anping was deliberately testing him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to believe Su Wu had come to assert his dominance for no reason. "You've been deceiving me the whole time, planning to escape and bring your young gang leader to kill me? I really dislike people like you in the Jianghu." Chu Anping grabbed Su Wu's neck, and with a crack, Su Wu's face filled with terror as he tilted his head and lost breath. Throwing him aside, Chu Anping quickly got up to clean up the surroundings, wiping away the blood and splashing water vigorously several times. As summer approached, the wind blew a few rounds, and the smell dissipated quickly. Chapter 8, Starry Landscape Map, Part 2. After doing all this, it was already dark. Chu Anping stuffed Su Wu into a tattered sack and carried it out. He was familiar with the streets and alleys of Qixia Town, deliberately choosing to walk through secluded paths and running at full speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow in the air. In no time, he slipped out of the small town and ran another 10 miles or so into a dense forest to bury Su Wu. After setting the scene, he returned to the town. Little did he know, just a few miles behind him, Han Feng and Kong Shuyin were panting heavily, their expressions very serious. Who was that person just now, and how fast was he? Moreover, how could that person's internal strength seem inexhaustible? After running for so long, his legs hadn't slowed down at all. Kong Shuyin's face was filled with disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. She and Han Feng had been strolling on the streets of Qixiao Town when Han Feng first noticed something unusual. Out of habit, they immediately followed. As a result, not only did they fail to catch up with the mysterious person, but they also fell further behind, eventually losing all trace. Han Feng said in a deep voice, observing this person's lightness skill, it is somewhat like the flowing light and flashing star of Dachong Mountain, and also resembles the invisible traces of the Shuxia sword sect. It seems like it could be anything, making it hard to judge. With this person's endurance, they would likely be considered a top figure in both Dachong Mountain and the Shuxia sword sect. What? Kong Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. The first-rate forces in the martial world can be summarized as 1 mountain, 2 gates, 3 sects, 4 forts, and 5 great families. Dachong Mountain is 1 mountain, and the Shuxia sword sect is one of the 3 sections. Kong Xuan said, did those 2 families also come? Han Feng shook his head and said, it's still unclear at the moment. They say there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the martial world. But I didn't expect that even this small Qixiao town would have such experts. If this person's appearance indeed represents one of those families and is related to the gathering of the Nangong family and other forces in Wuzhou City, then it truly is a storm brewing. Han Feng made a decision and instructed Kong Xuan, you stay in Qixiao town for now, unless absolutely necessary. Do not provoke any side. Wait for my return. This matter is not small. I must personally rush to Linen City to report to the commander. Be careful on the way, boss. I have it under control. Go back. The 2 had long been in the martial world and would not be hesitant. Each went their separate ways, each with their own thoughts. In Qixiao town, at the Laifu Inn, Suwu hasn't returned yet. After waiting for half a day, with the wine almost finished, Li Xiaoyuan began to feel impatient. Is Suwu just stalling and fooling him? A subordinate beside him said, Brother Su is usually cautious, especially when dealing with the Qinglong Hall. Being careful is never too much. He must first understand the territory and confirm the reality before taking action. If the young master is truly worried, I can go and check. Li Xiaoyuan quickly waved his hand, signaling the other to go and return quickly. When Chu Anping returned to Qixiao town, it was already a starry night, and the street was empty. Chu Anping took a breath, thinking of Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu, and hurried back. Upon returning to the usual inn, just as he pushed open the door, he heard old Xia's furious voice. You 2 are simply going to drive me to my grave, aren't you? It's one thing to be lazy usually, but now you even dare to sleep in the backyard. Chu Anping walked to the backyard and saw Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu standing together, like 2 quails, with their heads down, being scolded by old Xia one by one. Taizhu's head was nearly buried in his chest, despite his mountain-like build. He was actually timid enough to not dare step on a mouse. On the contrary, Lin Xiaoman was secretly glancing at Chu Anping, blinking her pitiful big eyes. Chu Anping secretly laughed and advised, Old Xia, they are just too tired. Don't scold them anymore. Old Xia turned around, puffing his beard and glaring. Tired? Boss, doesn't your conscience hurt saying that? This foolish girl sleeps until the sun is high in the sky every day, and when it's time to settle the accounts, she makes mistakes every time, losing 8 or 10 taels a month. This big fool sleeps for 8 hours a day and still yawns when serving tea to guests. I, an old man, am busy inside and out, and Haven Tea complained about being tired. They are tired. Chu Anping had a strange expression, thinking of old Xia's nightly activities, and could only secretly curse that this old man was really in good health. He then said, Fine, old Xia, you keep scolding. Just remember to get up early tomorrow. Old Xia stumbled, looking utterly indignant. Lin Xiaoman's eyes curved, and she quickly lowered her head, suddenly no longer scared. While even Taizhu rubbed his head and chuckled. As Chu Anping passed by a stone table, he suddenly noticed a palm-sized round jade pendant on the table. Its texture transparent like glass, emitting a watery luster under the moonlight, as if it could flow. This wondrous jade pendant was something Chu Anping had never seen before. Old Xia noticed his gaze and said, When I came back, the foolish girl and the big fool had just woken up. And this water mirror jade fell on the ground. I don't know who left it. I was just about to ask the boss how to handle it. Water mirror jade? Chu Anping was puzzled. Old Xia explained, When I was young, I traveled to some places and barely recognized this item. It is said that water mirror jade is made from the essence of moonlight. Its jade quality is transparent, and when placed in water, it merges with the water, which is extremely magical. This type of jade only appears in the Miao region and is incredibly precious even in the vast mountains of Miao. Only the highest-ranking elders of the Miao people are qualified to wear it. But a water mirror jade this big, TSK, it's my first time seeing it. Chu Anping speculated that this water mirror jade must belong to Su Wu. It likely fell out during a fight, and he had been too hurried to deal with the body earlier, hence it was left behind. Old Xia, such a treasure, aren't you going to hide it secretly? If I were 5 years younger, I might have taken it, but unfortunately, at my age, such mundane objects are not as appealing as a cup of fine wine. Chu Anping picked up the water mirror jade. It was cool and smooth to the touch, and he said, I'll take it back to my room to have a look. This matter should not be leaked. He stepped away, and old Xia replied with a good and began to scold Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu again, making them too scared to lift their heads. Once the door was closed, Chu Anping's gaze immediately fell on the water mirror jade. The reason he had hurried earlier was that the star map in his sea of consciousness had undergone some changes. This change seemed to be related to the water mirror jade in his hand. Just as this thought arose, the water mirror jade emitted a layer of moonlight-like radiance. At the same time, the star map in Chu Anping's sea of consciousness, composed of countless starlights, seemed to have been stimulated and began to swiftly shift and change. In the next moment, the water mirror jade transformed into a beam of light and drilled into his arm, rapidly flowing into his sea of consciousness. Boom! An astonishing event occurred. As the star map absorbed the radiance of the water mirror jade, countless starlights swirled and collided, forming new star brilliance, which then followed specific trajectories, causing the old star brilliance to change as well. In just a few dozen seconds, a grander and more complex star map took shape, with countless starlights crossing, constantly depicting unspeakable mysteries. As strands of starlight fell, these starlights reaggregated and formed a huge three-dimensional model beneath the star map. The three-dimensional model rose and fell, featuring outlines of city walls, houses, and streets, as well as mountains, rivers, and lakes. Chu Anping, suppressing his shock, gazed for a long time. And suddenly his heart skipped a beat. The town at the center of this three-dimensional model was almost identical to Qixia Town. He even found the ordinary inn in the model, shrunk down several times, with even the big camphor tree outside the inn looking exactly the same. The mountains and rivers outside the town were also indistinguishable from the real terrain outside Qixia Town, with every detail being identical. Relying on his memory, Chu Anping located the spot where Su Wu was buried in the three-dimensional model, and with a flick of his hand, the model switched angles to allow Chu Anping to observe better. Chu Anping pointed at that location, and it began to enlarge, with the surrounding distribution of trees starting to reveal itself, but when it reached a certain extent, it could no longer be further enlarged or refined. For now, he could only see a blurry state around it. Nevertheless, this made Chu Anping's heart race. Next, Chu Anping continued to operate. Wherever he pointed on the mountain and river map, that location would immediately be presented, enlarged to a visible blur. The boundary of the mountain and river map seemed to be Laonyo Bay, where the water is turbulent, located about 30 miles from Qixia Town. This meant that the mountain and river map in front of him extended to over 30 miles outside Qixia Town. Chu Anping exhaled. Although he didn't know why the star map could absorb the water mirror jade, following the principle of inertia, if it could absorb other water mirror jades, could the model be further expanded and allow any location to be enlarged to a clearer level? Isn't this equivalent to having a three-dimensional satellite map? Moreover, the celestial trajectories above the landscape map are completely different, which may symbolize a higher mystery of the star technique. These discoveries made Chu Anping extremely excited. He never thought of dominating the martial world with the star technique, but as long as it could enhance his self-defense capabilities, his stable and worry-free life would be more secure. What's this? Chu Anping's eyes flashed as he saw a green light shining in the location of Laonyawan, which was quite conspicuous in the entire landscape map. When he zoomed in on that area, he found that the green light was located in the middle of Laonyawan, next to an unremarkable low mountain, Qixia Town, and the Laifu Inn. What's going on? Li Xiaoyuan stared at his returning subordinate. The subordinate cupped his hands and said, I have scouted the periphery but found no trace of Su Wu, and the people at that inn are unharmed. As if they have never seen Su Wu. Bang! Li Xiaoyuan smashed his wine cup into pieces, stood up angrily, and said, What is that waste Su Wu doing? The subordinate said solemnly, Young master, I suspect that the inn has already been secretly incorporated by the Qinglong Hall. Although this small town is not prosperous, there are still many people coming and going, whether they are martial artists or traveling merchants, if they want good wine. They will inevitably go to that only inn to buy it, which is precisely the place with the most information. Qinglong Hall would not let it go. Li Xiaoyuan's expression changed drastically. He was not a fool and immediately grasped the key point. Are you saying that Su Wu has already fallen? That subordinate replied, I really can't think of any other possibilities. What I'm worried about now is whether Su Wu can withstand it. If he reveals the young master's purpose to harm Qinglong Hall, it would be tantamount to opposing the court. Don't say a mere clothing gang. Even the top sects in the martial world couldn't withstand it. In a panic, Li Xiaoyuan reached for the wine cup again, completely forgetting that he had smashed it. The other subordinates couldn't sit still either and began to offer suggestions. In the end, everyone concluded that as long as they did not admit it, Qinglong Hall would not directly attack the clothing gang because of one Su Wu. However, it was certain that they could not stay in this small town that very night. A group hurriedly headed towards Wuzhou City to find the deputy leader Su Chun. Li Xiaoyuan's departure instead made Chu Anping worry for several days, as if the clothing gang would come looking for trouble. Without waiting for Li Xiaoyuan, it was Han Feng and Kong Xuyin who came again to buy wine. Old Xia was distressed with his old face, refusing to give them 3 cups of drunkenness, insisting that the guest from 2 years ago should be coming soon according to past customs, and it would be embarrassing if he couldn't produce the wine then. Han Feng laughed heartily. It's rare to meet someone like me who enjoys wine, so I will wait with the shopkeeper. If someone can drink with me, it would be a great joy in life. It was evident that this Qinglong Hall expert was in a good mood after returning from Linen City. Once the two sat down, the business of the inn noticeably became quieter. Recently, more and more martial artists had arrived in Qixia town, but upon seeing Han Feng and Kong Xuyin, the buyers turned around and left, making Old Xia anxious. Seeing Han Feng at ease, he could only sigh repeatedly. Shopkeeper, please bring out the good wine. After half an hour, a middle-aged man finally arrived. His voice was loud, and although he was not handsome, he had a rather elegant demeanor, dressed in a set of worn cotton clothes, resembling a rural schoolteacher. However, Han Feng and Kong Xuin's expressions changed simultaneously. Old Xia smiled and said, What kind of wine would the guest like? The middle-aged man pointed at Han Feng, the same wine as Lord Han. He then leisurely walked to a nearby table and sat down. Han Feng said, The vice leader of the clothing gang, known as Bamboo Scholar, Su Xia, also comes to this rural place to drink. Su Chun smiled faintly. Since Lord Han drinks, how could I, a mere grassroots figure in the martial world, not drink? After speaking, he nodded and smiled at Kong Xuyin, and this seemingly refined smile sent chills down her spine. The martial world describes Su Chun with a saying, The scholar caresses the bamboo and smiles, while Yin Luo flips through the accounts. This seemingly ordinary and gentle middle-aged man hides countless vengeful souls of opponents in his smile. It is said that every time he kills someone, he uses a bamboo twig dipped in blood to write poetry on the wall to guide the deceased. If not for the fact that on the surface, he only kills evil and wicked people, just his way of doing things would make people retreat in fright. Kong Xuyin knew even more. The clothing gang was not as righteous as it appeared on the surface. Han Feng took a sip of wine. Ever since he drank the 3 cups of drunkenness, strong liquor had become as bland as water to him, and said, Vice Leader Su has great skills. Before your arrival, you already found out where I and my colleagues were staying. The martial world spreads that the clothing gang is righteous and generous, spending lavishly. Haha, spending lavishly is true, but being righteous and generous is not necessarily the case. Han Feng took out a thick stack of silver notes from his bosom, and without any visible movement, the stack of silver notes flew out. He had just returned from Linen City and was informed by Kong Xuyin that the experts from the clothing gang had been sent to deliver a full 1,000 taels of silver to them. Su Chun did not even look, casually raised his hand, and that stack of silver notes landed steadily in his hand without a single note out of place. Chapter 10. Experts from all sides. Su Chun sighed. Just making a friend. Why must Lord Han keep people at a distance? Han Feng said, The court and the martial world cannot coexist. Some friends are better not to make indiscriminately. Old Xia behind the counter felt the suffocating atmosphere in the hall, observing with his nose and heart, selling wine while secretly grinding his teeth. 1,000 taels of silver was enough for him to sell wine for decades. Once the wine was ready, Old Xia delivered it to Su Chun's table. Su Chun smiled elegantly at Old Xia, who responded with a grin and quickly retreated. Old Xia, why is it so quiet today? No one is coming to buy wine. A clear voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. The curtain behind the counter was lifted, and a tall young man dressed in a blue shirt walked out. The young man had thick black hair tied back with a scholar's ribbon, and his face was as smooth as jade, with sharp and heroic features. His eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, with long eyelashes casting faint shadows, and below his straight nose was a pair of red and full lips. The moment he appeared, it seemed like the entire hall brightened a few degrees. Whether Su Chun, Han Feng, or Kong Xuan, they had seen too many people in their lives. And there were plenty of handsome men in the martial world, but it was rare to see someone as striking as him. Old Xia quickly winked at Chu Anping and said, "Boss, don't disturb the distinguished guests from drinking and chatting." Su Chun, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Anping in admiration. I never expected the innkeeper to be so young and so charming. He raised his wine cup to salute Chu Anping and drank it all in one go. This manner was indeed hard to dislike. If not for Chu Anping knowing that this guy was the vice leader of the clothing gang. Han Feng said, "Since you are the innkeeper, you must be someone who enjoys good wine. Why not have a drink together?" Just as Chu Anping was about to decline, he didn't know what old Xia was thinking, as he interjected, "The old man advises the guest not to drink with our innkeeper." "Oh, why is that?" "The old man has brewed wine for a lifetime and considers himself a person of the wine pool. He believes his drinking capacity is not bad, but in his life, there are only 3 people who can make him sigh in admiration for their skills in wine. One is you, the guest. The second is that guest who comes every year to buy wine, and the third person is our innkeeper." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Feng's eyes lit up. Old Xia quickly refused, saying, "Once you two start drinking, it will surely be a match of equals. The old man only brews a little bit of Sanbei each year and can't withstand your antics." Chu Anping also said, "I seldom drink." Han Feng immediately looked regretful. Su Chun laughed heartily, walked over to Chu Anping, and patted his shoulder to raise a toast with Lord Han. "I don't know how many people in the martial world dream of this. Little brother, you mustn't regret it." After saying this, he placed a silver ingot on the counter, cupped his hands towards Han Feng and the others, and left with a smile without looking back. Han Feng glanced at Chu Anping with deep meaning and continued to drink. Chu Anping found an excuse to return to the backyard, his back already drenched in cold sweat, cursing the treachery of the martial world. Just now, when Su Chun patted his shoulder, he distinctly felt an extremely concealed power invade his body, probing his condition. It should be known that a martial artist's physique is different from an ordinary person's. Once one enters the path, true qi will gather in the dantian, making it difficult to conceal at any time. This was something Chu Anping had heard from a martial artist in the tavern by chance. However, Chu Anping's situation was beyond imagination. This was the uniqueness of the Xingqian Ju, which only revealed true qi when in operation. As long as he did not cultivate, he was no different from an ordinary person without martial arts. Even an old hand like Su Chun was deceived. The other party came, most likely suspecting that Su Wu's disappearance was related to him, and since he had no martial arts, he should at least not be able to act against ordinary taverns in the short term. Chu Anping exhaled a breath, just as he calmed down. He saw Lin Xiaoman yawning, sleepily opening the door, looking as if she hadn't woken up yet. Chu Anping said irritably, "You silly girl." Lin Xiaoman covered her mouth, her big eyes rolling around, not knowing what had angered the owner. Once the owner returned to the house, Lin Xiaoman hummed a song as if nothing had happened and bounced to the front hall. Outside Qixia town, about 30 miles southeast, there was a turbulent and dangerous bay where the water flowed in twists and turns, occasionally stirring up spring flows that splashed into the streams. This place was called Nyodo Bay, named because its shape resembled a cow's head. It was said that there were many hidden currents and whirlpools in the water, and no one knew where the deepest part of Nyodo Bay was. Over the years, many martial experts had heard of this place. Some dared to go down and explore, but those who were fortunate enough to climb out were too scared to mention it afterward. As time went by, Nyodo Bay became a dangerous place that everyone avoided. However, at this moment, several groups of people stood in front of Nyodo Bay, looking eager to try their luck. "Is it really here?" An old man dressed like a farmer asked with a frown, twisting a string of beads made from various herbal seeds in his hand. A man beside him replied, "Elder, according to ancient texts, that place should be underwater. This bay stretches for thousands of meters, but it's hard to determine the exact location." The old man turned the beads, and a flash of brilliance crossed his murky eyes. Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance like a country elder. His reputation resounded throughout the martial world because he was the grand elder of the Huangshan family, known as the Dan Shiyu Jingji. On the other side, a tall middle-aged man with 3 long strands of beard under his chin, wearing an ancient long sword at his waist. With a blue gem the size of a baby's fist embedded in the sword hilt, was also gazing at Nyoto Bei with a serious expression. This person was Nangong Yuan, the younger brother of the current head of the Nangong family, known as Hanqing Sword Soul. The current generation of the Nangong family was known for the dual talents of these two brothers. Unlike his older brother Nangong Pong, who practiced multiple disciplines, Nangong Yuan had a deep love for swordsmanship, and his Hanqing sword technique was not to be said to dominate the martial world, but it was also unique. In the past, our Nangong family had a deep friendship with the Huangshan family, and we often exchanged ideas. That ancient map must have been uncovered by the other party's experts, which is why we found this place, Nangong Yuan said, glancing at Yu Jingji and others, with a wry smile at the generosity of the family elders. There was a third group, though their momentum was not as strong as the Nangong and Huangshan families. They were not to be underestimated. Li Xiaoyuan was among them, a master of the cloth clothes gang. Su Chun, who had been drinking in Qixia town earlier, had already arrived gracefully, without flushing or panting. Li Xiaoyuan didn't care what was under Nyoto Bei. The first thing he asked was, "Uncle Su, what about the Qinglong Hall?" Su Chun waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, nephew. A mere Su Wu is not enough to make the Qinglong Hall act rashly. As long as you stay well-behaved these days, I will take care of it for you." Throughout his life, Li Xiaoyuan had caused countless troubles, some of which, if leaked, would be enough to ruin him, but it was always Su Chun who helped him out. Unconsciously, Li Xiaoyuan had developed a blind trust in Su Chun, and upon hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief, as if all his worries had vanished. Chapter 11. Treasure hunting underwater. Su Chun inquired about his subordinate situation. But like the other two families, the cloth clothes gang also could not determine the exact location of the treasure in Nyoto Bei. Now that Li Xiaoyuan was no longer worried, he had the energy to ask questions. "Uncle Su, we came here with great fanfare. What exactly is hidden underwater that even the Huangshan and Nangong families have sent so many big names? It's simply unbelievable," Su Chun said. "It is indeed something extraordinary." 80 years ago, a remarkable person appeared in the martial world, known as the Treasure Seeker. This old man was not only exceptionally skilled, but also adept at concealing mechanisms. Many famous sects had been secretly visited by him, and many legendary weapons that had been lost to the martial world were unveiled by him. Later, for some unknown reason, the Treasure Seeker disappeared from the martial world, but it is said that he hid all the treasures he collected throughout his life in a certain place. Coincidentally, the Treasure Seeker had a close friendship with the previous head of the Nangong family, and one time after drinking, he left behind a treasure map, joking that if one could decipher the secrets within the map, they would receive his lifelong treasures. Li Xiaoyuan's eyes widened, pointing at the turbulent waters of Nyoto Bei. He said urgently, "Could it be that the place indicated by the ancient map is right here?" Su Chun said solemnly, "It must be here, for this secret. I spent many years training undercover spies in the Huangshan family, but they were lost early on." Li Xiaoyuan didn't care about the lives of the undercover spies. He only knew that if he could obtain the Treasure Seeker's treasure, the cloth clothes gang would strike it rich, and all of it would belong to him in the future. The three groups continued to work until the stars were low in the sky, with waves of experts going into the water to search, but still found nothing. Treasure hunting was not something that could be accomplished in a day, so the three groups did not remain stuck and left one after another. Since this place was far from Wuzhou City, the three groups coincidentally headed to Qixia town and all stayed at the only inn in the town, Laifu Inn. And all of this fell into the eyes of Han Feng and Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan swallowed her saliva. "Boss, this time it seems like something big is about to happen. To see people like Yu Jingji and Nangong Yuan, it's not false to say I'm intimidated. The martial world is vast, and capable people emerge, although the flowing cloud list seems to have 100 people scattered throughout the martial world. Anyone randomly picked is a well-known figure. Not to mention Kong Xuan herself. Even Han Feng was just a constable in the Qinglong Hall. In terms of status, he was not enough for experts on the flowing cloud list to pay attention to." Han Feng said, "In a few days, the commanding officer will arrive from Linen City. Let's not be anxious and observe the changes." Kong Xuan patted her chest, and could only do that. In Qixia town, the undercurrents were surging. But perhaps whether it was the Qinglong Hall or the Nangong family and other experts, they absolutely did not expect that in the dark of night, an uninvited guest had arrived at Nyoto Bei. Chu Anping looked at the rushing stream under the starry night and took a deep breath. In the map of mountains and rivers within the sea of consciousness, the green glow in the middle of Nituin never dissipated. He couldn't help but feel curious. And after comparing the terrain, he confirmed that the location of the green glow was nearby. Chu Anping planned to enter the water to take a look, but of course, he wouldn't take risks. If the situation seemed wrong, he would retreat as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Chu Anping plunged into the water. Recently, the Nangong and Huangshan families had gathered in this place, rumored to have treasures emerging, and it seemed there were many seekers. Chu Anping wouldn't have imagined that just a few hundred meters away, on a peak, a man and a woman were witnessing his actions. Both of them were very young. The boy wore blue brocade and had a confident smile, as if nothing could trouble him. The girl beside him, though a bit immature, was delicate and charming, her pink dress swaying in the night wind, releasing a faint fragrance. It was feared that this was yet another one who would lose their life for fame and fortune. The girl hummed and asked the boy beside her, "Second brother, your starry body has already reached the 3rd level, and among your peers, there are only a few opponents. Why not practice harder and wait for the right moment? Why challenge Nangong Yuan and others now?" The boy arrogantly replied, "A warrior must have the spirit of bravery and progress. The starry body cannot be improved merely by following a routine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Below Nituin, the undercurrents surged. Powerful currents sometimes rushed from all directions, forming whirlpools trying to drag Chu Anping to the bottom. If an ordinary person were in this situation, they would likely perish in just a few moments, which explained why Nituin had become a forbidden area. Chu Anping operated the starry art, enveloping himself with immense internal power, darting through the water like a sharp arrow, astonishingly quick. In his sea of consciousness, the green glow in the star map became increasingly prominent. And as Chu Anping changed position, the glow also shifted. After adjusting several times, Chu Anping seemed to have grasped a pattern. As long as he swam closer to the location of the green glow, it would enlarge, and vice versa. Wasn't this just a guiding light? He was pleasantly surprised and dove deeper. For an ordinary person, after special training, they might be able to dive over 100 meters deep, but at this moment, the water pressure reached about 10 times atmospheric pressure, far beyond what human blood vessels and organs could withstand, allowing only for a brief stay. Moreover, every 10 meters down would increase the pressure by 1 atmosphere. Even with the most professional diving equipment, the human limit for diving was only a bit over 300 meters. What was even more terrifying was that even if one managed to do so, returning to the surface would require a decompression process lasting over 10 hours. Yet at this moment, Chu Anping was diving rapidly, 100 meters, 200 meters. In less than a dozen breaths, he reached over 300 meters deep. The terrifying water pressure caused the internal power of his starry art to emit crackling sounds. With the protective light shield formed by his internal power being concaved and compressed in many places, the green glow in his sea of consciousness became increasingly bright. And Chu Anping gritted his teeth, continuing to dive deeper. At over 500 meters underwater, ordinary people could only rely on professional diving bells or pressure chambers to withstand the pressure. However, Chu Anping was unharmed. By this point, he had barely reached his limit. Unfortunately, Chu Anping was unaware of the incredible achievement he had accomplished. In his past life, he had little knowledge of diving and didn't know how many meters he had descended, only feeling that he was definitely much stronger than an average person. The depths of the water were dark and unfathomable, but thanks to the operation of the starry art, Chu Anping could roughly see his surroundings. He saw a massive cluster of rocks lying on the seabed, extending for an unknown length, with jagged holes on the surface, each hole bubbling with air. This must be the place. Chu Anping's gaze fell on the cluster of rocks, and after feeling around with his hands, he swam back and forth. Finally, based on the changes in the green glow in his sea of consciousness, he determined a range of over 10 meters. This time, he carefully inspected the cluster of rocks and discovered a palm-sized hollow hidden on the surface of one of the large rocks. The hollow was over 10 centimeters deep, and inside was a loop. When Chu Anping pressed it, a deafening sound of rushing water erupted, almost sweeping him away. After forcibly stabilizing his position, he saw not far in front of him, a passage appeared in the cluster of rocks that could accommodate half a person. At the top of the passage, there was a shining red bead embedded, preventing water from flowing into the passage. Chu Anping pondered for a moment and cautiously squeezed his body into the passage. To his disappointment yet relief, the passage was narrow, only a few meters long, and at the deepest point was an extremely rudimentary stone table. On the stone table lay a nearly rotten wooden box. Chu Anping reached out to open it, and inside the box lay several rolls of parchment. Opening the first roll of parchment, a passage caught his eye. The old man has floated in the Jianghu for half a lifetime, uninterested in gold and silver, disliking beauty, only loving false fame. It's laughable that for the sake of mere false fame, I resorted to deception, clearly possessing nothing. Yet the Jianghu has spread the word that I have countless treasures, leading to being hunted down by various characters, regretting not having acted differently. This place holds the ultimate skill, the angry thunder palm, which was stolen from the Wind and Thunder Fortress years ago, along with a few items that have drifted into the Jianghu. If a fated person doesn't mind, they can take them. The old man has left, hoping to escape this pursuit, wishing to withdraw from the disputes of the Jianghu. Alas, by the time he reached the end, the writing was messy, clearly done in haste. Chu Anping picked up the second roll of parchment, the beginning of which read Angry Thunder Palm in large characters, followed by many small figures and methods of practice. Chu Anping felt as if he had found a treasure. Jianghu secrets were always closely guarded by various sects, and even some common items were hard to obtain, let alone something like this. Moreover, Chu Anping didn't think too highly of it. However, this set of Angry Thunder Palm was one of the ultimate skills of the Wind and Thunder Fortress. One could say it was worth its weight in gold. The last roll of parchment, however, was a picture, a very abstract picture, featuring mountains and rivers, deserts, and also mirages and tall buildings. The edges appeared like a sea. In short, a chaotic mess. Chu Anping didn't pay much attention, casually tucking it into his robe, and seeing that there was nothing else in the passage, hurriedly swam out. After exiting, he also took the red bead embedded at the entrance of the passage, and immediately, rushing water poured into the passage. This trip yielded significant rewards, mainly because he encountered no danger. Chu Anping felt very pleased and quickly swam upwards. However, after swimming for a short while, an alarm suddenly went off in his heart, and he quickly turned around, only to see a figure standing several dozen meters away, not knowing when they had arrived. Their gaze seeming to penetrate the water and reach the depths of his heart. Your skills are impressive. That person, in over 500 meters of deep water, remained calm and even spoke. Chu Anping didn't have such ability. His heart sank to the bottom. He was most afraid of encountering Jianghu experts. If he had known this, he wouldn't have come. Dressed in a black robe with a mask covering his face, Chu Anping looked at the mysterious person opposite him, shaking his head and clasping his hands, signaling that he wouldn't disturb them and that everyone should go about their own business. The other person clearly didn't think so. They charged over, causing the surrounding water to stir, large white splashes erupting. The impact from the rushing water struck Chu Anping's chest, almost causing him to choke. In that moment of life and death, Chu Anping tensed up, just like before, gathering all his strength for a punch. The immense water pressure directly dissipated much of his punch power, and the speed of his punch slowed considerably, creating a path in the water that collided with the opponent's palm. Boom! It is hard to imagine that under such immense water pressure, the collision of fists could create such a commotion. Centered around the two people, waves rolled outwards for more than 10 meters, churning with countless bubbles that surged and vanished. The person retreated a few meters, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. Chu Anping directly retreated more than 10 meters, a sweet taste rising in his throat as he forcibly swallowed the blood that had surged up. What a fierce inner strength his friend has. But why is he unwilling to reveal his true skills? Just using inner strength to throw punches is a bit too dismissive of me. The person smiled slightly. Chu Anping felt a sense of helplessness. Where would he get true skills? He only had a set of starry sky techniques. The person charged again, this time bringing their palms together, each drawing half a circle, causing the nearby water flow to swirl, forming a distinct vortex between their palms. With a push of their palms, the vortex burst forth, much more violently than before. Chu Anping turned to flee, but the water pressure and the suction from the vortex behind him greatly reduced his speed. He turned back and threw two punches. These punches felt like they hit cotton. Yet the force surging from the vortex was far stronger than the water pressure, immediately causing Chu Anping's tiger mouth to crack open, blood pouring out. At some point, the person had leaned in like a ghost, their palms moving mercilessly to strike Chu Anping's left and right chest, shattering the inner strength shield formed by the starry sky techniques. Spitting blood onto the mask, a fierce look flashed in Chu Anping's eyes, and he took the opportunity to strike back with two punches to the person's left and right chest. The person clearly did not expect that Chu Anping, who had been heavily injured, would still possess such strength. Under the impact of his powerful punches, the person's face turned red, and blood began to seep through their mask. Again, the person waved their palms, and the vortex reformed. Before they could strike, Chu Anping's fists smashed into the vortex. With a loud bang, the vortex shattered into streams of water arrows. The person brought their palms together, pressing against Chu Anping's left arm, forcefully twisting it back. A tearing pain shot through Chu Anping's left arm, causing his body to lean, and just as he threw his right punch, it was blocked by the person's palm. The rebound force causing his right arm to go numb. Little did he know, the person was equally shocked by the purity of Chu Anping's inner strength. In an instant, Chu Anping adapted to the situation, his right leg, tilted back, gathering the inner strength from the starry sky techniques, kicked fiercely towards the person. The person dared not take it head-on, having to withdraw their right hand that was trying to twist Chu Anping's left arm, and countered with a palm strike that nearly broke Chu Anping's right leg. However, using the force of this palm strike, Chu Anping was sent flying more than 10 meters. Turning to run, the person stood still, feeling the numbness radiating from their palms, their gaze filled with uncertainty. They had never encountered such an opponent. Clearly, they held the absolute advantage, yet part of the force they unleashed rebounded back, causing their blood to surge. Most importantly, Chu Anping had never used any true skills, merely relying on inner strength to fight. Those who practice martial arts know that inner strength must be combined with techniques to truly unleash a martial artist's power. Inner strength is the foundation, while techniques are the key to releasing that inner strength. Without techniques, even using 10% of inner strength would be a good result. The more advanced the martial arts techniques, the better they can leverage the advantages of inner strength. Who exactly is this person? Those who can withstand my vortex palm strike without dying are few and far between, and their inner strength is so strange, it is unprecedented. The person dared not pursue further. The fact that Chu Anping could injure them using only inner strength indicated that if he were to use his true skills, the outcome would be uncertain. They thought of themselves as a renowned expert on the flowing cloud ranking, yet here in such a small place, they unexpectedly encountered a rival. Indeed, one should not underestimate the people of the martial world. Remembering their other purpose tonight, the person smiled and swam away in another direction. Chapter 13. The Chu family's siblings. The waves exploded, and a figure shot out, landing on the opposite shore, staggering and quickly slipping into the forest. The figure dared not delay for a moment, enduring dizziness, desperately making their way towards Qixia town. Halfway there, realizing that there were many experts in Qixia town, they made a sudden turn and vanished into the deep mountains. After running for more than half an hour, nearly exhausted, the figure finally stopped, leaning against a tree, gasping for breath. Removing the mask, a once handsome face was now pale. Chu Anping looked up at the bright moon, feeling utterly drained. The moon is so full. I almost couldn't see it again. Reflecting on the earlier experience, Chu Anping still felt a lingering fear. If that person had insisted on chasing him, he would have likely been done for. He had just gone out for a stroll and almost lost his life. This damn martial world is too dangerous. This further solidified Chu Anping's original intention of staying away from the martial world. To be cautious, he put the mask back on, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the starry sky techniques to heal. When he was first heavily injured in battle, he accidentally discovered that the starry sky techniques also had remarkable healing effects. Now, after many years, with the starry sky techniques having greatly improved, the healing effect was naturally much stronger. What kind of martial arts does his friend practice? It looks extraordinary. Wouldn't it be better to share it? A cold, icy laugh echoed in the night, startling Chu Anping into opening his eyes, immediately dispersing the starry sky techniques. The chilling dampness of his soaked clothes was nothing compared to the coldness he felt inside. Approaching him, stepping on fallen leaves, was a frivolous-looking man, seemingly around 40 years old, with unkempt long hair hanging to his shoulders, holding a long sword in his hand. One of his eyes was scarred, leaving only one usable eye. Chu Anping proposed, "If I share my martial arts with you, will you let me go?" The one-eyed man planted his sword on the ground, revealing a very audacious smile. "If I'm in a good mood, perhaps." Chu Anping said, "Hero, we are strangers with no enmity. Why not become friends?" He guessed that this person must have been hiding nearby after he emerged from the water, thus following him all the way. It was only unfortunate that Chu Anping was heavily injured and could not move as quickly as usual, or he might not have been caught. However, discussing this now was pointless. The one-eyed man mocked, "If you want to be friends, why not take off your mask first? I, Lin Fei, have always acted according to my mood. Or how about this? You hand over your secret manual, then crawl through my legs. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life." Chu Anping struggled. Is there really no room for negotiation? The one-eyed man wore a face full of mockery. How could a mere heavily injured person be worthy of negotiating with him? With a wave of his hand, the sword light flickered, and Lin Fei, along with his sword, transformed into a beam of white light, directly stabbing towards Chu Anping. The target was clearly aimed at Chu Anping's groin. Even killing Chu Anping would not bring the anger he felt. He had no enmity with this beast, yet the other wanted to castrate him for amusement. Chu Anping's eyebrows shot up, with rage boiling inside him. He used the little remaining strength he had to unleash a fierce punch. Bang! The long sword, carrying a sharp sword aura, was struck at a 30-degree angle by his fist, causing the sword to rebound and slice a wound on Chu Anping's arm. But Lin Fei was also knocked back by the force of the punch, nearly losing his balance. Lin Fei's face was filled with shock. He at least had a cultivation level of the first stage of the Xuanji realm, yet he could not withstand a punch from Chu Anping, who was heavily injured. Very good, I will definitely take your secret manual. Lin Fei let out a greedy laugh, swinging his sword and charging at Chu Anping, drawing 9 intersecting sword shadows. Chu Anping was determined to fight back. Even if it meant risking his life, he was going to take down this guy. At that moment, a figure flashed in from the side, so fast that it was beyond the naked eye's grasp. With one hand raised, the person somehow managed to grasp 9 sword shadows in a single hand. Then, with a sudden pull, Lin Fei was uncontrollably thrust forward. The newcomer raised their other hand and lightly brushed it, causing Lin Fei to fly out like a scarecrow, crashing into several trees and rolling on the ground. When he saw the face of the newcomer, he spat blood and shouted, "Chu Yunjin, it's you." The young man in blue smiled, but Lin Fei was horrified, his soul almost fleeing as he began to run while spitting blood. Just a few steps later, a sword flashed by and pierced Lin Fei's throat. A girl in pink landed gracefully beside him, her beauty captivating under the moonlight, yet her expression was as cold as a demon. Chu Xuelon. Lin Fei fell to the ground, filled with unwillingness. The lecher, I finally avenged you. Chu Xuelon drew her sword, shook off the blood, and then took out a water bottle to wash it before she sheathed the sword. Chu Yunjin said, "You let him die too easily." Chu Xuelon also felt regret, muttering, "This dog dared to spy on my sister while she bathed last time, and my sister blinded one of his eyes from 100 meters away. He has harmed many people in the Jianghu, forcing you and me to track him secretly for months. I really couldn't hold back." Chu Yunjin could only shake his head and smile bitterly, having long been accustomed to his sister's temperament. The siblings then turned to look at Chu Anping, who was dressed in black robes and wearing a mask. Chu Anping's mood had not yet recovered, as the siblings' reputations were so great that even he, an ordinary person not involved in the Jianghu, had heard people repeatedly mention them in his family's tavern. The Chu family was one of the 5 great families of the Jianghu, a pillar of the martial arts world in the northwest. The Chu family not only had many skilled fighters, but the younger generation was also impressively talented, and the Chu siblings were particularly outstanding. One was Chu Yunjin, strong and resolute, who debuted at the age of 18 and swept through many peers within a year, being selected for the Feishing list, which encompassed the top young talents of the Jianghu. The other was Chu Xuelon, graceful and elegant, though not as powerful as her brother due to her age. Many who had seen her swordplay believed that after a few more years, her achievements would not fall behind her brother's. The tale of the twin stars had long become a legend in the Jianghu, making the siblings even more prominent among their peers. Chu Anping felt like crying without tears. What kind of day was it that he encountered such difficult characters? Chu Xuelon stared at Chu Anping and huffed, "Hiding your head and showing your tail. It's obvious you're not a good person. Why don't you take off your mask?" Chu Anping hesitated, planning to take it one step at a time. But Chu Yunjin waved his hand and said, "In the Jianghu, we have no grievances or grudges. Sister, why make it difficult for him?" He then said to Chu Anping, "Now that the storm is gathering in Qixia town, many masters have come in response. It's very inappropriate for you to treat your injuries out in the open. You should find another place." After saying that, he signaled for his sister to leave. Chu Xuelon huffed, but didn't he pursue Chu Anping further? After all, in the eyes of the siblings, Chu Anping was just an insignificant passerby in the vast Jianghu. Saving him was merely a convenience, not worth mentioning. Watching the two leave, Chu Anping did not linger and quickly dove into the dense forest, planning to find a cave to avoid being encountered by Jianghu people again. Late at night, a figure in black clothing and a mask landed in the streets of Qixia town. On the masked person's black scarf, faint traces of blood could be seen. Seeing that no one was around, the masked person took off the scarf, revealing a slightly pale face. It was Su Chun, the deputy leader of the cloth garment gang. Su Chun took off his outer garment and rubbed his hands over his black clothes, which then disintegrated into dust and scattered in the wind. Once the dust settled, Su Chun himself vanished from the street. Chapter 14. The entrance to martial arts. As the sun and moon alternated, a new day arrived. In the cave, Chu Anping looked at the scabs falling from his arm, revealing almost unrecognizable scars, somewhat dumbfounded. He knew that the starry technique had healing effects, but he did not expect it to be this effective. In just one night, even his internal injuries had healed about 30%. It should be noted that when he was first injured, he had lain down for a full 6 months, and this time his injuries were much worse. He wondered if the effects would be even more exaggerated as the starry technique became more refined. With this in mind, Chu Anping was filled with anticipation. Thinking of martial arts, he took out a roll of parchment from his pocket, unfolded it, and saw the words Angry Thunder Palm written in large characters, with small figures drawn below, along with detailed notes on the energy circulation. The Angry Thunder Palm had a total of 8 forms. According to the introduction on the parchment, this palm technique was extraordinarily powerful. When practiced to a minor completion, the palm strike would be accompanied by roaring wind and thunder, and when fully mastered, the palm would be like containing thunder, unstoppable. The elder who left the manual also specifically stated at the end that due to his insufficient talent, after practicing hard for over a decade, he had barely approached minor completion, hoping that those with fate could go further. This was the first martial art Chu Anping had obtained besides the starry technique, and he was particularly focused. Previously, in order to practice the starry technique, he had to study the human body's acupoints for years, memorizing the location of each acupoint clearly, to the point where he would not forget even in his dreams. The number of acupoints involved in the energy circulation method of the Angry Thunder Palm was far less complex than that of the starry technique, so for Chu Anping, he almost grasped the general idea of the 8 forms of the Angry Thunder Palm after just one reading. Next was to carefully study each palm technique, familiarizing himself with the energy routes corresponding to each strike. Chu Anping unknowingly became engrossed, losing track of time. In the cave, only his figure could be seen, sometimes frowning, sometimes flipping his palms, and sometimes laughing heartily. A slanting ray of sunlight filtered through the branches covering the cave entrance, illuminating the interior. Chu Anping silently operated the starry technique, and for the first time used the unique inner power of the starry technique to activate the first form of the Angry Thunder Palm. Suddenly, the sound of wind and thunder erupted as Chu Anping thrust his palm forward, causing the left cave wall to explode, creating a deep pit several feet wide. The resounding sound of wind and thunder echoed endlessly in the cave, deafening. The power was incredible. Chu Anping stared incredulously at his hand. He had not used all his strength for this palm strike. Yet the force he unleashed was even greater than the full-strength punch he had used with the starry technique before. It wasn't to say there was a world of difference, but there was certainly a gap in levels. The starry technique was an internal skill. Even when he used all his strength, the internal force only circulated within his body and could not be effectively released. In contrast, the Angry Thunder Palm provided a way to unleash the internal power of the starry technique. Chu Anping suddenly understood, feeling enlightened, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Next, he practiced the 8 forms of the Angry Thunder Palm one by one, becoming increasingly familiar with the 8 different energy routes. He continued practicing until the moon hung high in the sky, finally stopping, having thoroughly grasped the 8 forms of the Angry Thunder Palm. He did not rush out, but rested for a few hours before starting to use the starry technique to heal his injuries. Another day passed, and Chu Anping's injuries had recovered significantly, and his mastery of the Angry Thunder Palm had become more refined before he contentedly walked out of the cave. His stomach had long been growling with hunger, so he concealed his presence and headed towards Qixia town. As he neared the small town, he took off his black robe and mask, hiding in a tree hollow, and changed back into his green long shirt, calmly walking into the town. In the season of March, when the apricot blossoms bloom, the spring atmosphere was strong, and the small town seemed to shine a bit brighter. Where have you been messing around again? Old Xia has been looking for you everywhere. With such a big tavern to manage, you should be more responsible, young man. Lin Bo was putting a scoop of noodles into a boiling pot at the stall by the street, and as soon as he saw Chu Anping, he immediately put on a stern face and began to scold him. Chu Anping was not annoyed at all. He smiled and found a place to sit down, saying loudly, Lin Bo, you don't understand. It's precisely because the tavern is big and the expenses are high that I have to worry about this and that. You think I went out to have fun these past couple of days? I was out in the city expanding the business, and it really wore me out. Lin Bo, hurry up and bring me a bowl of noodles, a large portion, and make sure to add plenty of chili. Lin Bo twitched his lips. This kid never paid for the noodles he ate at his stall, always saying next time. Did he really think he was old enough to get away with it? He waved his hand angrily and said, Get lost, go eat wherever you want. The young man and woman at another table were watching all of this with great interest. Lin Bo brought 2 bowls of noodles to the young couple's table, smiling broadly like a blooming chrysanthemum. Gentlemen, please enjoy, and if you need anything, just let this old man know. It was then that Chu Anping looked over to the other table, and his heart nearly skipped a beat. It was actually the siblings Chu Yunjin and Chu Xuelan. Luckily, he was wearing a mask, and his voice sounded different from usual. Otherwise, he would have truly feared being recognized. Chu Yunjin smiled and nodded at Chu Anping, looking very kind. Chu Anping reacted quickly, smiled back, and then looked at Chu Xuelan. Their eyes met, but Chu Xuelan was the first to look away, lowering her head demurely to eat her noodles. Having failed to enjoy a free meal, Chu Anping could only shake his head and get up, being driven away by Lin Bo towards the usual tavern. Old man, is this young fellow the owner of the tavern next door? Chu Yunjin casually asked after Chu Anping left. Lin Bo had a face full of exasperation. A scholar? This kid has grown up under my watch, and he's been lazy since he was little. He can't even focus on reading. At such a young age, he has no ambition, just thinking about bringing a wife home and sleeping every day. Suddenly, he noticed Chu Xuelan's face turning red, her eyes widening. And Lin Bo quickly slapped his mouth. Oh dear, this old man just speaks without thinking. Chu Yunjin laughed and said, having grand ambitions isn't always a good thing. Being able to live a simple and ordinary life is true wisdom. After saying that, he lowered his head to eat his noodles. When Chu Anping returned to the usual tavern, he naturally faced a round of complaints from old Xia. And even Lin Xiaoman subtly indicated that she was exhausted these past 2 days, which made her burn herself cooking dinner at night. Speaking of this, old Xia immediately turned his ire on Lin Xiaoman, angrily scolding the silly girl for burning the pot, overcooking the dishes, and turning sweet things into salty ones, claiming she wanted to poison him, which made the tavern's patrons laugh heartily. Chu Anping was utterly speechless, having gone to the back courtyard to cook, ignoring the old man and the young woman. In the following days, Chu Anping did not go out. He either practiced the starry sky technique to heal his injuries or stayed in his room practicing the thunder palm. Just 5 days later, his injuries had completely healed, and his thunder palm had advanced to another level. As for its power, he had not had a real fight yet, so he couldn't gauge it. Meanwhile, Xixiao Town was becoming increasingly lively, with the core figures of the Nangong family, the Huangshan family, and the common people gang gathering. News of the treasure hidden under Nituan finally spread, attracting more and more martial artists. Chapter 15. This is not the Jianghu. The 3 factions were evidently under significant pressure, sending experts to search Nituan day and night, dividing their skilled members into day and night shifts to look for the treasure. It was said that even the 3 flowing cloud ranking experts, Nangong Yuan, Yu Jingji, and Su Chun, had personally entered the fray, hoping to find the treasure in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, after so many days, the 3 factions had still found nothing. Upon hearing this news, Chu Anping felt a stir of thoughts. He began to suspect that the treasure the 3 factions were searching for might be the items in the underwater cave. But to be honest, that couldn't really be called a treasure. Yet, the old man had clearly stated that he loved fame throughout his life, leading outsiders to spread rumors that he possessed countless treasures. Chu Anping had no interest in reminding the 3 factions. What he was concerned about was whether the star map of mountains and rivers in his sea of consciousness could guide him to opportunities for treasure. If so, Chu Anping forced himself to calm down. His original intention of staying away from the Jianghu wouldn't change. However, if it wouldn't attract the attention of martial artists and posed no danger, it seemed quite nice to appropriately gather some treasures, right? Have you heard? Besides the 3 flowing cloud ranking experts, another big figure has infiltrated Xixiao Town. A few days ago, they even fought with Nangong Yuan and didn't fall behind at all. Are you talking about the most mysterious person on the flowing cloud ranking, the one known as Thousand Whirlwind, who uses the spiral flow palm to overpower everyone else? He once severely injured the three sons of Ling Nan with just 3 moves, but has never revealed his true face? The tavern patrons were discussing recent events when Chu Anping lifted the curtain and walked into the hall, just in time to hear this part. And his heart skipped a beat. Spiral flow palm? The person he fought that night had a swirling force when they struck, powerful enough to pierce through anything. And they were masked and mysterious. Chu Anping looked at the speaking patron and asked, "This hero, is the Thousand Whirlwind really that impressive?" As soon as he spoke, the entire tavern burst into laughter. The patron being questioned shook his head and said, "This young man clearly isn't from the Jianghu. If you were in the Jianghu, would you not have heard of the name Thousand Whirlwind? This person has only been in the Jianghu for a few years, and there aren't many records of his attacks. But each time he strikes, renowned experts have fallen to his hands. The Demon Suppression Division ranks him 93rd on the Flowing Cloud ranking, but a few days ago, he fought with Nangong Yuan, who is 85th on the ranking, and didn't lose ground. So you can imagine his skill." The crowd sighed again. In the songs of the 5 rankings of the Jianghu, the Flowing Cloud ranking experts were described as riding a boat and drinking wine past 1,000 sails, with a bamboo staff lightly lifting half a moon. With a smile, he gracefully bids farewell to the crane, 100 feet in the mortal world, a stunning shadow. Each Flowing Cloud ranking expert could be called a rare genius among millions, a prominent figure known throughout the Jianghu. Even the one at the bottom of the list is a mountain that every Jianghu newcomer finds hard to reach. Thinking of this, many could only raise their heads and finish their drinks. Chu Anping was also shocked. He thought, could it be that I'm that impressive? I actually fought with the 93rd ranked Thousand Whirlwind. Although I nearly lost my life, at least I managed to exchange a few moves, right? Moreover, times have changed. That night, he relied solely on the internal power of the Starry Sky technique, which wasn't his true strength. Now that he had learned the Thunder Palm, he wondered if he could exchange blows with Thousand Whirlwind. Chu Anping shook his head, quickly driving away this dangerous thought. What does he need to compete for strength? Living his own small life is what matters. Besides, he still didn't know if that masked person from that night was truly Thousand Whirlwind. What if they were just an ordinary Jianghu person? If he misjudged his own strength, it would be a big problem. By the time the tavern patrons began to disperse at sunset, Han Feng and Kong Shuyin arrived. Old Xia, who had been smiling ear to ear due to the tavern's booming business, immediately turned gloomy again, forcing a smile and saying, "Guests have arrived again." Hearing this, Kong Shuyin became furious. "Old man, what do you mean by that?" Han Feng didn't mind at all, and he still found a familiar spot to sit down. Ordered a pound of strong liquor and slowly savored it with peanuts. As a law enforcement officer of the Qinglong Hall, he considered the Jianghu to be his home. But where exactly was home? Yet in this small tavern, Han Feng seemed to have found a sense of comfort like home. Every evening, he would come, drink, and leave. Although it was only half an hour, the storms of the outside world had nothing to do with him. Chu Anping took a pot of wine and sat opposite Han Feng, which surprised both Han Feng and Kong Shuyin. As this young owner had never been one to engage with others, Han Feng smiled and said, "Master Chu, what brings you such leisure today?" Chu Anping poured himself a cup of wine and clinked it with Han Feng's bowl. "A few days ago, some people from the cloth robe gang came looking for me." Kong Shuyin's expression changed. "What did they want from you?" Han Feng continued to look at Chu Anping with a smile. After finishing his drink, Chu Anping shrugged. "I don't understand what the cloth robe gang people are thinking. I'm just a small tavern owner. Neither a person of the rivers and lakes nor interested in the affairs of the rivers and lakes. Yet they want me to serve them and said I should keep an eye on you, Lord Han, and report back to them about any movements." Han Feng asked, "Did you agree?" Chu Anping smiled bitterly. "How could I dare to oppose the Qinglong Hall? I'm not tired of living yet. I lied to them, saying that Lord Han also wanted me to be an informant for the Qinglong Hall. After hearing that, although they threatened me a bit more, at least they didn't make things difficult for me." Kong Shuyin scoffed. A mere cloth robe gang daring to provoke the Qinglong Hall, looking for death. Han Feng then picked up his bowl and proactively clinked it with Chu Anping's. "Master Chu is indeed clever. Since you have been honest with me today, I, Han Feng, guarantee that the people from the cloth robe gang will not trouble you anymore, and it won't be in vain that we drank so much of your wine." With his other hand, he reached out, grabbed Chu Anping's arm, and a surge of hidden energy flowed in, probing briefly before quickly withdrawing. Chu Anping, seemingly unconcerned, asked, "How did you join the Qinglong Hall back then, Lord Han?" Han Feng replied, "To eradicate the evils of the rivers and lakes." Chu Anping quickly expressed his admiration. Both were experts in drinking. As they exchanged bowls for cups, they drank more casually as the conversation continued. "Master Chu, have you married?" "Yes. I'll be getting married in 2 months." "Oh, congratulations. If there's an opportunity then, I must have a cup of wedding wine from Master Chu." "You're most welcome." After both had each drunk a pound of wine, Han Feng finally took Kong Shuyin and left. Lao Xia stepped forward and said, "Master, if you drink like this, next time they might specifically ask you to accompany them. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. People of the rivers and lakes don't play by the rules." Chu Anping smiled, seemingly more confident than before. "This is not the rivers and lakes. If they don't play by the rules, they won't be able to come in here for drinks in the future." Lao Xia was left speechless. Why didn't he dare to say such confident words to the guests earlier? Chapter 16. Public humiliation. In April, the light rain had just stopped. In the mountains and forests outside Qixia town, Chu Anping looked at the large pit that had appeared on the ground and the fallen trees. Satisfied as he glanced at his hand, the power of the thunder palm was indeed remarkable, even far exceeding Chu Anping's expectations. In the world of hot weapons from his previous life, the power of an anti-tank mine could create a pit about 30 centimeters deep and over a meter in diameter in soft soil. And now, Chu Anping's palm could almost be compared to that. Isn't it terrifying? In any case, Chu Anping was frightened by his own power and confirmed once again that his current strength far surpassed his past. When encountering previous opponents, he no longer needed to exert himself. Otherwise, he was afraid he might destroy them. As for the masked man from that night, it would be best not to encounter him. After all, fights in the rivers and lakes were quite complicated, not just about who had the stronger moves, but also required agility and experience. In these two aspects, Chu Anping was still a novice. Should he find a way to get some martial arts manuals? Paired with the star technique, he didn't know how powerful it would be. No rush, no rush. This matter should depend on fate. And he couldn't get into the rivers and lakes just for a manual, bringing trouble to himself and those around him. On the only main street of Qixia town, the uneven bluestone slabs were slightly muddy, but that didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the vendors. Recently, many people from the rivers and lakes had flooded in, and business in the town had improved significantly, with the sounds of selling all along the way. Chu Anping was in a good mood, greeting familiar uncles and aunts as he passed by, receiving a mix of laughter and scolding in return. Turning a corner, he suddenly saw Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu in front of an antique stall, listening to the stall owner boast. Although Lin Xiaoman seemed dazed all day, she had dreamed of being a heroine since childhood, spending all her savings on buying antiques. As for the connection between antiques and her dream of being a heroine, this foolish girl was simply influenced by the tavern's customers, fantasizing about discovering some extraordinary manual from the antiques she bought and becoming famous overnight. Very silly and naive. Chu Anping had advised her several times, but unfortunately, every time she agreed, she would secretly buy back a pile of junk. Taizhu, the big fool, foolishly followed along, acting as Lin Xiaoman's bodyguard every time, claiming he was worried she would be deceived. Watching Lin Xiaoman become dazed by the stall owner's words, almost ready to pull out her money, while Taizhu stood by scratching his head, Chu Anping shook his head in silence. Fine, let them handle it themselves. If they suffer, they will learn a lesson. Just as Chu Anping turned to leave, he suddenly heard a sharp scream, and he immediately turned around to find a pale-faced young man grabbing Lin Xiaoman's arm, looking very arrogant. Meanwhile, Taizhu had been kicked away by the young man's bodyguard. Unexpectedly, in this small rundown town, there was such a fresh and unique wildflower. Li Xiaoyuan recklessly sized up Lin Xiaoman, seeing that although her face still had baby fat, her features were delicate, and her figure was better than many mature women, igniting a fire in his heart. As the young master of the cloth robe gang, Li Xiaoyuan wouldn't usually be so eager, but having grown up used to calling the shots, and with Su Chun always backing him up, he gradually developed a lawless character. Moreover, since Qixia town was small, and the recent influx of people were mostly minor characters from the rivers and lakes, Li Xiaoyuan didn't take them seriously at all. "What's your name, girl? Why don't we find a place to sit together?" Li Xiaoyuan tugged, effortlessly dragging the terrified Lin Xiaoman closer, his gaze becoming even more fiery. Lin Xiaoman's mind went blank, instinctively shouting, "Let go of me. My master won't let you go." Li Xiaoyuan seemed to have heard a joke, laughing loudly. Your master? Who is your master? Let him come here and show himself to this young master. After saying that, he attempted to forcefully drag Lin Xiaoman away. Taizhu rushed forward, shouting to block him, but was slapped by Li Xiaoyuan's bodyguard, making him dizzy and losing several teeth. Nearby, many townsfolk were present, but none dared to step forward to intervene. These fierce people from the rivers and lakes were not to be trifled with. The stall owner, who had come from Wuzhou City, had long since moved far away to avoid getting into trouble. Chu Anping's anger surged as he was about to step forward, but two people from the crowd stepped out first. Han Feng sternly reprimanded, as the young master of the cloth robe gang. How can you engage in the public robbery of women? Li Xiaoyuan, do you take the rules of the demon subduing division as a joke? Faced with the Qinglong guard, Li Xiaoyuan didn't dare to be arrogant and reluctantly released his grip, allowing Lin Xiaoman to escape quickly. Taizhu, bloodied and with a gaped smile, awkwardly tried to comfort her. Don't be afraid, Xiaoman. With Lord Han here, it's fine. Lin Xiaoman looked at Tiezhu's injured state and began to cry. Kong Xuan angrily said, Li Xiaoyuan, we don't care about your battles in the rivers and lakes, but who allowed you to harass the townsfolk? The rules of my demon subduing division are not something your father dares to disregard. Li Xiaoyuan scoffed. When the Great Feng dynasty was first established, it drew a red line for the rivers and lakes, stating that rivers and lakes people and common folk should not interfere with each other. Violators would be jointly punished. Thanks to this ban, the lives of the people in the Great Feng dynasty were relatively good, and few in the rivers and lakes dared to act violently within the town. However, there are always exceptions. Moreover, with someone like Li Xiaoyuan, who has done this too many times, if he really gets caught, he can at most argue that it was a misunderstanding, since nothing serious happened anyway. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and said, Gentlemen, please calm down. I merely invited this young lady for tea because we hit it off. If she is unwilling, how could I force her? No one would believe this. Yet Kong Xuan could do nothing but let Li Xiaoyuan bow and leave gracefully with his guards. Before leaving, Li Xiaoyuan glanced at Lin Xiaoman with an inexplicable look. Han Feng frowned and said, This kid is used to being arrogant. Little Lin, you and your companion stay in the usual tavern and don't come out these days. Shuiying, and I will keep an eye on things. Lin Xiaoman cried while thanking him, hurriedly handing her handkerchief to Taizhu, who wiped his face haphazardly, getting blood all over his hair, which made Lin Xiaoman cry even louder. This Li Xiaoyuan is truly a scoundrel of the Jianghu. I want to kill him. Not far away on the street, Chu Xuelan watched the whole thing with her brows furrowed in anger and turned to leave, but was stopped by her brother Chu Yunjin. Second brother, why are you stopping me? Chu Yunjin said, Don't be impulsive. Li Xiaoyuan is not worth it, but he is backed by the clothiers gang. Li Bucho only has this one son. Do you want our Chu family to go to war with the clothiers gang? Chu Xuelan retorted angrily, I am acting justly, and even father would support me. Chu Yunjin sighed inwardly and advised, Even if you want to kill him, you need to find the right time. Tomorrow, I will fight Nangong Yuan. After that, we can deal with Li Xiaoyuan. Only then did Chu Xuelan calm down a bit. Once her anger subsided, she began to concern herself with her brother, asking him about his confidence in the upcoming fight. Chapter 17. I will stand up for you in the evening. The sky was filled with red clouds. Chu Anping was flipping through a book at the counter, while old Xia was busy clearing the tables. Hearing footsteps, Chu Anping looked up and saw Han Feng and Kong Xuan approaching, followed by Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu. Chu Anping's gaze immediately fell on the two behind them. Noticing that the swelling on Taizhu's face had receded, he asked, Where did you go playing? Why are you back so late? Taizhu was still scratching his head. Usually, he would have laughed by now, but he didn't dare to speak, only chuckling awkwardly. Boss, don't blame us. I and Xiaoman were playing around with Lord Han. Lin Xiaoman lowered her head and mumbled a reply. Chu Anping's eyes were deep as he smiled and said, I am your boss. You must tell me anything that happens. You are my employees, and as long as you are here, I will stand up for you no matter what happens. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoman lowered her head even further, almost unable to hold back her tears. But she remembered Lord Han's words, knowing how terrifying the power behind that young man was, and that it was not something the boss could handle. She couldn't bring trouble to him. Taizhu also turned his face away, his lips tightly pressed together, looking like a tall child who had been bullied outside but didn't dare to tell his parents. Han Feng said, What trouble could you have with me around? Does Boss Chu look down on me? Chu Anping quickly replied, Not at all, just saying that. Old Xia, hurry and get Lord Han some wine. He then sent Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu off to work, and the two fled to the backyard as if granted amnesty. Chu Anping and Han Feng resumed drinking. The conversation casual. Talking about the affairs of the Jianghu, Chu Anping suddenly asked, "Lord Han, is the clothiers' gang really that powerful? They forced me the other time and made me lose sleep for several nights." Kong Shuyin glanced at the exceptionally handsome young man and thought to herself that a small thug from the clothiers' gang had scared him so much. Yet he boldly claimed he would stand up for Lin Xiaoman. Han Feng replied, "The clothiers' gang has spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. Years ago, their members reached tens of thousands. In terms of manpower, even the few first-rate sects recognized in the Jianghu cannot compare. The gang leader, Yin Long, is a remarkable figure of our time, with martial skills that are unimaginable. Not to mention Li Buqiu, just his deputy Su Chun is a formidable character in the Jianghu. Ranked 87th on the Flowing Cloud ranking. Beneath these two leaders, there are 6 protectors and 12 demonesses, each one a top-level expert. As for those in the Xuanji realm, it is said that they have already surpassed 100, and few factions in the Jianghu can boast so many experts." The more Han Feng spoke, the heavier his tone became, while Kong Shuyin remained silent. The strength of the clothiers' gang had even put pressure on the Qinglong Hall. Chu Anping asked, "How does Su Chun compare to Qian Xianku?" Han Feng glanced at him. Though Su Chun is strong, Qian Xianku is even more mysterious and is already ranked in the top 85. However, people in the Jianghu are used to hiding their strength. Don't be fooled by Su Chun's 87th rank. In a real fight, it is hard to say who is stronger. Why do you ask these things, Boss Chu? Chu Anping shook his head and smiled, just out of curiosity. I'm just a small tavern owner and can't provoke such figures. After saying this, he raised his glass to drink with Han Feng, both lost in thought, each unaware of the other's intentions. The night was starry and sparse. The town of Qixia was quiet. Chu Anping took a secluded path outside the town, changed into a black robe, and put on a mask. He then blended into the night and re-entered Qixia town. He moved like a ghost, swiftly darting through the streets and alleys. A night watchman passed by, rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Soon, Chu Anping arrived at the corner outside the Laifoku Inn. He had inquired and knew that Su Chun would be at Nituan tonight. While all the members of the clothiers' gang were staying at the Laifoku Inn, a person like Li Xiaoyuan, who looked like a spoiled rich kid, certainly wouldn't he be able to endure the hardship of staying up late. If that scoundrel really hid next to Su Chun, then he was truly lucky. Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu were among the few people Chu Anping cared about in this world, rather than being his employees. They were more like his younger sister and brother. Chu Anping was not greedy. He just wanted to live a peaceful life in this world, running his little tavern and protecting those he wanted to protect. But some people like to cause trouble. The look Li Xiaoyuan gave before he left clearly indicated that he would not let things rest. Han Feng couldn't stay in Qixia town forever. The problem ultimately had to be solved by him. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. He didn't enter the Jianghu. But that didn't mean he would let the ways of the Jianghu people be used against him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Anping leaped into the air, soaring over the long street and landing steadily on the roof. With a push off his foot, he jumped to the second-floor corridor of the inn, quickly reaching a room with a light on. The Laifoku Inn had been ordering wine from the usual tavern for years. Today, when delivering wine, Chu Anping had deliberately flipped through the account book and knew Li Xiaoyuan's room. Getting closer, a boisterous voice came from inside the room. "That wild girl I met today. No matter what method you use, I want her lying beneath me within 2 days. Just a wild girl, if it's just about sleeping with her. I don't believe that the flies from the Qinglong Hall will start a war with the clothiers' gang over such a trivial matter. Rest assured, young master. If it weren't for worrying about Lord Han and the others, that girl would have already been at your service." Laughter erupted from the room. Chu Anping sighed deeply and then kicked the door open. Bang! The loud noise instantly drew the displeasure of Li Xiaoyuan and the others in the room. Without even seeing who had come in, Li Xiaoyuan angrily shouted, "Who dares to barge into my room? What blind fool is this?" In response, a powerful palm strike was unleashed, accompanied by a rush of wind and thunder. "Young master, be careful." Those who could stand by Li Xiaoyuan's side were certainly not ordinary individuals. Each one was a Sioux New Jersey realm warrior, quick to react, rushing forward at the first moment, all drawing out their ultimate skills to resist. Boom! It was as if thunder and lightning had erupted, shaking the entire room with a rumble. The few Sioux New Jersey realm guards only held their ground for a moment before their defenses were shattered by the palm strike. They barely had time to scream before they were sent crashing through the windows, scattering in all directions, the air filled with the smell of blood. Chu Anping did not linger, instantly teleporting to the stunned Li Xiaoyuan's front, gripping his neck with one hand and twisting it with a snap. This once untouchable deputy leader of the commoners' gang, who had relied on his status to commit numerous crimes without ever facing punishment, met his death on the spot. Using the thunder palm to kill you is an insult to this martial art. Chu Anping casually tossed the body aside and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the streets in the blink of an eye, the whole process flowing smoothly in just a few breaths. Chapter 18. Turmoil. As soon as Chu Anping left, the Laifu Inn lit up brightly. Not only the experts from the commoners' gang, but also those from the Nangong family and the Huangshan family rushed out of their rooms. Upon seeing the several guards lying motionless in the inner courtyard of the inn, everyone stood frozen in place. The deputy leader, someone rushed into Li Xiaoyuan's room and, upon seeing the body on the ground, let out a howl. Other experts from the commoners' gang followed in, all exploding with rage, hardly able to believe that someone dared to kill their deputy leader. Nangong Yuan stood with his hands behind his back on the steps, exchanging a glance with the elder of the Huangshan family, Yu Jingji, before both averted their eyes. With their level of skill, they had sensed Chu Anping's stealthy infiltration into the Laifu Inn long ago, but even they did not expect the intruder to be so decisive, killing the deputy leader of the commoners' gang. Nangong Yuan muttered, "The palm strikes like thunder. It's clearly the signature skill of the Thunder Fortress." The Thunder Fortress is one of the 3 factions and 4 fortresses, a first-rate sect on par with the 2 great families. But why would someone from the Thunder Fortress want to kill Li Xiaoyuan? The commoners' gang is not a small sect, and there is no need to use their signature martial arts to kill Li Xiaoyuan. Wouldn't he that reveal their identity? Having changed back into his clothes, Chu Anping quietly returned to the usual inn, only to find Lin Xiaoman sitting under a tree in the backyard, resting her chin on her hands, dazed, completely unaware of his sudden appearance. "What are you thinking about?" Chu Anping asked as he approached. "Ah, boss." Lin Xiaoman quickly stood up, her eyes darting around, and said, "Maybe I've been sleeping too much these past 2 days. I can't sleep." Her eyes were red, clearly having just cried. "I already know about today's events," Chu Anping said. Lin Xiaoman gasped, covering her mouth, a bit flustered, and then whispered, "It's my fault that brother Zhuzi got hurt. It's all my fault." "Silly girl, what does this have to do with you?" "Listen." A thunderous snore echoed from the room next door, causing Lin Xiaoman to giggle, a big bubble forming from her nose, and she stomped her feet in embarrassment. Chu Anping waved her away, saying, "Go back to sleep." "But boss, what if that person comes? Lord Han won't protect us forever. How about I go plead with him?" It seemed that this silly girl was not truly foolish. And seeing her determined look, Chu Anping scolded, "Even if Lord Han doesn't protect us, isn't there still me? Your boss is much stronger than Lord Han. I'll handle everything. Now go to sleep. We can talk nonsense tomorrow." Lin Xiaoman was amused again, but under Chu Anping's influence, she felt a lot lighter and was coaxed back to her room in a silly manner. Chu Anping looked up at the bright moon in the sky, stretching his arms. The night was truly beautiful. The next day, the usual inn opened as normal, but today the patrons were even more excited than yesterday, naturally discussing the big events that happened last night. Before long, Kong Xuan rushed in and looked at Chu Anping, saying, "Li Xiaoyuan has been killed." Chu Anping shrugged and pointed to the hall. "Everyone is discussing it. I don't know which expert did it, but they are quite bold." Kong Xuan did not think of Chu Anping at all and said seriously, "The people from the commoners' gang are almost going crazy. If it weren't for the commander arriving in Linen City this morning, Su Chun would likely have to search the entire town. The chief can't get away, so he specifically sent me to advise you to stay indoors these days and keep an eye on Miss Lin." Unexpectedly, at such a time, Han Feng could still think of him, which made Chu Anping feel somewhat moved. "Thank you, 2 lords, for your concern. We are just ordinary folks, and one caused trouble." Kong Xuan nodded and glanced at the crowd of patrons, unsure if she suspected that the murderer might be hiding among them. By noon, Lin Xiaoman and Zhuzi came out yawning. Upon hearing about Li Xiaoyuan's murder, Zhuzi was indifferent, but Lin Xiaoman's eyes widened in shock. For some reason, the first thing that came to her mind was the smile of her boss from the night before. Chu Anping patted her on the head and said, "Now are you at ease? I heard it was an expert from the Thunder Fortress who did it. So, it's better to keep a low profile in the martial world. Attracting such terrifying enemies makes it hard to sleep." Lin Xiaoman exclaimed. as she loved hearing martial stories and naturally knew the significance of the Thunder Fortress, which was one of the 3 factions and 4 fortresses. Lin Xiaoman's imagination ran wild. Picturing the expert from the Thunder Fortress passing through Qixia town, hearing of injustices, and stealthily infiltrating the enemy camp at night, killing the evil and leaving gracefully. Embodying both hidden strength and fame, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't he until old Xia exploded in anger, scolding the silly girl to hurry and serve drinks. Or she'd lose her monthly pay. That Lin Xiaoman snapped back to reality and hurriedly clattered to work, her little abacus swinging back and forth at her waist. Behind her, Zhuzi hurried to keep up, calling out, "Xiaoman, don't bump into the guests." Chu Anping watched the 2 lively figures darting around and smiled. Qixia town was already in turmoil because of Li Xiaoyuan's death, and that afternoon, another major event occurred, overshadowing the previous one. From one of the 5 great families. The Chu family, the contemporary talent Chu Yunjin, challenged the top expert of the Nangong family, Nangong Yuan, in front of many martial artists. The battle between the Star Luo body and the Cold Star sword was said to be breathtaking. It was not until Nangong Yuan used his 15th sword that Chu Yunjin could not withstand the defeat and retreated. But his Star Luo body successfully reached the 4th level under the assault of the Cold Star sword, thus advancing further. The news sent shockwaves through the martial world. Everyone knew that those who could enter the star ranking were the most outstanding talents in the martial world, 1 in 10,000. Yet, for Chu Yunjin to be strong enough to contend with Nangong Yuan, who ranked 85th on the Flowing Cloud ranking, and to hold out until the end before being defeated was truly shocking. It should be noted that most of those on the Flowing Cloud ranking were over 60 years old, and Nangong Yuan's ranking at his age proved his extraordinary talent. Yet, Chu Yunjin was only 22 and already had the strength to enter the Flowing Cloud ranking. His brilliance was unparalleled. For a time, even the matter of Li Xiaoyuan's murder was overshadowed, as everyone discussed Chu Yunjin's talent and strength. However, the people from the Commoners Gang clearly had no time for such matters. The more dazzling Chu Yunjin became, the angrier the members of the Commoners Gang were. They didn't even go to Nyoto Bay and questioned any martial artist they encountered, vowing to find the murderer. Members of the Commoners Gang also came to the usual inn, as Li Xiaoyuan had had dealings with Lin Xiaoman before the incident. However, perhaps due to concerns about Han Feng's impending arrival, they did not overstep their bounds and left after asking a few questions. "Lord Han, won't you stay for a drink? In the past few days, I've been too busy. Once the storm passes, I will definitely drink with you until we drop." There are not many who can drink with Han. I'm always available. After dealing with everyone, Chu Anping finally let out a sigh of relief. These people from the Jianghu can do whatever they want, as long as it doesn't affect his peaceful life. Chapter 19. I will handle it for several consecutive days. Heavy rain fell, washing over the entire world. The earthy smell mixed with the fragrance of grass filled the rain-soaked Qixia town. Old Xia sat behind the counter, seemingly engrossed in something. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman sat at a table, resting her chin on one hand and gazing at the rain outside, letting out a heavy sigh. The janitor, Tai Zhu, heard the sound and scratched his head. Since the treasure hunt yielded no results, both the Nangong family and the Huangshan family had left one after another, leaving only the people from the Cloth Robe Gang. But who dared to provoke the Cloth Robe Gang? Most of the Jianghu folks had fled early, and even passing merchants. Sensing the unusual atmosphere in the town, didn't he dare to linger. As a result, the tavern's business had plummeted. After a moment, Lin Xiaoman sighed again. Chu Anping was fiddling with a guqin in the corner, helplessly saying, "Little girl, why are you sighing for no reason?" Lin Xiaoman frowned and replied, "Boss, it's been 3 days without a single customer. Even Lord Han hasn't come. What are we going to do if this continues?" Chu Anping chuckled. "Are you worried about the taverness business? Or are you worried I won't be able to pay your monthly wages, affecting your ability to buy a pile of junk back? Or perhaps you're worried about not being able to eat red bean cake?" Lin Xiaoman swallowed, her eyes rolling around, and ran to Chu Anping. "Boss, haven't you been to Wuzhou City for almost half a month? Do we still have enough brewing materials?" Chu Anping replied nonchalantly, "You should ask old Xia about that." Lin Xiaoman called out to old Xia, "Old man, do we have enough brewing materials?" Old Xia jumped and quickly put the book away, realizing it was Lin Xiaoman. He glared angrily, "Silly girl, did you eat too much for breakfast? Go wipe the hall." Tai Zhu, tall and with good eyesight, seemed to have caught a glimpse of what old Xia was reading. His face turned from black to red. and his massive body trembled nervously. Chu Anping was very perceptive, his lips curling into a half-smile as he continued wiping the guqin. No matter how Lin Xiaoman tried to coax him, he wouldn't say anything about taking her to Wuzhou City next time, which made the little girl anxious. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. 2 oiled paper umbrellas were folded up and gently placed at the door after shaking off the water drops. Then a man and a woman entered the hall one after the other. The young man was dressed in blue. Though not handsome, he wore a humble and polite smile. The girl in pink, though still youthful, was a complete beauty, exuding an air of pride, clearly from a distinguished family. Taizhu still had remnants of old Xia's book in his mind, and upon seeing the girl in pink, he hurriedly turned his face away, looking guilty as if he had committed a crime. Old Xia, however, remained unfazed, asking, "What do you 2 guests need?" Chu Yunjin said, "My elder at home loves to drink. I heard there is a rare good wine here, called 3 Cups Drunk, so I came to buy some." Old Xia replied, "Young hero, you are truly filial, but our shop has a rule. 3 Cups Drunk can only be sold in 2 taels at a time." Chu Xuelon pouted, questioning, "Second brother, don't be fooled. What good wine can a remote little shop produce? You'll just end up being laughed at by the family." Chu Yunjin didn't mind, inquired about the price, and paid promptly. Old Xia measured out 2 taels of wine and put it in a brand new small wine pot, handing it to Chu Yunjin after receiving the payment. He didn't forget to say to Chu Xuelon, "Little girl, if anyone in your family complains about this old man's wine, I'll refund your money." Chu Xuelon couldn't be bothered to argue with an old man from the countryside. Her gaze shifted, and she suddenly noticed the young man in the green shirt seriously wiping the strings of the guqin in the corner. His side profile was strong and handsome, his lips slightly pursed, the lip line beautiful enough to captivate anyone's attention. He looked so focused and immersed that it was a pleasure to behold. It wasn't until her second brother called out brother that the young man straightened up, raised his head, and smiled in her direction. Chu Yunjin shook the wine pot in his hand and said to Chu Anping, "Brother, fate has brought us together again. This is our second meeting, and I have something on my mind that I wonder if I should say." Chu Anping replied, "Feel free to speak." Chu Yunjin said, "I've heard about your shop's relationship with the cloth robe gang. Now that Li Xiaoyuan has been killed, the cloth robe gang might not pay attention to this side, but this will pass. The leader of the cloth robe gang only has this one son. If he remembers this later, in his fury, he might not hesitate to take it out on your shop." Chu Anping looked incredulous. "Li Xiaoyuan's murder has nothing to do with us. We are completely innocent victims. How can the cloth robe gang still harm us?" Chu Yunjin shook his head. "Li Xiaoyuan harassed the girls in your shop during the day and was killed at night. Even if the killer is someone else and your shop has nothing to do with it, what of it? Sometimes, all it takes is a reason to vent anger. And that's enough. Of course, I hope these speculations are wrong." With that, he clasped his hands and said, "Farewell, brothers and sisters." Chu Yunjin bowed slightly, turned, picked up the oiled paper umbrella at the door, and walked into the ring. Chu Xuelon hesitated for a moment, ultimately taking her gaze away from Chu Anping and opened the umbrella to catch up with her brother. "Second brother, is what you said true?" Chu Xuelon asked. "Li Buqiu is definitely not as noble as he appears on the surface. If the cloth robe gang were truly a group of law-abiding good people, how could they develop to this scale in just a few years? To the cloth robe gang, this little tavern is no different from an ant on the roadside. On a day when they're in a bad mood, they could just step on it. Isn't the Qinglong Hall supposed to maintain order in Jianghu? How can they allow the cloth robe gang to create chaos?" Chu Xuelon's words were naive. As long as the cloth robe gang keeps things discreet and leaves no evidence, what can the Qinglong Hall do? Chu Xuelon recalled Chu Anping's appearance and looked back at the small tavern under the large camphor tree, its candlelight flickering in the rain. Inside the tavern, due to Chu Yunjin's words, the originally cheerful atmosphere was wiped away, and both Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu were frightened. Old Xia said, "Boss, that guest's words may not be without reason. What are Jianghu people? They are a group of murderers. No one talks reason with us unless their fists are stronger than ours. In my old man's view, it would be better to withdraw early and find another place." Chu Anping replied, "If the cloth robe gang truly wants to make things difficult, they must be watching us right now. Where can we escape to?" Old Xia fell silent. Lin Xiaoman gritted her teeth and said, "Boss, this is my fault. I'll take responsibility alone. You, Old Xia, and Brother Zhu should find a way to escape. I'll stay in the shop and stabilize things for now." Old Xia laughed in anger. Who would have thought this little girl knows the art of deception? Although Tai Zhu was scared, he still patted his chest and said, "Boss, you and the shopkeeper should leave first. I'll stay behind to protect Xiaoman." Chu Anping looked at the frightened Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu, gently saying, "I've said it before, I'm the owner of this shop. If something happens, I'll take the brunt of it. Don't worry, things will be resolved." Chapter 20. Destined to leave no trace. After saying this, not only did old Xia not believe him, but even Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu thought the boss was just comforting them. While they were discussing strategies, unexpectedly, Han Feng and Kong Xuan, who hadn't been seen for a few days, arrived at the tavern. This time, Han Feng didn't drink. His first sentence was, "The people from the cloth robe gang left today. I will follow the commander to monitor them and prevent them from causing chaos. Master Chu, although your tavern is small, it is favored by people from the south and north who love to come and sit for a while. Are you interested in joining the Zhuge Hall? Matters of the Jianghu are always difficult to resolve, and the commoners' gang is notoriously arrogant. They won't let you go easily. Joining the Zhuge Hall is currently your only chance to preserve your life. The Zhuge Hall, one of the 4 major halls of the Demon Suppression Division, is responsible for intelligence and information, acting as the eyes and ears of the division." Chu Anping did not expect Han Feng to care so much about him and the others. Indeed, if they joined the Zhuge Hall, it would mean they were under the protection of the court, and the commoners' gang would not dare to lash out at them casually. However, this also meant that the tavern would be forced to get involved in the conflicts of the Jianghu. And this place of selling wine and chatting would no longer be as simple as before. This was contrary to Chu Anping's original intention of staying away from the Jianghu. Moreover, even if they escape this time, what about next time? The Zhuge Hall is both a support and a shackle. Once you join, you can hardly ensure that you won't attract greater calamity, and more importantly, all future actions will no longer be under your own control. Having lived a second life, Chu Anping truly just wanted to live for himself, to stay away from turmoil and enjoy a carefree life. Without much thought, Chu Anping firmly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Han, but I am not a person of the Jianghu, nor will I become one." Kong Xuan reminded, "Think it over before you decide. What if one day the commoners' gang comes after you? What will you use to defend yourself? Is your life more important? Or is your obsession more important?" Chu Anping said to old Xia, "Old Xia, pour Lord Han a pound of 3 cups of drunkenness as a farewell gift." Old Xia sighed and silently began to pour the wine. Han Feng and Kong Xuan clearly did not expect Chu Anping to resist joining the Demon Suppression Division so much. For a moment, the two even speculated if this lad had some hidden circumstances. But Han Feng had checked and confirmed that Chu Anping had not opened his dantian and had no martial arts skills. So why was he so certain that the commoners' gang wouldn't act? Completely entrusting one's fate to the mercy of the opponent is foolish and sad. Han Feng said, "I wanted to drink with you to the point of drunkenness, but now it cannot be done. Our Qinglong Guard takes it as our duty to hunt down Jianghu criminals, roaming the world, and who knows if we can return here next time. I hope when we come again, we can still sit and drink with Master Chu." Chu Anping cupped his hands and said, "Certainly." Han Feng took the jug of wine, shook it, no longer looking at Chu Anping and the others, and stepped away. Kong Xuan shook her head. They had said everything that needed to be said. Given their status, it was impossible for them to patiently help someone who did not understand martial arts to get introduced to the Zhuge Hall. This required great social capital. Yet the other party did not appreciate it. The boss had always loved wine and intended to save a fated person, but unfortunately, the other party did not allow him to save them. Kong Xuan didn't even want to say the usual polite farewells and turned to leave. This small tavern was likely her last visit. Qixia town returned to its previous tranquility. Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu were indeed a lively pair, initially worried. After a few days of peaceful living, they found nothing had happened, likely thinking the commoners' gang had forgotten about them, and they spent their days lazily sleeping until noon and running around laughing. Old Xia still opened the door on time, often quarreling with Lin Bo, who set up a noodle stall outside, and when customers came, he smiled and served wine. Only in the evenings, when they gathered to drink, would old Xia repeatedly mutter after Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu left, "Master, if the commoners' gang really wants to deal with us, what should we do? I'm so scared I can't sleep." Chu Anping glanced at old Xia and said, "You haven't taken a walk in several days. Are you scared?" Old Xia shook his head and sighed. "How can I have the mood to walk?" Chu Anping took a sip of wine and said, "Aren't you afraid Zhang Ho Hot misses you?" With a puff, old Xia sprayed wine everywhere, his old face flushed either from choking or embarrassment, pointing at Chu Anping. Unable to find words, Chu Anping advised, "Old Xia, you're not young anymore. I still want you to brew wine for a few more years. Take it easy. If it really doesn't work, finding an old partner is better than going around fooling around every day." Unable to drink anymore, Old Xia quickly walked back inside, saying, "It's getting late. Time to sleep." Chu Anping reminded again, "Watch less of those Spring Palace pictures." Old Xia stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Returning inside in a fluster, cursing about the decline of morals and the untrustworthiness of people, Chu Anping looked up at the distant sunset and thought, "Such days are truly wonderful. In a month, when he gets married, life will be even better." Therefore, he would not allow anyone to disrupt this beauty. Whoever dared to come would be blamed for his lack of mercy. It was already mid-April, and the weather was gradually getting hot. The nights in the small town were silent, with only the watchman wandering the streets, reminding everyone to be careful with fire in the dry weather. A figure, ghost-like, quietly appeared on the town's only long street, seeming to merge with the dark night, the cloak behind him rustling. When the cloak fluttered again, the figure instantly crossed several dozen meters and stood under the large camphor tree of the usual tavern. In the faint moonlight, one could see that this person was slender, with a black iron ruler hanging from his waist with no sheath. His stone-carved face bore an old knife scar extending from the left brow bone to the cheekbone, adding a few more cold and fierce features to his already icy expression. Just for a small-town tavern, the gang leader insisted on sending me to handle it personally. If I don't act ruthlessly this time, it would be somewhat of a disservice to the leader's trust in me, Suma Bai. The cloaked man looked up, his eagle-like eyes devoid of any emotion. If there were Jianghu people present, hearing the name Suma Bai would likely frighten them to the core. The commoners' gang, from top to bottom, apart from the leader and deputy leader, had 6 great protectors and 12 rakshasas, each performing their duties, supporting the formidable commoners' gang in the Jianghu. Among them, one of the 6 great protectors, Judge Tai Liu, Suma Bai, was undoubtedly the most feared. 9 years ago, a master betrayed the commoners' gang, and Suma Bai was ordered to pursue him, staying awake for 7 days and nights, ultimately capturing the traitor alive at Dongting Lake and publicly flaying him. It was said that many Jianghu people who witnessed this scene not only vomited up the meals they had eaten a few days before, but could only drink water for half a month afterward. 3 years ago, several elders violated a small rule set by Suma Bai and were individually crushed at the joints by him, their screams echoing throughout the commoners' gang headquarters for 2 hours. Since then, everyone in the commoners' gang has trembled at the mere mention of Judge Su's name. Even the likes of Chu Yunjin and Han Feng might speculate that the commoners' gang could take action against the usual tavern, but they would never have thought that the one coming would be Suma Bai. This was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, but it was enough to show how angry Li Bucho was. Therefore, tonight's usual tavern was destined to leave no survivors. Chapter 21. As solid as a rock in the central room of the inner courtyard of the usual tavern, Chu Anping was operating the star technique, and at this moment, his sensing ability was extraordinarily strong. Just as Suma Bai stood at the door, Chu Anping had already sensed him. Earlier than I imagined. Good, saves time. Chu Anping donned a mask he grabbed from the bedside table, quickly exited the door. To wait for this day, he was the one who truly had not slept well. Suma Bai had already thought of the methods to torture the people of the usual tavern when he heard a sound of wind breaking. "Want to run?" Suma Bai coldly smiled, his cloak flying as he followed the sound of the wind. He received the order to leave no survivors. Not even a dog that might come out from an ordinary tavern. 2 figures swiftly darted through the night. Chu Anping moved quickly, but the Suma Bai behind him was even faster, continually closing the distance between them. There was no way around it. Chu Anping relied solely on the internal power of the starry sky technique and had not learned any lightness skills or agility techniques, so he couldn't exert his strength. Fortunately, Qixia town was small, and soon, they both rushed into the forest. Suma Bai flashed and appeared like a phantom in front of Chu Anping. "Why are you blocking my way?" Chu Anping asked, retreating while pretending not to know the answer. Suma Bai said, "Su Chun told me that there are only ordinary people in the tavern. It seems he deliberately concealed this from me. Take off your mask, and I can make your death less painful." Chu Anping exclaimed, "You dare to call Su the deputy leader by his name? Are you Li Bucho?" Suma Bai sneered coldly. "Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Do you think someone like you deserves the leader's personal attention?" A skilled martial artist generally wouldn't be lacking in lightness skills, especially since Suma Bai had sensed that the opponent's cultivation was only at the first level of the Xuanji realm. He couldn't be bothered to waste words. He pushed off the ground, his cloak rustling but not affecting his speed, and in the blink of an eye, he charged towards Chu Anping. His hand, wrapped in deer leather gloves, reached out with a terrifying force towards Chu Anping's neck. Chu Anping didn't move, as making a move would put him at a disadvantage. His only strong point was his explosive power in an instant, and a hard clash was the most suitable fighting style for him. Seemingly stunned by fear, Chu Anping suddenly struck when Su Mabai was only 3 feet away. The starry sky technique, already pushed to its limits, surged like a tide towards his right palm. Chu Anping swung his right palm with all his might, unleashing a fierce attack towards Su Mabai that carried the force of a mountain and tsunami. Boom! The sound of wind and thunder echoed through the forest, shaking the branches of trees within dozens of meters, dust rising from the ground, and flocks of birds scattering in fright. A figure flew out like a straw man blown away by an explosion, covered in blood, crashing to the ground with a muffled thud, rolling several times before lying motionless. At a glance, the figure's clothes were torn, flesh almost entirely ruined, and one arm was broken into several segments, with exposed shattered bones sticking to flesh, a horrifying sight. Chu Anping stood in place, shaking his slightly numb arm. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the Thunder Palm, and it seemed quite effective. Suddenly worried, he thought, I hope I didn't smash him to bits. Wouldn't that affect the follow-up plan? In a panic, Chu Anping hurried over, but he wasn't foolish enough to rush in blindly. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at Su Mabai, while calling out, Are you dead or not? Make a sound. Su Mabai lay still. His breathing nearly stopped. After waiting for a long time and confirming that the other wasn't pretending, Chu Anping walked over and kicked Su Mabai to flip him over. Goodness! His face was almost unrecognizable, and both arms had bent at 90 degrees, clearly completely useless. Su Mabai struggled to open his eyes slowly, and in his usually emotionless pupils, there was now an indescribable horror and anger. That dog Su Chun, falsely reporting military situations, had led him to this point. Truly despicable. Chu Anping looked at the broken body on the ground and asked, Sir, can we discuss this? Do you have a way to lure Li Buqiu over? Su Mabai opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. It was my fault. I was too forceful. What a pity. Chu Anping squatted down to check and quickly found some letters on Su Mabai, which seemed to be used for regular correspondence, but they were all in pieces. Additionally, there was a personal seal of Su Mabai, made of some material, which surprisingly had only a slight crack. After collecting the letter fragments and the seal, Chu Anping raised his foot and slowly but firmly pressed Su Mabai's head into the ground. Su Mabai could only gasp for breath, unable to struggle. I really can't understand. Is it that you people from the martial world have nothing better to do? Why do you have to make things difficult for a good citizen like me? It's such a waste of everyone's time. Is it really that interesting? The more Chu Anping spoke, the angrier he became, and he inevitably exerted more force under his foot. Just as he pressed Su Mabai halfway into the ground, he accidentally killed him completely. Sighing, Chu Anping knew he couldn't just leave it like that. So he had to carry Su Mabai's body and find a hidden place to bury it before returning to Qixia town. That night, he spent most of the night piecing together the letter fragments. Based on the dialogue, he finally confirmed which were Su Mabai's handwriting, and then he imitated it to write a letter. After that, he heavily stamped the letter and envelope with Su Mabai's seal and put them away. The next day, Chu Anping took a carriage to Wuzhou City. After sealing the envelope with wax, he successfully inquired about the branch of the commoner gang in Wuzhou City. These large martial arts gangs usually had communication channels at each branch to ensure the flow of information. Chu Anping took some time to disguise himself as a beggar and delivered the letter to the gang members of the commoner gang before leaving. Next, it was up to whether Li Buqiu would take the bait. Logically speaking, Su Mabai should be Li Buqiu's trusted aide, and a letter stamped with Su Mabai's personal seal, containing such explosive content, should definitely bring Li Buqiu over. However, if he truly faced Li Buqiu, Chu Anping didn't have much confidence, but he had no choice. Rather than passively waiting and being caught off guard, he could only choose to take the initiative. As long as he could kill Li Buqiu, the rest would be easy. But if he couldn't win, Chu Anping decided that in the next few days, he would focus on training, striving to elevate the Thunder Palm to another level. Although the Dafeng dynasty was vast, the speed of information spread was rapid, thanks to the special means of breeding pigeons, hawks, and other birds. Just as Chu Anping had been in seclusion for 3 days to cultivate, he went to the city to fill his stomach when he heard shocking news that made his jaw drop. The founder of the commoner gang, known as Yunlong Sanxian. Li Buqiu had died due to a misfire while practicing martial arts. Chapter 22. The heroic tyrant Chu Anping initially thought he had misheard. But he went to different tea houses, taverns, and other places where martial artists gathered. Almost everyone was discussing this matter. Some said that Li Buqiu had aggravated an old injury while practicing, while others said he had died of grief over his son's death. Chu Anping went to the commoner gang's branch in Wuzhou City. From a distance, he saw that the branch, which was usually bustling with people, had its doors tightly closed today. Various signs indicated the seriousness of the situation. Chu Anping wandered through the streets and alleys, gathering news, and did not rush back to Qixia town. He still went outside the city to find a good cave, calming down to practice the thunder palm. A couple of days later, Chu Anping returned to Wuzhou City, and this time the news was confirmed. The commoner gang's branch had even hung up white banners, and many local martial artists had gone to pay their respects. The once great hero Li Buqiu had fallen to such a state, with his only son dead and the commoner gang he had built falling into others' hands. Well, it wasn't exactly falling into others' hands. Su Chun had been with Li Buqiu from the start, and it was said that he had contributed significantly at the beginning of the establishment. Li Buqiu's death was too coincidental. I suspect there might be more to it. There were all sorts of rumors in the martial world, but the change of leadership in the commoner gang had become a fact. It was said that several of Li Buqiu's staunch confidants had publicly expressed support for Su Chun to succeed as the leader. Chu Anping did not feel relaxed at all, as Su Chun might not be any easier to deal with than Li Buqiu. At that time, in the letter he wrote to Li Buqiu, he borrowed the identity of Su Mubai and directly pointed out that there was treasure hidden under Nituan, which Su Chun deliberately concealed, asking Li Buqiu to come alone. Then, an ambush was set halfway to kill Li Buqiu, and now that Su Chun has risen to power, the plan has completely failed. Continuing to wait is useless. So Chu Anping immediately returned to Qixia town, attracting a bout of complaints from Lao Xia and Lin Xiaoman. As everyone had been worried he would get caught these past few days. "Boss, in a month you'll be getting married, so take it easy," Lao Xia said with a serious demeanor. Chu Anping smiled wryly, unsure whether to praise Lao Xia for being so carefree. He had no energy to think about marriage. What if Su Chun decided to act against him? Wouldn't that implicate his fiancée? However, there was a silver lining. At least Su Chun was ranked 87th on the Luoyuan ranking, far weaker than Li Buqiu, who was ranked 76th. In the end, strength is the hard truth. Since his arrival in this world, Chu Anping had never practiced so diligently. He had almost handed over the business of the tavern to Lao Xia and spent his days in the backyard practicing martial arts, constantly pondering the essence of the thunder palm. At first, he had to be careful to hide the sound of thunder while practicing, but later he gradually mastered the trick to control the sound, and after another half-month, there was no sound of thunder when he struck, only a mental shift. Chu Anping didn't even realize that under great pressure, he had actually touched the essence of the thunder palm, nearing mastery. Boss, come quickly." One morning, Lin Xiaoman was knocking on the door incessantly, her tone indescribable. Chu Anping's heart skipped a beat. He hurried out of bed and opened the door. Lin Xiaoman, flustered, said, "Boss, there are people from the cloth robe gang outside, saying they want to see you." Seeing that the little girl didn't seem as scared as he had imagined, Chu Anping felt a bit strange. He walked to the front hall, and, upon seeing the visitor, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The person had a refined demeanor, like a teacher, and smiled as he clasped his hands. "Boss Chu, we meet again." It was none other than Su Chun, the newly appointed leader of the cloth robe gang, known in the martial world as the Bamboo Scholar. Chu Anping quickly calmed himself and pretended to know nothing, asking, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Su Chun replied, "To apologize. The late young master of our gang caused trouble for your tavern south girl in the street, which not only frightened her, but also brought shame to the cloth robe gang. I came here to apologize personally. Please take this." Behind him, a master from the cloth robe gang presented a brocade box to Chu Anping. Upon opening it, his expression changed. Inside was a stack of silver notes, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000 taels. What does this mean? A family of 3 in Qixia town has only a few dozen taels for a year's worth of food and clothing, and the tavern's annual income is only around 100 taels. Lao Xia, Lin Xiaoman, and Tai Zhu all stared wide-eyed at each other, feeling like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. They had been worried about trouble from the cloth robe gang these past few days. What was going on now? Was this a dream? Chu Anping closed the brocade box and handed it back, saying, "What does this mean, esteemed guest? That day was just a misunderstanding. We have already forgotten about it." Su Chun said, "Is Boss Chu worried that I have ulterior motives?" To be honest, the late young master had quite a notorious record over the years, ultimately harming himself and others. In these days, I have been doing nothing but finding all the victims from back then to apologize to them one by one. I do not seek to restore the cloth robe gang's reputation. I only seek a clear conscience. Chu Anping looked at Su Chun, speechless for a long time, and finally said, "We are just common folk, with no ties to you martial people. We accept your goodwill, and since the instigator is no longer here, let's consider this matter settled. As for the silver notes, we cannot accept them." Su Chun smiled. "Does Boss Chu look down on me or the cloth robe gang?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the masters behind Su Chun turned cold. Chu Anping remained calm throughout, saying nonchalantly, "It's not about looking down. I am just a common citizen, running a business. I do not wish to accept unexpected wealth, nor do I want to be involved with any martial people. If you come to buy wine and expect to eat and drink for free, then I would insist that you pay." Su Chun stared at Chu Anping and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Boss Chu is indeed not an ordinary person." He took the brocade box and casually handed it to his followers, surprisingly no longer insisting. Su Chun then extended his hand to Chu Anping, saying, "Boss Chu, can we have a word alone?" With his greatly improved skills, Chu Anping remained composed even in front of Su Chun and immediately led him to the backyard. As Su Chun watched Chu Anping walk ahead, showing no fear despite being in front of a master from the Luyuan ranking, his eyes flickered. Once they stood still, Su Chun said, "Li Xiaoyuan teased your tavern's girl and was killed that night. A few days ago, one of the 6 protectors of our cloth robe gang, Su Mubai, was sent here and has also vanished without a trace. Boss Chu, could you explain this?" Chu Anping looked innocent. "Su gang leader, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Su Chun spoke word by word. "I have roamed the martial world for many years and never believed in coincidences. It doesn't matter if Boss Chu doesn't admit it. I came here today just to tell you and those behind you that neither I, Su Chun, nor the cloth robe gang have any malicious intentions towards Boss Chu, and we will not disturb you in the future. I hope Boss Chu and those behind you will have the same thought." Su Chun was not being magnanimous, in his eyes as an old martial artist. Killing Chu Anping would bring no benefit. After all, Su Mubai was the strongest among the 6 protectors, only a step away from the Luyuan ranking. And yet he had vanished without a trace. If it wasn't the work of the ordinary tavern, Su Chun could only smile. While Chu Anping was not to be feared, those behind him were unfathomable. Li Xiaoyuan had most likely also been dealt with by them. He had no reason to offend a potential master of the Luyuan ranking for the sake of avenging Li Xiaoyuan. In a sense, Su Chun should also thank the ordinary tavern. Su Mubai had never been his man. Chapter 23. Wife. Chu Anping shook his head. "I really don't understand what you mean, Su gang leader. I still stand by my words. I am just a common citizen, running a business, advocating for harmony and profit. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone." Su Chun laughed meaningfully. "If someone offends me, then?" But it didn't matter. He had gotten what he wanted. In the future, under his leadership, the cloth robe gang would not provoke a small tavern in a remote town. Su Chun and his people left. Lin Xiaoman patted her chest. Her cheeks flushed. "That really scared me just now, boss. Is it all settled now?" Chu Anping smiled. "Whether there are issues or not, you still sleep well, don't you?" Lin Xiaoman stomped her foot. "Of course not. I've been worried for days and couldn't eat. However, that Su gang leader seems quite nice." The leader of such a large gang actually came personally to apologize. Lao Xia scoffed beside them. "Silly girl. If you went to mix in the martial world, you'd definitely get sold and still count the money. What he did was to win people's hearts. Let the former take all the blame while he enjoys the benefits. In my opinion, that guy must have known about the mess Li Xiaoyuan made back then. Why didn't he expose it at the time?" "Haha, the martial world." Chu Anping laughed. "What happens in the martial world has nothing to do with us. Lao Xia, stop overthinking it. Just brew your wine honestly." Lao Xia replied, "Let us put brewing aside for now. The most important thing right now is your marriage, boss." Chu Anping slapped his forehead, feeling the pressure dissipate. A beautiful figure appeared in his mind, making him feel lighter. Fortunately, the previous rituals such as the welcoming of the bride, asking for names, receiving good omens, and setting the date had all been completed. So there was still time to prepare for the remaining tasks. Lin Xiaoman exclaimed, "The master is getting married. We need to decorate the place both inside and outside properly." Chu Anping replied, "Tomorrow, You and Tai Zhu will go with me to Wuzhou City. There are many things to buy, and I can't manage them all by myself." Upon hearing that they could go to Wuzhou City, Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu celebrated happily on the spot. Old Xia looked at the lively pair and laughed, scolding, "You two fools." The next day, on the official road, a horse-drawn cart was making its way slowly. It wasn't a carriage with a compartment, but an open wooden cart, with the oxen replaced by horses. Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu sat on the back of the cart, the wheels sinking down several inches, and the horse struggled a bit to run. Chu Anping sat at the front, holding the reins, but his mind was already immersed in his consciousness. A mysterious and intricate star map hung down, adorned with countless stars, forming a geographical map below. However, the area displayed on the map was much larger than before. Chu Anping compared it and found that the newly added area was precisely the region he had traveled to Wuzhou City a few days ago, expanding outward by 30 miles from his trajectory. The overall size of the geographical map remained unchanged, only the scale had shrunk, with a large part of Wuzhou City now within the model. Wherever Chu Anping pointed, that area would continuously magnify, revealing many details that matched reality. This meant that as long as Chu Anping continued to visit new places, the geographical map would keep expanding its domain. Notably, in some newly expanded water areas, there were sporadic yellow glimmers. Based on experience, could there also be treasures underwater in those areas? Chu Anping's heart raced, and he decided to take some time in the next couple of days to check it out. However, he found it strange that only the underwater areas had hints while the mountains and towns did not. Surely, it couldn't be that in a radius of hundreds of miles, only the underwater had treasures? Remembering that the star map had changed only after absorbing the water mirror jade last time, he wondered if he needed to absorb something new again. Chu Anping shook his head, deciding not to overthink it. There would be time to figure these things out later. The urgent matter was to get married first. The cart leisurely entered Wuzhou City, and a bustling atmosphere far surpassing Qixia town rushed towards them. The shops on both sides of the road seemed endless, with mixed aromas from roux shops, pastry shops, and bun shops, making Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu swallow their saliva uncontrollably. Street vendors shouted enthusiastically, and the common people came and went. In a three-story tavern, a storyteller was regaling an audience with dubious tales of the rivers and lakes just after noon, causing loud cheers from the crowd inside. Lin Xiaoman watched with bright eyes and said, "Master, shouldn't we also hire a storyteller? Maybe it would boost our business." Without looking back, Chu Anping replied, "Sure, but if we hire a storyteller, half of your and Tai Zhu's monthly wages will be deducted." Lin Xiaoman was startled and hurriedly waved her hands. Forget it. Forget it. We can tell stories ourselves." The current monthly wages were just enough for Lin Xiaoman to buy antiques and red bean cakes. Losing half wouldn't work. The master was too cunning. Luckily, she didn't fall for it. Tai Zhu also shook his head vigorously, indicating they didn't need to hire a storyteller. The tavern was already great as it was. The three of them wandered through the bustling Wuzhou City, buying red cloth, window decorations, red candles, and other items needed for the wedding. When they passed a red bean cake shop, Chu Anping bought a big box. Lin Xiaoman jumped up in excitement, showering him with compliments as if they were free, and carefully took out a piece to share with Tai Zhu. They each tasted it and laughed, revealing their white teeth. Though Tai Zhu's teeth were not very neat as a few had been knocked out previously. By the time they finished shopping, it was already dusk. The cart stopped in front of a luxurious mansion, where the plaque read Zhang Mansion. "The groom has arrived." The butler at the entrance was assigning tasks to the servants. Upon seeing Chu Anping, he laughed heartily and welcomed him, leading the three of them into the mansion. Inside the Zhang Mansion, red decorations were everywhere, and happy characters were pasted on the windows, creating a festive atmosphere. Just thinking about how the usual tavern had not been decorated yet made Chu Anping feel a bit anxious. The butler informed him that the master had gone out to distribute invitations for the wedding, as it was important to personally invite some key figures. Chu Anping felt even more embarrassed. If it weren't for Su Chun arriving in time, he feared nothing would have been prepared. The three waited in the hall, and before long, a tall young girl walked gracefully towards them. She wore a water-green dress tied at the waist with a silver ribbon, accentuating her slender figure, while her round face and fair skin made her a striking beauty. "Lang Jun," the girl called out sweetly, with a hint of a nasal tone. Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu were seeing the master's fiancée for the first time, and while her appearance was impressive, her voice was the most beautiful they had ever heard. "Tinger, I haven't seen you for several days." Seeing his beloved, Chu Anping felt in high spirits. Zhang Yuding softly replied, "Several days? The last time I saw you was a month ago. I thought you had gone missing." Chu Anping responded, "Fortunately." Zhang Yuding was not overly difficult. Upon learning that Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu were employees at the tavern, she instructed her maid to present them with 2 gifts, leaving Lin Xiaoman and Tai Zhu feeling flustered. However, after a few words of persuasion from Zhang Yuding, they happily accepted the gifts. The two exchanged glances, feeling that the master's wife was both gentle and kind, so there was no need to worry too much in the future. Chapter 24. The enchantress Chu Anping held Zhang Yuding's hand, feeling its warmth and smoothness, and asked with a smile, "Have you been practicing the way of being a wife these days?" Zhang Yuding was a typical young lady from a prominent family. He remembered when they first met. She was sitting in the flower garden of the Zhang mansion, engrossed in an ancient book, completely unaware of his approach. As they became more familiar, her knowledge, grace, and elegance all matched Chu Anping's ideal of a wife, making him very satisfied with marrying her. "Huh, Lang Jun, how can you be so shameless? We aren't even married yet." Zhang Yuding's ears turned red, and she playfully withdrew her hand. Lin Xiaoman covered her eyes, stomped her feet, and dragged the silly Tai Zhu away, fearing that if they stayed any longer, they would witness something embarrassing. Zhang Yuding's maid also laughed and left. Chu Anping, wanting to take his beloved into his arms, pressed further. "Lang Jun, you absolutely must not. A man is unmarried, and a woman is unmarried. How can such indecent actions be permitted?" Zhang Yuding hurriedly dodged, and the two began playing a game of cat and mouse around the hall until an unexpected guest arrived, breaking the joyful atmosphere. "Cousin, I have something to discuss with you." The newcomer was a young man of medium height, quite handsome, but his expression was cold, especially when he looked at Chu Anping, revealing a hint of hostility. "Lang Jun, this is my cousin, who has just arrived at the mansion," Zhang Yuding introduced. "Cousin?" Chu Anping was somewhat puzzled, as Zhang Yuding had shared everything with him except for the fact that she had a cousin. However, out of courtesy, he greeted the cousin, only to receive a cold smile and a dismissive glance in return. Zhang Yuding felt embarrassed but couldn't reprimand him, so she asked, "Cousin, what brings you here?" The cousin turned and left, looking as if he was going to discuss something inside. Zhang Yuding helplessly said, "My lord, please don't mind. My cousin has always had a cold and aloof personality. Just bear with it a bit. He was called here to help because of our marriage, and he must be feeling upset." Chu Anping replied, "It's no problem. We will all be family from now on. It's getting late, and I need to head back to Qixia town. Next time I come, you will be a member of the Chu family." Zhang Yuding shyly lowered her head, and 2 blushes appeared on her fair face. Chu Anping took the opportunity to pinch her cheek, then left with a smile. After he left, Zhang Yuding gracefully went to the inner courtyard and returned to her boudoir. Little did Chu Anping know that the cousin was sitting openly in Zhang Yuding's boudoir, a place where even he had never set foot. Even more unimaginable to Chu Anping was that the gentle and virtuous Zhang Yuding in front of him was now smiling and saying, "Senior brother, is it common for you to intrude into a girl's boudoir without permission?" Wang Ying grinned maliciously and said, "Sister, don't be angry. I just have something to say that I can't hold back." Zhang Yuding raised her chin slightly. Wang Ying continued, "As the direct disciple of our bliss palace, you have been personally taught the supreme skill of the palace, the yin-yang reverse element formula. When cultivating this martial art, one cannot break their chastity too early. And to achieve the ultimate level, one must first find a man with whom they share a deep emotional connection, breaking through the realm with emotional tribulation. Sister, you are truly a talent favored by the palace master. Yesterday, I observed your cultivation. You are clearly just 1 step away from success. You only need to kill that country bumpkin, and you will achieve great success. At that time, there will be few opponents on the star ranking. Why haven't you taken action yet, sister? If you're reluctant, I can do it for you, and we can return to the palace early. The palace master will surely be very pleased." Zhang Yuding raised her hand, twirling her hair with her fingertips, and with a flirtatious smile, she said, "Senior brother, it's best if you don't interfere in my matters. Otherwise, I might get angry." Her tempting tone sent a chill through Wang Ying's heart, yet he chuckled. "As long as sister knows what she's doing, that's enough. In my opinion, that pitiful fellow is still thinking of marrying you. It's better to kill him early to avoid becoming a laughingstock in the future." Under Zhang Yuding's watchful gaze, Wang Ying quickly stopped talking, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender, and obediently left. Sitting in front of the dressing table, Zhang Yuding closed her eyes, and a rich pink aura seeped out from her pores, enveloping her completely. With a series of crisp sounds, the pink aura retracted back into her pores. The person sitting there had not changed in stature, but had seemingly changed her face. It was a face that could ensnare souls like a poppy poison. The skin was fair and smooth, the brows like distant mountains, the eyes slightly upward at the corners. Even when not smiling, they held a hint of springtime affection. Most captivating were the amber-colored pupils, which seemed to hold droplets of affectionate dew. When her bow-shaped lips curled up, it was as if the mirror brightened, and the birds outside flapped their wings as if intoxicated. The yin-yang reverse element formula was extraordinarily peculiar. During the emotional tribulation phase, one could change their appearance once, and when breaking through the emotional tribulation, they would revert to their original appearance. At this moment, the most talented disciple of the Bliss Palace, Feng Lianxiu, had returned to her true form, which also meant she had decided to completely break through the emotional tribulation and achieve success in one go. Feng Lianxiu looked at her intoxicating beauty in the mirror, raised her hand to caress her left cheek, slowly sliding down to her mouth, then following her lips down to her delicate chin and playfully twirling her hair that hung down to her collarbone. Her eyes curved slightly, like hooks, smiling before she even spoke, captivating people's hearts. What a charming and enchanting seductress. One could only wonder what Chu Anping, who was desperately seeking a noble wife, would feel upon seeing his fiancée in this form. On the dressing table lay a book titled The Way of Being a Wife, one of the female precepts of the Dafeng dynasty, which every woman would read before marriage. Feng Lianxiu raised her delicate hand and tossed the book out the window. She had been hiding in Wuzhou City for 5 years. Although it seemed her cultivation had not progressed much, she had actually been accumulating strength, repeatedly solidifying her foundation, making her already solid groundwork unbreakable. The current master of the Bliss Palace was said to be unfathomable, and under the master's personal guidance, Feng Lianxiu had made further advancements. Her foundation among her peers showing a hint of surpassing the blue from the indigo. 5 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and this most favored disciple of the Bliss Palace was finally about to break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly. Feng Lianxiu stood up and pushed the door open. Wang Ying, who was admiring the flowers in the courtyard, turned to look, feeling as if he had been struck by an invisible force, and an infinite heat surged in his heart. The techniques of the Bliss Palace were inseparable from the word harmony. Even the most powerful yin-yang reverse element formula ultimately required dual cultivation between men and women to achieve great success. According to convention, Feng Lianxiu, having broken through the emotional tribulation, would conduct her first dual cultivation upon returning to the sect. As for Wang Ying, he was one of the top male disciples of the Bliss Palace in terms of talent and appearance. Congratulations, sister. Success is imminent, and the future is limitless. Wang Ying hurried forward, unable to hide the heat in his eyes. Feng Lianxiu smiled, about to speak, when a maid stepped in and, upon seeing Feng Lianxiu's appearance, was momentarily stunned. It was obvious that the maid was also from the Bliss Palace. The maid said, "Senior sister, that Chu Anping is here again." Wang Ying said with disgust, "That ignorant fly, hasn't he had enough?" "Sister, let me take care of him." Feng Lianxiu asked, "What does he want from me?" The maid replied, "Young Master Chu didn't elaborate, only said he had something to discuss with you." Wang Ying stepped forward but was stopped by Feng Lianxiu. "Senior brother, wait before taking action. I'll go see what he wants." Wang Ying sneered. At this point, keeping that country bumpkin around is pointless. "Sister, you are destined to be a renowned figure in the martial world. If people find out you had any dealings with such a lowly person, wouldn't that tarnish your reputation?" Feng Lianxiu said, "I've said it before, my matters do not require your concern. The emotional tribulation must be broken by me alone. If it comes to killing, it should be by my hand." Chapter 25. The day of marriage. Hearing this, Wang Ying's expression improved significantly, but he still reminded her, "Sister, the yin-yang reverse element formula is a top secret of our sect. If the fact that it causes changes in appearance during cultivation gets out, we can't guarantee that those righteous sects won't use it against us. Future disciples won't find a safe place to break their emotional tribulation." The implication was clear. Chu Anping had to die. Feng Lianxiu's eyes curved slightly as she chuckled. "I will kill him, but not now. On the day of the wedding. At the peak of his life. Taking his life will show my mercy and not waste our acquaintance." After saying this, she stepped away, leaving a trace of fragrant wind behind. Wang Ying inhaled deeply, and his face turned slightly red. In the hall, Chu Anping heard footsteps and saw his fiancée approaching gracefully, but her face was veiled, which puzzled him. Tinger, what is this? Feng Lianxiu replied, My lord, you are truly confused. As the wedding date approaches, according to custom, we should not meet. Our previous encounter was already inappropriate. This time, I absolutely cannot comply with you. Chu Anping chuckled. His fiancée, he could be adorably rigid at times, and he believed life with her would certainly be interesting. Tinger, I just remembered on my way back that I forgot to give you something. Chu Anping took something out from his bosom, and Feng Lianxiu focused and saw that it was a wooden hairpin. However, this hairpin was oddly shaped, and only with careful examination could one make out that it was carved into the shape of a lotus flower with 2 blooms, and the lacquer was unevenly applied. Feng Lianxiu covered her mouth and smiled. My lord has been deceived. This wooden hairpin must have been made by some apprentice who just learned the craft. Only my lord would fall for it. Chu Anping felt a bit embarrassed and said, I made this with my own hands. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Feng Lianxiu was slightly taken aback, but before she could respond, Chu Anping had already stuffed the wooden hairpin into her hand and said with a wry smile, Tinga, just keep it for now. I will practice hard and make you the most beautiful wooden hairpin, and then I will personally put it on for you. It's getting late. Eat your meal and rest early, and wait for me to come and marry you. With a laugh, Chu Anping strode away. Feng Lianxiu looked at the abstractly ugly wooden hairpin in her hand, still warm from the man's touch, and felt a mix of emotions. When Feng Lianxiu returned to her boudoir, she found Wang Ying sitting by her bed, touching the curtain at the head of the bed. Senior brother, what are you doing? Junior sister, once we return to the hall this time, you will definitely start dual cultivation. The elders will surely want to be behind us. And since we have grown up together, I want to familiarize myself with my junior sister sent first to avoid surrendering too early later. Feng Lianxiu giggled, lightly touching her waist, her full chest trembling, her stunning charm making Wang Ying's eyes heat up, wishing he could pounce on her immediately. Feng Lianxiu blinked her beautiful eyes. Why wait until then? I have already seen through the trials of love. It wouldn't hurt to start dual cultivation now. Senior brother is a hero of the rivers and lakes, and I admire you greatly. Is that true? Wang Ying's body trembled, and without thinking, he lunged forward like a shadow, moving almost as fast as Su Mubai. His hand reached out at the speed of his life, aiming for that long-desired waist. Feng Lianxiu seemed to be waiting in place, a smile on her lips, but before Wang Ying's hand could reach her, she flicked her finger lightly. Bang! The flick pierced through Wang Ying's protective aura effortlessly, sending him flying, rolling on the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood, horrified. Junior sister. Feng Lianxiu twirled her finger around her hair end, smiling seductively. Senior brother, come here. As long as you can endure my 3 finger strikes. How about we cultivate together today? Wang Ying's face turned pale, and after struggling to stand up, he staggered out. If he endured 2 more strikes, he feared he would lose his soul. This junior sister truly held nothing back. Hearing the call, the maid hurried in. Feng Lianxiu coldly said, Take all the bedding and curtains out and burn them. Replace them with new ones. Also, if you let idle people enter my room without my permission again, you can leave my side. The maid knelt on the ground, gritting her teeth. Sister, please don't be angry. If senior brother Wang dares to intrude again, I will definitely protect you with my life. Feng Lianxiu smiled. No need. He doesn't have the guts to hurt you. By the way, has senior brother Liren returned? Congratulations. Junior sister, your cultivation has reached great success. A tall middle-aged man walked in gracefully, looking at Feng Lianxiu with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This person was Li Run, who had been posing as Zhang Yuding's father for the past 5 years. How did it go? Those traitors who betrayed the hall many years ago. I didn't expect that after lurking here for 5 years, they have all been executed. Feng Lianxiu nodded, leading Li Run and the maid to the courtyard, issuing orders. Before long, the core figures of the Zhang family had gathered, and it turned out they were all from the Extreme Bliss Hall. Finish what needs to be done as soon as possible. And don't forget to collect what should be collected. Once the supplies in the mansion are fully transferred, we will return to the Extreme Bliss Hall, obeying the Holy Maiden's command. As the saying goes, a person in good spirits is always cheerful. In these past few days, Chu Anping had been busy, and the smile on his face never faded. The elders in Qixia town, led by Lin Bo and Aunt Zhao, usually scolded Chu Anping. But these days they enthusiastically helped to arrange the usual tavern, preparing various items for the wedding, and didn't forget to remind him of the marriage matters he should pay attention to as someone who had been there before. Even the large camphor tree at the tavern entrance was adorned with red satin. The passing guests took the opportunity to enjoy the festive atmosphere. with drink prices reduced by half, everyone drinking to their heart's content. Happy days always pass quickly, and soon it was the wedding day. Chu Anping, dressed in red, already handsome, now looked even more like a reincarnation of Panin, making the young women in town swoon. Taizhu was also in red, proudly leading the way, as happy as if he were the one getting married. Lin Xiaoman had her hair styled in 2 buns, specially paired with red ribbons, her little face blooming with joy. Directing the crowd, the young people from the town also came to help, a group of them setting off to Wuzhou City amidst music and singing. From Qixia Town to Wuzhou City was a full dozen miles. Normally, it would take 2 to 3 hours by carriage, but with such a large wedding procession, they could only walk slowly, and after resting in between, they set off in the morning and finally arrived in the city by evening. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And according to the plan, after picking up the bride, they would rest in the city for a night and return the next day. The Zhang family was located in the northern part of Wuzhou City, and Taizhu, looking energetic, led a group in front. As they approached the corner near the Zhang family, Taizhu and the others ran back, but their faces looked very grim, and Taizhu's dark face seemed to pale slightly. Even Lin Xiaoman, no matter how foolish, realized something was wrong and asked, "Brother Zhu, why haven't they set off firecrackers at the Zhang family? We can't miss the time." Taizhu stammered, unable to speak. The young men accompanying them exchanged glances, their looks towards Chu Anping filled with pity. Chu Anping pushed through the crowd and hurried around the corner, and what he saw was the grand Zhang family mansion. However, what should have been a brightly decorated Zhang family had now almost turned into a ruin. Not only were the continuous buildings burned down to their frames, but even the courtyard walls were in ruins, with destruction everywhere and not a single intact place. Chu Anping's expression went blank, and then he rushed in recklessly, with the others shouting and following him. "Master!" Lin Xiaoman covered her mouth with her hands, seeing Chu Anping's staggering and disheveled appearance. Her little face turned pale with fright. Chapter 26. Searching inside the Zhang family mansion, smoke filled the air, pavilions and towers were in ruins, and nothing was intact. The image of Zhang Yuding's fragile figure flashed before Chu Anping's eyes, and his feet moved faster than his brain as he frantically searched the mansion. His mind was blank, not knowing where he was, like a walking corpse looking for place after place until he reached the backyard. This was a place he had never been before, and he never imagined that his first visit would be under such circumstances. In the burned ruins of the backyard, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, and they were actually old acquaintances. Chu Anping. Kong Xuan was also a bit surprised, seemingly not expecting Chu Anping to show up as the Qinglong Hall's law enforcement officer. After the matter with the cloth garment gang was settled, Han Feng and Kong Xuan were supposed to head elsewhere, but they happened to be near Wuzhou City and rushed over after hearing the news from the Zhuke Hall. For a family as large as the Zhang family, with their mansion burned down clean, ordinary citizens wouldn't have the ability to do this. It was undoubtedly the work of the rivers and lakes. Therefore, both Han Feng and Kong Xuan felt heavy-hearted. If this matter was not resolved quickly, it would surely cause panic among the people. "Chu Anping, why are you here?" Kong Xuan looked Chu Anping up and down in his wedding attire, while inwardly lamenting his good fortune. She had thought he wouldn't escape the crisis with the cloth garment gang, but unexpectedly, the gang encountered trouble first, and after Su Chun took power, he changed his previous style and re-established himself in the rivers and lakes, and this kid was safe. Chu Anping did not answer, looking at Han Feng. "Lord Han, have you found the body of the woman?" Han Feng said. The Zhang residence was robbed, but strangely, no corpses were found inside, as if the people had been kidnapped. Chu Anping let out a sigh of relief, but soon became tense again. "Do you know who did it? Will it be harmful to the hostages?" Kong Xuan said, "This is a matter for the Qinglong Hall. Why are you asking so much?" Chu Anping replied angrily, "Miss Zhang Yuding of the Zhang family is my wife. Can I ask?" Kong Xuan was momentarily stunned. Han Feng was also a bit surprised, and then looked at Chu Anping with a strange expression. "How is it that everything is related to this kid? It's too unfortunate." Han Feng walked to a wall, looking at a long crack that extended several feet, deep enough to see the bricks inside. After examining the shape of the marks closely, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The jade cutter. Kong Xuan also changed color. A few corpses found in the city a few days ago were suspected to have died at the hands of the jade cutter. Yesterday, my colleagues from the Zhuke Hall sent a secret message confirming that those deceased were former masters of the demonic sect who had defected from the Jiao Hall. Chu Anping's reaction was quick. Was it the demonic sect that did it? The demonic sect in this world hides extremely deeply, but it is one of the oldest and most terrifying sections. It only went underground after suffering heavy losses many years ago. Chu Anping had occasionally heard patrons in the tavern discuss the demonic sect, but everyone spoke of it in hushed tones, as if it were a taboo. Han Feng said, "In recent years, it seems that the demonic sect has regained some strength, and those monsters have started to become active again. If I'm not mistaken, the recent murders in the city and the destruction of the Jianghu residence were likely carried out by Li Ren, a master from the Jianghu Hall of the 7 sects of the demonic sect. Li Ren is incredibly mysterious. No one has seen his true face except for those close to him, but his jade cutter is terrifying. Over the years, many righteous masters have died at his hands." Chu Anping felt a heavy weight in his heart and asked, "How can we find this person?" Han Feng glanced at him, stepped forward, and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Chu, I understand how you feel. We in the Demon Suppression Division have been tracking Li Ren's whereabouts. If we have any news, the Qinglong Hall will definitely not let it go. If your wife is still alive, we will do our utmost to rescue her." Kong Xuan, as a woman, looked at him more gently, perhaps moved by the fact that a commoner like Chu Anping was willing to risk everything for his wife. She no longer held a grudge against him for his earlier outburst, and sighed, "We will notify you as soon as we have any news." Chu Anping kept murmuring the name Li Ren, looking at the surrounding ruins, and thought of the well-educated girl who might not know where she was, whether she had already. His heart ached heavily at this thought. After all, it was that damned group of people from the Jianghu. You fight for fame and profit. Struggle for life and death. Why must you involve us ordinary people who just want to live peacefully? Just because you have high martial arts, you can kill at will and act lawlessly? At this moment, Chu Anping truly felt extreme disgust and hatred towards the Jianghu. In his heart, he even developed the impulse to destroy this Jianghu and kill those beasts. Seeing Chu Anping staring blankly at the sunset, especially in that bright red wedding attire amidst the ruins, Kong Xuan couldn't bear to look any longer. Lin Xiaoman, who rushed over from behind, covered her mouth and tears streamed down her face. Taizhu stood foolishly to the side, pursing his lips. The young people from the town who came to help had various expressions as they hurriedly passed by. The next day, Chu Anping went to the Jianghu residence again. Walking through every familiar spot, the scenes of playing and laughing with Zhang Yuding flashed before his eyes, but everything had changed. He stood there for a long time until Lin Xiaoman urged him repeatedly before he finally turned to leave. Qixia Town. After hearing about the Jianghu residence incident, the townspeople who had gathered to celebrate were collectively dumbfounded. Now looking at Chu Anping, with his disheveled hair and an awkward smile on his face. Even Lin Bo couldn't bear to say, "Chu, you should take it easy." Others began to persuade him, and after Chu Anping stiffly thanked everyone, he returned to the usual tavern. Lao Xia stood under the large camphor tree with red cloth fluttering, today rare to be dressed in red as well, silently watching Chu Anping walk back to the courtyard. Everyone has dispersed, all dispersed. Once we find Miss Zhang, we'll invite everyone to drink. Lao Xia smiled and bowed to the crowd in apology, then waited for Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu to return before shutting the door with a bang. Boss, so pitiful. Someone who liked to joke so much hasn't said a word from yesterday to today, just now. Lin Xiaoman started to cry again. Taizhu's eyes also turned red. Lao Xia said, "You're still young. You haven't experienced much. Even the boss thinks too simply about things. The world is full of ups and downs. It's not that easy for ordinary people to pick a place to live quietly, free from the storms. Even the top masters in the Jianghu, the powerful heads of major sects, and the dignitaries in the court sometimes find themselves powerless. Chu Anping, if you want the shore to be calm, you must have the strength to calm the storms." Under the tree in the courtyard, Chu Anping sat there all night until the next morning when the rooster crowed before he stood up, returned to the house, and slept for a day and night. When he got up to brush his teeth and wash his face, he finally opened the door. He saw Lao Xia, Lin Xiaoman, and Taizhu sitting at the stone table. Upon hearing the noise, they all looked over in unison. Chapter 27, Xian Zhao Tuesday. Chu Anping smiled and said, "Why is everyone not working? Are you deliberately slacking off when I'm not around?" Lin Xiaoman stood up, puzzled. "Boss, you." Chu Anping said, "I'm fine now. Although Ting is currently out of touch, looking at it from another angle, it might not be bad news." Lin Xiaoman quickly nodded vigorously. Yes, Miss Zhang has her own fate. She definitely won't be in trouble." Taizhu also echoed from the side. The two clueless people saw the boss regaining his former demeanor and suddenly felt much lighter, shouting to go to the kitchen to cook. Only Lao Xia squinted and said, "You kid, what are you really thinking?" Chu Anping flicked his long coat and sat opposite. "If Ting is safe, then everyone will be happy. If something really happens to her, even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will cut off the enemy's head to avenge her." Lao Xia looked at him without giving face, as if to say, "Don't you know your own weight? I think we should leave it to the Qinglong Hall." "Lao Xia, last time you mentioned Shui Jingyu. I wonder if there are any other rare objects in the world that are comparable to Shui Jingyu, something similar? In this vast world, there are countless wonders. Although Shui Jingyu is rare on Earth, there are many things even more precious. If it's something similar, there are indeed a few. For example, Jinsui Stone, Muing Branch, Xianjiao Tu, and Huijing Copper." Chu Anping's heart stirred upon hearing this. Since the star map can absorb Shui Jingyu, the other four must be similar objects. He hurriedly asked, "Where are they?" Lao Xia spoke eloquently. Jinsui Stone is born in deep geological fault lines and is rarely seen in the world. Muing Branch grows in ancient trees over 1,000 years old, but not all ancient trees can produce Muing Branch. It's all about luck. Huijing Copper is said to only exist deep in volcanic lava, but how many people in the world can obtain it? As for Xianjiao Tu, it can only appear where yin and yang merge, and water and fire coexist. Coincidentally, more than 10 years ago, a piece of Xianjiao Tu appeared in the Great Bear Mountain outside Linen City. At that time, experts from the Jianghu came rushing in, and the battle in the Great Bear Mountain was fierce. In the end, it fell into the hands of a mysterious person and has since disappeared without a trace. "Boss, why are you asking about this?" Chu Anping inquired in detail about the specifics of the Xianjiao soil, then shook his head and said, "Last time I saw the water mirror Jade's oddity, which piqued my curiosity. No more talk. I'm going to the kitchen to prevent those two from making a mess again." Behind him, old Xia touched his nose, but wisely refrained from asking further. The next day, Chu Anping used the excuse of going to the city to purchase brewing materials. Bidding farewell to the amused old Xia and the worried Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu, and set off alone with his horse cart, traveling along the official road. He arrived in Wuzhou City. Returning to a familiar place, Chu Anping's expression turned serious, and he left the city that very day. After several days of traveling, sleeping outdoors and enduring the elements, he reached one of the most prosperous cities in Jiangnan, Linen City. However, Chu Anping did not linger and exited through the southern city gate, continuing until he arrived at the foot of a continuous mountain range. This was the site where the Xianjiao soil had previously appeared, the Great Bear Mountain. Looking ahead, the mountain range resembled a lying bear, with the main peak at less than 300 feet high. The northern slope was steep with many bare rocks, while the southern slope was lush with vegetation. Midway up the mountain, there seemed to be a basin surrounded by mountains. According to old Xia, the Xianjiao soil was discovered there 10 years ago. Although it was still unknown whether the Xianjiao soil could further alter the starry landscape of the mountains and rivers, Chu Anping had to give it a try. Having tasted the sweetness of absorbing the water mirror jade, he had high hopes for the Xianjiao soil. This was also his only way to quickly gain opportunities, strengthen himself, and then search for Zhang Yuding. Chu Anping concealed the horse cart in a dense thicket, changed into a black robe and mask, and without seeking a path, leaped up over 10 feet with a strong push, soaring up the northern slope's bare rocks. If a mountain climbing enthusiast from his past life saw this scene, they would surely exclaim in awe. Even among the martial artists of this world, few could move so effortlessly. Chu Anping himself did not realize that under the pressure of the cloth robe gang, his star technique had made significant progress. Several hundred meters away on a hidden mountain path, a farmer was leading a little girl up the slope, both carrying bamboo baskets, likely gathering herbs in the mountains. The little girl suddenly froze, pointing at the soaring figure in the distance, and exclaimed, "Daddy, look." The farmer quickly pulled the little girl behind him, his expression tightening as he said in a low voice, "Don't shout so loud. Those high-flying martial artists are best avoided. It's not good to attract their attention." The little girl blinked a few times and asked, "Daddy, why do those martial artists always like to run to the basin? A few days ago, I heard you and Mommy talking. So, you used to go to the basin often too. Why haven't you gone in the last 10 years? It's so strange that you suddenly came this time." The farmer snorted, "If you keep chattering, next time you can stay home and take care of your brother." Upon hearing this, the little girl hurriedly flattered him, "Daddy, I won't ask anymore." The farmer finally relented, glancing up at the dense forest of the basin. a complex look flashing in his eyes. The basin known as Great Bear Hollow was located halfway up the mountain, at an altitude of less than 200 feet. After a few breaths, Chu Anping steadily landed on the edge of the basin. The mountain wind blew, causing his robe to rustle. Looking back, he saw a vast expanse below him. It turned out that he could now traverse mountains and ridges as if walking on flat ground. The youthful dream of martial arts seemed to be within reach. But right now, he only wanted to find that ordinary wife and grow old together with her. Chu Anping headed towards the center of Great Bear Hollow. According to Old Xia, the conditions for the birth of Xianzhao soil were extremely harsh, requiring the convergence of yin and yang energy, evolving slowly over thousands of years. The center of Great Bear Hollow had a very balanced day-night cycle due to environmental factors. And with its good soil quality, the Xianzhao soil had been discovered there 10 years ago. Logically, the martial artist should have already taken all the Xianzhao soil. But Chu Anping could only come and try his luck. As Chu Anping slowly searched, in the central area of Great Bear Hollow, in a place neither bright nor dark, an old man held a string of beads woven from various herb seeds, his eyes scanning the ground. The people behind him dared not even breathe, fearing to disturb the elder. Not here, let's try another place. After checking, Yu Jingji expressed slight disappointment. The others exchanged glances secretly. After failing to find treasures in Yodo Bay, the elder insisted on searching for Xianzhao soil. They could go on searching, but they had been at it for over half a month, nearly turning the whole Great Bear Mountain upside down. Even this group of martial arts experts was exhausted. Yet the elder was adamant about not leaving. Who would dare to advise him? They would only be scolded by this stubborn old man. Chapter 28. The difficulty of picking peaches. Someone stepped forward and said, "Elder, Xianzhao soil is produced once every 1,000 years. It was cleared out 10 years ago. It's very difficult to find any here now. We've been away from Huangshan for a while. If we don't return soon, the family head might get anxious." Yu Jingji scolded, "My Huangshan family is built on the path of alchemy. The importance of the quality of herbs is something you all understand without me saying it. The herbs grown in Xianzhao soil far surpass those from other soils. Finding even a little would be of great significance to my Huangshan family. If you're impatient, just leave on your own. Anyone who dares to delay me will see my wrath." The others were left speechless, inwardly cursing while outwardly maintaining smiles. Great Bear Hollow covered a vast area, and Chu Anping had unknowingly searched for 3 days without any luck. But he was unwilling to leave. Days passed, and before he knew it, 10 days had gone by. A few days ago, he noticed a suspicious group of people who also seemed to be searching for something. So he kept a close watch and followed them from a distance. However, that group wasn't much better than him. The leading old man appeared quite professional. Yet they were just wandering around the mountain and sometimes venting their frustrations on their companions, acting like a stubborn old fool. After following for several days, the old man seemed to have searched every inch of Great Bear Hollow and was losing patience, planning to leave soon. But just before departing, the situation changed. Everyone froze. In front of a towering ancient tree, Yu Jingji suddenly shouted, startling those around him. "Ha ha ha! Truly, I've searched everywhere and finally found it. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined." Yu Jingji's white beard trembled with laughter, his old face turning red as he fixed his gaze on a small patch of soil beside the ancient tree, unwilling to move an inch. At first glance, this patch of soil looked no different from the surrounding soil, but Yu Jingji was a master of alchemy who had immersed himself in the craft for half a lifetime, especially having conducted detailed research on Xianzhao soil. In the faint light, he could see that this palm-sized patch of soil contained nearly invisible silver grains. The people behind him widened their eyes and leaned in closer to see, immediately becoming excited and unable to help but marvel at how the elder's eyes seemed almost supernatural. "Elder, quickly collect this soil," someone urged anxiously. Yu Jingji scolded, "What's the rush?" Everyone stepped back. With a wave of his hand, he took out a vessel made of gold and jade, along with a small shovel that also appeared to be made of gold and jade. The properties of Xianzhao soil were rare. If it were stored in a clay pot, over time, its qualities would diminish. From a distance, Chu Anping listened quietly as Yu Jingji explained, grateful to have encountered a good person. Otherwise, even if he obtained Xianzhao soil, it would have been wasted. At the same time, Chu Anping operated the star technique at full capacity. Now, even if he used all his strength, he would not emit any light. So he need not worry about being discovered. Only waiting for that old man to collect the Xianzhao soil, then it will be his time to act. Yu Jingji's movements were slow and careful, taking nearly half an hour to completely gather the small palm-sized piece of soil. Then Yu Jingji turned his head and looked towards a certain part of the jungle, smiling lightly. "Friend, you have been secretly following me for so many days. Why not come out and meet me? I am always hospitable." Chu Anping was startled, then shrugged and stepped out from behind the bushes. He had never seen Yu Jingji and did not know that this old man was the renowned elder of the Huangshan family, ranked 81st among the top experts on the flowing cloud list. How bold of a rat to still dare to hide in front of the elder. Where did this lowly character come from? The experts of the Huangshan family were all furious, not knowing if it was out of shame or anger, especially since they had been followed for so many days without noticing. Yu Jingji calmly tucked the jade vessel into his robe, stroked his long beard, and said leisurely, "Friend, go back where you came from. Today, I have obtained the Xianzhao soil, so I will not hold your previous reckless behavior against you." The words were quite arrogant, as if he had already grasped Chu Anping's fate, but this old man indeed had that confidence. Chu Anping negotiated, "Senior, could you please give the Xianzhao soil to me? I really have an urgent need for it, and this favor will be repaid tenfold in the future." Before Yu Jingji could respond, other experts from the Huangshan family had already grown impatient. The elder had expended so much effort for the Xianzhao soil. If they still needed the elder to take action against this rat, they would have no face to see others. "Rat, surrender." A hot-tempered person charged towards Chu Anping first. This person was not weak, with powerful internal energy, actually a third-level Xuanji realm martial artist. The so-called Jiyuan 3 transformations and Lu Shu 4 levels had already stumped a large number of people in the first 7 realms. To reach the Xuanji realm, one must have considerable talent. A third-level Xuanji realm martial artist was considered top-tier in the martial world. Any one of them was not an ordinary person. Facing the violent energy, Chu Anping did not hesitate to use the thunder palm, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, pushing forward with a palm strike. Bang! Without any suspense, that expert from the Huangshan family was directly sent flying, his arm broken, seemingly needing to rest for a while. This was still the result of Chu Anping holding back. He had no grudges with the other party. After all, he wanted to take someone else's peach, so he had to leave some room for retreat. Of course, if the other party had not rushed in mindlessly, he would not have acted. Those Huangshan family experts who were eager to rush in were immediately like they had been cast with a spell, looking in disbelief at the black-robed Chu Anping. "Who are you?" Yu Jingji's old face darkened. "That palm strike with wind and thunder. This is the signature technique of the Wind Thunder Fortress, the Thunder Palm." Could it be that it was you who killed Li Xiaoyuan that night? Observing your palm strength, it is not as profound as Lei Zhua and Lei Shui, but stronger than the others. I wonder which figure you are from the Wind Thunder Fortress? Chu Anping did not answer and charged directly at Yu Jingji, pushing forward with both palms, instantly generating a thunderous explosion that shook the entire scene. Yu Jingji snorted, waving his left palm, and unexpectedly, he managed to unleash a total of 36 energy blasts, attacking various acupoints of Chu Anping from all directions. Chu Anping had never seen such a marvelous technique, and, lacking combat experience, panicked, using both palms to disperse the energy in front of him like a mountain collapsing. However, the energy from the other directions arrived in an instant, hitting Chu Anping all at once. PFF, 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 PFF. It was as if stones had fallen onto the river surface. These energy blasts exploded on Chu Anping, splashing internal energy like water. However, Yu Jingji's eyes widened, with his keen eyesight. How could he not see that most of these energy blasts had been rebounded by Chu Anping's protective true energy? What kind of internal skill is the other party practicing? Chapter 29. Hero, do you want the silver soil? On the west side of Dashong Mountain, at the edge of a cliff, a farmer cautiously climbed down the cliff using a thick rope. After descending more than 50 meters, he finally discovered a medicinal herb growing between the rocks. His eyes brightened, and he reached out a hand to gently pick the herb, skillfully tossing it into the bamboo basket on his back. The mountain wind blew, and the farmer's back was already soaked, but he dared not stop, slowly climbing back up the thick rope. Although the highest point of Dashong Mountain was only over 300 zhong, for an ordinary person, hanging in midair was enough to scare them to death. Zhao Di crouched at the edge of the cliff, watching her father slowly moving below. Her heart was in her throat, and the freckled tip of her nose was covered in sweat, her hands digging into the dirt. After a while, seeing her father about to climb back up, Zhao Di quickly reached out her hands to grab him. Boom! At that moment, a startling roar came from behind, followed by a gust of wind that almost blew Zhao Di off the cliff. Zhao Di, run! The farmer was greatly frightened, and Zhao Di's face turned pale, with most of her body exposed at the cliff's edge. Whoosh, 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 two figures rushed out from the dense forest, their fists and palms clashing. The gusts of wind roaring, causing the old man to step back 3 steps, while the black-robed masked person only swayed slightly. Little friend, you truly have great skill. Among the current talents of the Wind Thunder Fortress, although there are a few, I truly cannot think of anyone with your level of internal energy. Why not take off your mask and let me have a look? Yu Jingji's blood surged, his arms tingling, but his inner shock was even greater. Although the two sides had only exchanged dozens of moves, with Yu Jingji's experience, he could already determine that the other party was definitely no older than 25 years. At such a young age, being able to reach this level with him, who was ranked 81st on the Flowing Cloud list, was rare in the martial world. However, what puzzled Yu Jingji was why, with the other party's internal energy and palm techniques, their combat experience was so immature, not much better than a rookie just starting out. And their movements were sluggish. If it were not for the other party's overly strong internal energy defense, they would have been defeated long ago. Chu Anping said, "Old man, hand over the Xianzhao soil, and I will remember this great favor." Seeing Yu Jingji sneer, Chu Anping charged forward in a swift step, swinging both palms. Yu Jingji spread his 10 fingers, using his renowned skill in the martial world, the grain-transporting hand, instantly unleashing 36 energy blasts. Boom! Chu Anping only blocked a portion, while the rest of the unpredictable energy struck him all over his body. Inside the mask, Chu Anping's mouth bled. No matter how strong the defense of the Starry Sky technique was, it was impossible to remain completely unscathed. Yu Jingji, on the other hand, was indeed a great expert. He moved in a zigzag pattern, not only dodging the powerful Thunder Palm, but also instantly arriving in front of Chu Anping, raising a finger. The condensed energy of the finger seemed capable of piercing through the void, causing Chu Anping's back hairs to stand on end. He did not know that this was Yu Jingji's ultimate skill, the 100 Herbs Condensing Pill Finger. At the critical moment, Chu Anping raised his palm to meet it. This palm seemed to have no momentum until it collided with Yu Jingji's finger, exploding with a deafening sound. The palm contained thunder. Was the Thunder Palm perfected? Yu Jingji exclaimed in shock, and his body was sent flying, unable to help but spit out a mouthful of essence blood midair. At the same time, a golden jade vessel fell from Yu Jingji's robe. Chu Anping also took 2 steps back, his tiger's mouth bleeding, and upon seeing that golden jade vessel, he endured the intense pain in his palm and immediately rushed forward without hesitation. "Ah, Zhao Di!" A terrified shout from a man and a woman suddenly came. It turned out that Zhao Di at the edge of the cliff had been blown off the mountain by the force of the fight. A thick rope, firmly tied to a large tree embraced by 2 people in the distance, was unknowingly snapped, causing the farmer, who was struggling to climb up, to immediately plummet down the cliff. When he saw his daughter falling, the farmer's already pale face was filled with despair as he reached out to try to catch her. However, the two were falling from different positions, making it impossible to reach her. Chu Anping glanced at the edge of the cliff and then at the golden and jade vessel in midair, realizing this was his only chance. With Yu Jingji's cunning, he would surely not confront him directly next, making it nearly impossible to seize the Xianzhao soil again. In that instant, too many thoughts flashed through Chu Anping's mind. But time did not allow him to choose. He glanced at the golden and jade vessel, then pushed off with his feet, hurtling down the cliff with the sound of rushing wind. Yu Jingji reached out to grab the golden and jade vessel, carefully tucking it into his arms, then looked back at the edge of the cliff with his old face fluctuating between gloom and brightness. "Elder, are you all right? Elder, where is that scoundrel?" Of course, he must have been frightened off by the elder's might. A group of masters from the Huangshan family arrived late. Yu Jingji spat out a mouthful of bloody, murky breath and said, "Do not underestimate the heroes of the world. I nearly sustained serious injuries, and the Xianzhao soil was almost taken. Sai, let's hurry back to Huangshan. That is the right thing to do." Seeing Yu Jingji walking back with little enthusiasm, the masters of the Huangshan family exchanged glances. Chu Anping, in his black robe, pushed his skills to the limit, continuously chasing after the falling father and daughter against the wind. The hat of his black robe was blown off, revealing his hair bun. When he approached halfway down the mountain, he caught the father and daughter with one hand each. However, the force of their descent was tremendous. and Chu Anping nearly couldn't hold on. After crashing through several branches, he forced out a breath of true energy and kicked off a stone wall a few dozen meters above the ground, using the momentum to spin and float down to safety. The farmer and Zhao Di felt as if they were dreaming, thinking they were about to meet the king of hell, only to find themselves miraculously saved. Both father and daughter looked at the black-robed man, panting and resting against a tree. Zhao Di, feeling bold, having just escaped death, dared to approach him and said, "Hero, you are truly kind. You saved both my and my father's lives. Let me bow to you." Saying this, she knelt down and banged her head on the ground 3 times. Chu Anping was both amused and helpless. He wanted to stop her, but couldn't muster the strength. Once Zhao Di stood up, he said, "No need to thank me. You and your father are also implicated because of me." Thinking about missing the Xianzhou soil and not knowing when he would find it again, Chu Anping sighed and turned to leave. Behind him, Zhao Di seemed to sense the gloomy emotion emanating from him and exclaimed, "Hero, I just heard you mention some soil. My family has plenty of silver soil, and the herbs we grow are excellent. Would you like some?" "Zhao Di, do not speak nonsense in front of the hero." The farmer anxiously pulled Zhao Di back behind him, preventing her from saying more. Seeing Chu Anping turn around, the farmer quickly smiled and said, "Hero, my daughter is always so outspoken. Please do not mind her nonsense. We do have some herbs at home, but they are just common herbs picked from the mountains. If the hero needs any, I can offer them all." The farmer set down his bamboo basket and carefully handed it to Chu Anping. Although they had lost more than half of the herbs during the fall, there were still quite a few piled inside. Chapter 30. I want to protect my parents and younger brother. Chu Anping smiled and said, "You are too polite. I am not interested in herbs. But I do want to see the silver soil your daughter mentioned." He had heard from old Xiao that although the Xianzhou soil was black sandy soil, it contained silver soil particles, and the more silver particles there were, the more potent the Xianzhou soil would be. Silver soil? Interesting. The farmer's smile turned sour, and he said, "Hero, my daughter is young and does not understand. Please do not believe her. Moreover, my home is too far from here. It might tire you out." Zhao Di innocently remarked, "Father, what nonsense am I spouting? Our home is just 10 miles away. It's not far at all." The farmer thought to himself that if he could, he would have loved to knock this silly daughter out. What kind of people were in the martial world? If they were to bring the black-robed man back, who could guarantee that he wouldn't have ulterior motives? Human hearts are treacherous. The farmer had lived half his life and dared not gamble. Seeing the farmer's expression, Chu Anping said, "You need not worry. I am no villain. If this truly is Xianzhou soil, I will surely reward you handsomely for your generosity today." The farmer could no longer smile. Having said this, he worried that if he continued to decline, he might anger the martial expert before him. With a long sigh, he could only pick up the bamboo basket and weakly lead the way. Zhao Di was still bouncing along, urging Chu Anping to follow, which made the farmer want to strangle his own daughter in frustration. Outside Li family village, 10 miles from Dashong Mountain, the village was small, with only a few dozen households. The farmer's home was not far from the village entrance, surrounded by a large fence enclosing hundreds of square meters filled with various exotic flowers and herbs. "Mother, we're back." At Zhao Di's loud shout, a plain-looking woman carrying a baby boy came out. She had been smiling, but upon seeing the black-robed Chu Anping, she froze and looked at the farmer. The couple exchanged glances, and the woman's face filled with worry. Anyone who saw the figure cloaked in black would not think of them as a good person. What kind of good person would hide their face like that? Yet Zhao Di actively led Chu Anping to the backyard, saying that the silver soil was at the back. In the backyard, there were also some herbs planted, but they were clearly different from those in the front yard and were growing exceptionally well. Chu Anping's gaze immediately fell on the patch of silver soil. The black soil mixed with silver looked extraordinary. It seemed the farmer's wife had watered it previously, and the damp areas gleamed like a mirror. This was precisely the characteristic of Xianzhou soil. Chu Anping's breathing quickened as he asked the farmer who had walked in, "Where did you obtain this soil?" The farmer replied bitterly, "My family has been foraging in the mountains for 3 generations since my grandfather's time. This soil was brought back by my grandfather from the mountains. If the hero needs it, you may take it all." Chu Anping asked the family to step outside first, then squatted down and reached out to touch the soil. In an instant, the Xianzhou soil glowed and was completely absorbed into Chu Anping's body. In Chu Anping's consciousness, the star map seemed to be in turmoil, with beams of starlight quickly traversing, each with different trajectories. Countless beams of starlight fell into the landscape map below, undergoing profound changes. Moments later, everything returned to calm. The star map appeared to be more complex than before. Most importantly, in the landscape map below, not only did the water areas show beams of different colors, but even the mountains and towns had begun to emit light. Chu Anping was so excited that every pore in his body opened up. As he had suspected, after absorbing the Xianzhou soil, treasures beyond the water areas began to reveal themselves. The implications of this were truly difficult to remain calm about. One must know that the world is vast, with countless mountains, rivers, and lakes, and who knows how many opportunities are hidden within. No one can imagine. Even the largest sect or the Daon court does not have the capability to search every place. But now, with the guidance of the star map, could any treasures in this world escape Chu Anping's eyes? In an instant, Chu Anping nearly burst out laughing. Outside the door, the farmer wanted to scold Zhao Di, but was worried that Chu Anping might hear. He wore a dark expression and remained silent. The farmer's wife nervously held her child, her expression extremely anxious. Seeing her parents like this, Zhao Di felt a bit timid, but still patted her chest and said, "Father, Mother, that hero is a good person. He definitely won't harm us." The farmer sighed deeply, wondering how he ended up with such a foolish daughter. At that moment, with a creak, the door opened from the inside, and Chu Anping walked out. The room was dark, and he was wearing a black robe and mask, looking anything but good. The farmer's wife tightened her grip, causing the child in her arms to start crying loudly. The farmer pleaded, "Hero, there's nothing good in our home. Take whatever you want, just spare our family." Chu Anping looked at the pouting Zhao Di and asked, "Little girl, since you called me a hero, I will grant you one wish. Do you have any wish?" Zhao Di surprisingly wasn't afraid and foolishly asked, "Any wish can be granted?" Chu Anping nodded. The farmer was terrified, yet he couldn't stop her directly, fearing the black-robed man might think he was causing trouble and fly into a rage. Zhao Di's chubby face was filled with hope as she looked up and said, "Hero, our village is near Big Bear Mountain, not in the city. It's been okay these past few years, but my father often says that bandits used to come to our village and cause trouble, harming many people. My father often goes into the mountains to gather herbs, leaving only my mother and younger brother at home. I want to learn the martial arts of you heroes. I've heard they are very powerful. Once I learn, I can protect my father, mother, and younger brother, as well as the people in the village, so they won't be bullied by bad people." Her eyes sparkled with expectation. The farmer was dumbfounded, and the farmer's wife looked at her fearless daughter, her nose tinged with sourness. It turned out that her daughter was desperately trying to bring someone back to learn martial arts to protect their family. What a silly child. Even a farmer who never stepped out of the door had heard that heroes valued martial arts more than life itself, seldom passing it on even to their own children. Since Zhao Di was not related to him, how could he possibly teach her? The farmer decided to take the risk. If that black-robed man dared to make a move, he would protect his wife and children even at the cost of his own life. Chu Anping looked at Zhao Di and smiled. "Your filial piety is commendable. All right, I will teach you martial arts. Does your home have paper and ink?" Yes. "Hero, wait a moment." Zhao Di turned and rushed out, quickly returning with a brush and a stack of paper. Chu Anping took them, sat down at a nearby table, and spent more than half an hour writing and drawing on the paper. Once the ink dried on each sheet, he organized them and handed them to Zhao Di. This was a set of palm techniques called Angry Thunder Palm. As long as you learn it, ordinary people in the martial world will not be your match. Chu Anping then looked at the couple and reminded them, "But remember, do not use it lightly. If this martial art is discovered by others, it will bring you trouble." At this moment, the couple could only nod in a daze. Seeing Chu Anping walking outside, Zhao Di hurriedly followed him, asking eagerly, "Hero, where are you going?" "Meeting by chance is fate, little girl. I hope that in the future, we will not meet again in the martial world." Chu Anping left this sentence and floated away. Chapter 31. The Liu family. Zhao Di was still shouting, wanting the hero to stay for dinner, but unfortunately, the hero was too quick and disappeared in no time. The couple sent him off at the door, and after looking at each other, they both felt as if they were in a dream. The farmer's wife took the stack of paper and whispered anxiously, "Could it be that he just wrote it casually to fool us?" The farmer shook his head, his voice trembling. "I heard Uncle Zhou mention that there is a very powerful sect in the martial world, and the most powerful martial art is called Angry Thunder Palm. Don't forget, it was Uncle Zhou who brought your father out of Big Bear Mountain over 10 years ago. The Xianzhou soil was also left to us by Uncle Zhou to thank your father for healing him." If even Uncle Zhou says it's powerful, it can't be wrong, right? Unfortunately, Uncle Zhou and your father went to Miaojiang and haven't returned. Otherwise, we could have him check if it's real. But I think if that person wanted to fool us, he wouldn't go to such lengths. He then looked at the excited Zhao Di and couldn't help but ask, "You almost scared your mother and me to death. What if you brought back a bad person?" Zhao Di replied proudly, "Father, the hero risked danger to save us. How could he be a bad person? He probably doesn't show himself because he, like us, is afraid of being remembered." The farmer could only sigh and say, "What else can I say? I can only sigh that a foolish person has a foolish blessing." Chu Anping didn't waste any time. Following the guidance of the star chart, running through the mountains and rivers. Within just a few days, he visited all the treasure locations shining brightly within hundreds of miles. Chu Anping obtained 2 manuals, a few bottles of elixirs, and a sword. The manuals were quite ordinary, judging from the cultivation route. They were several levels below Angry Thunder Palm. The elixirs were even stranger, as they were aphrodisiacs, whose origin was unknown. In comparison, the sword was decent. Measuring 3 feet and 3 inches, ancient and simple in design, with 2 small characters, Spring Rain, engraved near the hilt. Clearly, these gains were not as good as Angry Thunder Palm. Chu Anping pondered. When he obtained Angry Thunder Palm, it was indicated by green light, while these other gains were shown by yellow light. Could it represent the level of the treasure? Chu Anping's gaze sharpened as the star chart displayed a greatly reduced map of Linen City and Big Bear Mountain. Somewhere in Linen City, a bright green light was shining brilliantly. There should be a treasure comparable to Angry Thunder Palm, right? Linen City, the Liu family. Speaking of the Liu family, perhaps all the martial artists in the entire Jiangnan region would give a thumbs up. When it comes to being righteous and generous, the head of the Liu family, Liu Shuangge, is well known throughout the martial world. Countless troubled martial artists have received the Liu family's kindness. Therefore, since old Master Liu took charge of the Liu family, although it may not be as prestigious as the Liu family's ancestors, its reputation and friendships in the martial world are even better than those of its ancestors. Today marks the 80th birthday of old Master Liu, and martial artists from all over the world, particularly those with stature, have come to celebrate. Even the leaders of the first and second sects, the third and fourth factions, and the 5 major families, though not personally attending, sent important figures to pay their respects. The entire Liu family was buzzing with excitement, very lively. The outer courtyard set up hundreds of dining tables filled with well-known figures from the martial world. But what truly amazed people were those sitting in the main hall. Important representatives from top sects in the martial world, masters of the elusive flowing cloud ranking, gathered today in the Liu family's main hall. One could say that half of the martial world was present. Old Master Liu Shuangge sat in the main seat, his old face beaming like a chrysanthemum. It had been many years since he had such face. Today, friends from the martial world traveled thousands of miles to come. I am truly humbled. I will first drink 3 cups in your honor. Seeing the atmosphere was great, old Master Liu stood up, raised his wine cup, and drank 3 cups in a row, not forgetting to show the bottom of the cup, instantly winning applause. The representatives of various sects also drank heartily amidst the cheers, completely shedding the grandeur of the flowing cloud ranking masters. After all, who didn't know whom in the room? Anyone who dared to act aloof would probably be besieged. A beautiful girl in a pink dress, looking worried, said, "Sixth uncle usually acts recklessly. Will he tip over someone's table today if he gets drunk?" She was none other than Chu Xuelan from the Chu family. Beside her, Chu Yunjin laughed and said, "Be careful with what you say about sixth uncle. He might hear and teach you a lesson. If Uncle Liu gets drunk, you should go and stop him. Among the Chu family, he cares for you the most." Chu Xuelan gave her second brother a fierce glare, bumped her shoulder against his, and quietly gestured, "Second brother, is that girl beautiful?" Following her gaze, they saw a girl in a green dress sitting at another table, her black hair casually tied in a bun with a ribbon, the dark hair cascading down to her waist. Even without looking at her face, one could sense a serene beauty akin to the moon. The cheers in the hall felt vulgar in comparison to this girl in green. Moreover, she wore no makeup, her face fresh and pure, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Chu Xuelan prided herself on being a rare beauty, but she couldn't help but be in awe of the girl in green. As if sensing the gaze from this side, the girl turned to look, her bright eyes like autumn water, meeting Chu Yunjing's gaze with grace, and even nodding. Chu Xuelan said, "Second brother, you are considered one of the top talents in the Jianghu martial arts world. I wonder if your star array body's 4th level can withstand her moon shadow flowing light sword? Chu Anping sighed. The Shun family is a renowned sword-making family. Their swordsmanship is unparalleled in the Jianghu. I thought the previous generation had gathered 100 years of talent, but who would have thought this generation would surpass it? If given the chance, I would like to spar with Miss Shun. Chu Xuelon rolled her eyes in disbelief. A girl as beautiful as that. And all you can think about is fighting? With her proud and lofty heart, Chu Xuelon hardly regarded her peers in the Jianghu. In her mind, there were very few who could match her astonishingly talented second brother. If it were that girl in green, she certainly wouldn't object. That girl, not yet 18, had already mastered the Shun family's ultimate sword technique and currently ranked 3rd on the Flying Star list. It should be noted that her second brother, Chu Anping, with his talents, barely managed to rank 5th on the list. Second brother, I heard someone say that the Shun family's girl is born with an icy sword heart. And since entering the Jianghu, she has wanted to observe the sword techniques of various sects with her icy sword heart. This time, coming to the Lu family. Could it be that she wants to learn the desert sand sword? Chu Xuelon, feeling bored, brought up some gossip. Chu Anping smiled helplessly. Who doesn't he know that the Lu family's desert sand sword has been lost for decades? If it weren't for that, the Lu family wouldn't only have Old Master Lu as their sole expert on the Flowing Cloud list all these years. Chu Xuelon frowned. I heard Dad say that the desert sand sword is not inferior to the Shun family's moon shadow flowing light sword. Such a powerful technique. The Lu family lost it, and didn't he try to find it back? Chu Anping shook his head. Of course they did. The Lu family has spent countless efforts over several generations trying to recover that lost sword technique. Old Master Lu has connections all over the world. Do you really think it's just his personality? Unfortunately, even if someone did find that ultimate technique, they might not necessarily return it to the Lu family. Chapter 32. Is this the treasure? Chu Xuelon understood this reasoning well. A powerful martial art not only offers the opportunity for personal strength, but can sometimes even prosper a family and a sect. What makes the 5 great families stand tall in the Jianghu? Isn't it because each has its ultimate techniques? The desert sand sword is comparable to the ultimate techniques of various families. Hoping that someone will return it to the Lu family seems too far-fetched. Just as the entire Lu family was enjoying the feast, guests continued to arrive outside. Due to the overwhelming number of people, most of whom were not well known, the doorman no longer announced the identities of the arrivals. A young man in a blue shirt handed a box of longevity gifts to the Lu family's doorman and was politely invited into the Lu family. A servant led him to a vacant seat. The two bypassed a large decorative wall, and what came into view was a pavilion with towers. Even the long corridors were filled with tables of wine, forcing them to walk along flower-laden stone paths. At every moment, servants and maids carried trays back and forth, even blocking the flower paths. The young man in blue said to the servant leading him, "Brother, I can find my own seat. You should hurry back to greet the others. If you're short-staffed and get blamed, wouldn't that harm you?" The servant, sweating profusely, laughed and said, "Young master, that won't do. Guests are guests. If I leave you to greet others, the old master will blame me." The young man in blue, appearing understanding, said, "Everyone knows the Lu family's hospitality, and that's why I can't bear to let the Lu family neglect true distinguished guests. Over the years, thanks to the old master's help, I can't repay kindness with enmity. Brother, please go ahead. I'll find my own seat." The servant felt amused. This kid clearly had no experience. The real distinguished guests had long been in the main hall. They wouldn't be waiting until now. However, the servant had his own thoughts. Compared to receiving a small figure like the young man in blue, he certainly preferred to interact with someone of status in the Jianghu. After pretending to consider for a moment, the servant reluctantly said, "If that's the case, then I'll trouble you to find a seat yourself. If you need anything, you can come to the front door to find me." "All right, thank you, brother." After the servant left, Chu Anping withdrew his gaze, pretended to look for a seat, but actually headed straight towards the location indicated by the green light. Normally, it would be incredibly difficult for him to find an excuse to approach his target. Although the Lu family was not as powerful as some top forces in the Jianghu, they were still formidable. Led by Lu Shuangge, the family had dozens of warriors at the 3rd level of the Xuanji realm, each one a top expert, forming a terrifying defense network around the Lu family. It was impossible for Chu Anping to sneak in. But today was different, with most of the Jianghu present. Even the arrogant demon sect wouldn't dare to come looking for trouble, making this the most relaxed time for the Lu family. following the green light's guidance. Chu Anping moved through the crowd, and no one noticed anything unusual about him. As he approached a small courtyard, the green light in the astral map grew intensely vibrant. This is it. Outside the courtyard, several tables were set up for drinking and games. A group of people were enjoying themselves. Chu Anping quietly circled around to the shady side of the courtyard. He quietly activated the star refining technique, noticing that no one was watching, and without hesitation, he sprang lightly, easily leaping over the 1-foot-high courtyard wall and landing steadily inside. The courtyard was filled with flowers, with ponds on either side, several side rooms, and an exceptionally strong floral fragrance in the sunlight. It looked like this was a place for women. Chu Anping didn't care. With a quick step, he dashed to the central side room, pushed the door open and swiftly entered, then quickly closed it behind him. At this moment, the green light in the astral map was almost blinding. He moved around the room and eventually arrived at the wardrobe behind a screen, pushed open the cabinet door, and a fresh scent of a young girl wafted out. Inside hung various exquisite women's clothes, including embroidered lingerie, red belly wraps, and undergarments. Time was of the essence, so Chu Anping randomly grabbed a handful of clothes and threw them out, causing a mess everywhere. Soon the cabinet was nearly empty, but there was no treasure in sight. The green light continued to flicker. Based on previous experience, Chu Anping was very close to the treasure, but he just didn't realize it. He checked the cabinet back and forth several times, finding no hidden compartments or secret spaces. When he stepped away from the wardrobe, the green light remained unchanged. This meant the treasure was not in the wardrobe. Chu Anping looked at the floor and the table, all in disarray due to his rummaging. As he got closer, the green light suddenly became bright. Chu Anping looked at the pile of women's clothing, his eyes sparkling, and if one didn't know better, they might think he had some kind of peculiar hobby. On a narrow path, for young figures walked and chatted, appearing quite congenial. Among them were the Chu siblings. And another petite girl with exceptional development was Lu Xiaodai, the biological granddaughter of the old master Lu. All three were of remarkable temperament. But today they were overshadowed by another girl in green, Shen Yuetong, the pearl of the Shun family's generation. Since the main hall was a place for elders, Lu Xiaodai sat for a while before excusing herself to her grandfather and led the other three young people to stroll around the estate. The presence of notable individuals naturally drew countless gazes, which annoyed Chu Xuelan, prompting her to say, "Miss Lu, is there a quieter place nearby? Please take us there to sit." Lu Xiaodai bounced excitedly. "Just ahead is the courtyard where my younger sister lives. Let us go there to sit." This girl, though not tall, had a big heart, and her bouncing made her a bit distracting. Chu Xuelan pouted and said with a hint of acidity, "Miss Lu, could you please walk a bit slower?" As they approached the small courtyard, everyone at the tables outside stood up, for some recognized Shen Yuetong and the Chu siblings. Calling out their identities, someone immediately invited Chu Yunjin to sit down and share a drink. Chu Xuelan then said, "In that case, let us not worry about my second brother. Sister Shun, it's very sunny today. Shall we go to Miss Lu's room to sit?" Shen Yuetong nodded, maintaining her aloof demeanor. However, Chu Xuelan was not angry at all. Instead, she chatted with Shen Yuetong as if they were familiar friends. Inside the courtyard, Chu Anping was staring blankly at a green belly band. This belly band was short, but had ample fabric in the front and was made very wide. It wasn't that Chu Anping had a peculiar interest in it, but when he picked up the green belly band, the brightness of the green light in the astral map reached its peak. He had risked entering the Lu family to find the treasure he had been searching for. Did it turn out to be a belly band? What the hell? If he weren't well-mannered, Chu Anping would have cursed it out loud. However, the astral map was clearly not joking. He held his breath, stuffed the green belly band into his clothes, and hurriedly stuffed all the messy clothes back into the cabinet, preparing to leave discreetly when suddenly he stiffened. The sensitivity of a martial artist surpasses that of ordinary people, and after practicing the star technique, Chu Anping's sensitivity was even stronger than most martial artists. He could already hear the commotion outside the courtyard. Chapter 33. Endless tricks. As the courtyard door opened and then closed, three distinct voices rang out. This left Chu Anping, who intended to leave, speechless. All the windows in the boudoir faced the courtyard door, making it impossible for him to exit. In a moment of panic, he looked left and right and swiftly dove under the bed. But this wasn't a secure hiding place, especially from those with profound skills. At a critical moment, Chu Anping had a flash of inspiration and thought of the thunder palm technique at the perfected realm, which could conceal his aura in the palm of his hand. allowing opponents to sense nothing. He quickly gathered his energy, suppressing his entire aura. Before long, the door was pushed open. "Sisters, come in quickly. I'll pour you some water." Lu Xiaodai, with her vivacious personality and round little face, looked no more than 15 or 16 years old, yet as she walked, her chest swayed. Since they were all women here, Chu Xuelan said what was on her mind. "Little Dai, you're really enviable. Just a moment ago, she was still Miss Lu, and now she was Little Dai." Lu Xiaodai poured 2 cups of water, not understanding the insinuation. When she noticed Chu Xuelan's gaze, she immediately stomped her feet in embarrassment and reached out to pat her. "Sister Chu, how can you be so shameless?" Although they were all children of the rivers and lakes, their standards were broader than those of ordinary noble ladies, but even they couldn't handle this. Chu Xuelan huffed and boldly said, "What is there to be ashamed of? We people of the rivers and lakes are all about practicality, Little Dai. You look like you're easy to raise. Your in-laws will definitely like you." Lu Xiaodai, also one to get carried away, said mysteriously, "Sister Chu, to be honest, I wasn't born this big. My great-grandmother taught me a technique, and after practicing it, I grew. If you want to learn, I can teach you." Chu Xuelan's eyes sparkled as she glanced at the aloof Shen Yuetong beside her, eyeing her chest, and enticingly said, "Sister Shun, why don't we learn together?" Shen Yuetong, who was always so reserved in front of others, maintained a calm expression on her beautiful face, but at that moment, she couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Have you lost your mind?" Her voice, like her demeanor, was cool yet melodious, very pleasant to hear. Under the bed, Chu Anping wished he could cover his ears. He recognized Chu Xuelan, while he didn't know the other two, but he guessed their status wasn't simple. If he was discovered, he feared he would be hunted down throughout the rivers and lakes. The situation became even more explosive as Lu Xiaodai said, "Sister Shun, Sister Chu. Really, if you want to learn, I can teach you right now. Sister Chu, since there are no outsiders, quickly take off your clothes, and I'll teach you once. I guarantee you'll learn it." "Really? Whoever lies will be a little dog. Take it off. Who is afraid of who?" Shen Yuetong watched as Chu Xuelan took off her outer shirt, then her undergarments, leaving only a belly band, and she hurriedly looked away, her ears slightly reddening. If outsiders saw Shen Xianzi in such an embarrassing state, who knows how many would go crazy. In fact, Chu Xuelan was also blushing. When she was left with only the belly band, even with only the 2 girls present, she dared not take off anything further. To cover her own timidity, Chu Xuelan shouted, "Sister Shun, you also take off quickly, or it won't be fair." She moved forward to sneak attack Shen Yuetong, trying to tug at her clothes. Shen Yuetong was furious and was about to use her skills to dodge. However, as soon as she began to gather her energy, she suddenly froze. Her bright autumn-like eyes looking sharply toward the bed under the screen, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Although Chu Anping utilized the thunder palm to gather his aura, he had never learned authentic techniques for concealing his breath. He had managed to hide before, but as soon as Shen Yuetong gathered her energy, Chu Anping felt like a firefly in the night, with nowhere to hide. "Sister Shun, are you angry?" Chu Xuelan noticed Shen Yuetong's expression was off, and thought she had upset her, quickly stopping her nonsense. Shen Yuetong calmly said, "What is the point of pulling and tugging? You should quickly put your clothes back on to avoid catching a cold." Though she wanted to kill the lecher hiding under the bed, Shen Yuetong knew she absolutely couldn't reveal it now. If the young lady of the Lu family's boudoir had been intruded upon, and they didn't know what that lecher had done, how would the news of it affect Lu Xiaodai and the Lu family? Even if it could be concealed, Chu Xuelan had just taken off her clothes. They didn't know if that lecher had seen everything. Don't think that people of the rivers and lakes truly don't care about propriety. In fact, the more prestigious the sect, the more they care about it. Once this matter was exposed, with Chu Xuelan's pride, she wouldn't survive. Moreover, it also concerned the Chu family's reputation, and if Shen Yuetong exposed this, both the Shun and Chu families would become enemies. After deep consideration, Shen Yuetong forcibly suppressed her impulse to act, gently flicking her fingers to make the bed curtain sway slightly. Meanwhile, Chu Xuelan quickly dressed and exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaodai, both sticking out their tongues. "This Sister Shun is quite fierce. Today is the old Master Lu's 80th birthday. We juniors should also raise a glass. We can't be away for too long." Shen Yuetong left the sentence without consulting the 2 women and went out first. Chu Xuelan increasingly felt that Shen Yuetong had the demeanor of an older sister and hurriedly followed her out. Lu Xiaodai chased after them from behind, calling for the 2 to wait. The room instantly fell silent. However, Chu Anping's heart raced. He didn't have time to think about the murderous intent he had sensed earlier. After waiting for a while, he hurriedly left the room, sensed again, and quickly slipped out of the courtyard, blending into the crowd under the shade of the trees, rapidly leaving the Liu family. Soon after, a figure leisurely exited the city gates. Chu Anping planned to collect the treasures marked with yellow light on the map of mountains and rivers, so he changed into a black robe and hood halfway through, diving into the deep mountains. After walking for about half an hour, Chu Anping emerged from the dense forest, just wanting to take a break when he suddenly saw a graceful figure in green standing ahead, with her back to him. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist, fluttering gently in the mountain breeze along with the ribbon that held it, exuding an indescribable charm. Petals of mountain flowers drifted down, and the figure in green turned around. Using a very cliché description, in this life and the next, Chu Anping had never seen such a beautiful woman. But the fact was, the beauty of the woman before him was untainted by dust, untouched by the smoke of life. Truly embodying that saying, autumn water for spirit, jade for bone. Clearly, with a plain face, she was beautiful enough to take one's breath away. The wildflowers on the mountains and fields became mere backdrop to her. However, this rare beauty in the world looked at Chu Anping with eyes full of disgust and coldness. Shen Yuetong coldly said, "You should end your own life. Leaving your whole corpse would only dirty my sword." Chu Anping recognized her voice and naturally understood what was happening. Smiling helplessly, "How did you catch up to me, miss?" Shen Yuetong did not reply, showing no intention of explaining. But Chu Anping suddenly remembered the gust of wind he felt after she revealed her killing intent. It was likely when she had made her move. The means of martial artists in the Jianghu truly are endless. Chapter 34. The Sword Technique in the Apron, Part 1. Chu Anping said, "Miss, I was hiding under the bed, my line of sight was narrow, and I was separated by a screen. I really didn't see anything." Shen Yuetong, gripping the sword hilt, replied indifferently, "So you really wanted to see?" Chu Anping, clang. With a clear and crisp sound of the sword, Chu Anping felt a flash of cold light. And before him appeared beams of sword light, each one like a meteor rushing towards him, impossibly fast. Previously, Chu Anping had suffered losses from Yu Jingji's 5 grains transporting technique, but the sword light now coming at him was even more numerous, faster, and fiercer than that. If it were a first-rate expert, they would probably be defeated by Shen Yuetong's casual sword strike in an instant. Fortunately, Chu Anping was already on guard at this moment. He gathered all his strength and, without thinking, unleashed the thunderstorm palm's thunder sea. He saw his palm strike out silently, suddenly stirring up wind and thunder. The palm force transforming into waves, rumbling forward. Boom, boom, boom. The fast and furious sword light was almost instantly shattered, the palm force rushing through like a torrent, deafening the ears, raising dust, and scattering leaves. Thunder palm. Shen Yuetong exclaimed in surprise, her feet reacting extremely quickly, transforming into a flash of light as she retreated. But then she charged forward rapidly, condensing her long sword into a beam, actually intending to meet the thunder palm head-on. Chu Anping admired this woman's bravery. Bang! In a violent shock, Chu Anping was forced back 3 or 4 steps, his hands numb. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, the sword light came slicing down from above. Chu Anping struck out with the wind and thunder again, forcibly shattering the sword light. Who would have thought that the shattered sword light was merely an illusion? The real killing move came from the side. This sword was 30% faster than the previous one, like a shadow of a sword in water, aimed directly at Chu Anping's vital point. At the moment of danger, Chu Anping revealed a fierce side. Seeing he had no time to dodge, he actually reached out to grab the incoming long sword. Shen Yuetong's bright eyes turned cold at this sight, and she struck without mercy. Swoosh! A splash of blood flew. Shen Yuetong twisted her wrist, and with her swordsmanship, she could easily sever Chu Anping's fingers. Yet unexpectedly, the sword energy seemed to hit an invisible wall, producing a sound of metal clashing. Although Chu Anping's hands were covered in blood, he ultimately grasped the sword. In Shen Yuetong's astonished gaze, Chu Anping let out a loud shout, and with his right palm, he unleashed the thunder palm with rage. Shen Yuetong flicked the sword hilt with her fingers, causing the sword body to tremble, numbing Chu Anping's hands and making him lose control to let go, while her other palm collided solidly with Shen Yuetong's palm. With a bang, both retreated simultaneously. Shen Yuetong spun and landed, smoothly catching her sword, her tone icy as she said, What is your relationship with the Thunderstorm Fortress? Chu Anping ignored her and simply said, Are we still fighting? If not, I'm leaving. If we really fight, we'll die together. Shen Yuetong did not respond. And Chu Anping stepped back until he had created a distance of several hundred meters, then turned and flew away. Shen Yuetong sighed softly, a trace of fresh blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. In terms of the might and dominance of palm strength, even the Shun family's ancestral palm technique could not compare to the Thunder Palm, so it was not surprising she was injured. Shen Yuetong just could not understand why. With the other party's skills, their movement and reaction were so poor. If she hadn't wanted to test the power of the Thunder Palm by clashing with it, she was confident she could kill the opponent in under 10 moves just by using her agility. Of course, the reason she didn't force the other party to stay was also due to her icy sword heart. The icy sword heart not only allows one to observe the sword, but also to observe people. From the other party's behavior, they did not seem to be a lecherous person. Shen Yuetong looked towards a certain area of the mountains and left with her sword. What a remarkable icy sword heart. Even that was noticed by her. On a certain hillside, 3 people stood. The girl in the center smiled generously and warmly. She wore a bright red gauze dress, which accentuated her skin that was fairer than frost and snow. A silver bell ribbon was wrapped around her slender waist, creating a striking contrast with her rounded lower half, making it hard to imagine the perfect figure wrapped beneath the red gauze. 2 small silver chains tied 2 strands of hair from the girl's forehead, hanging down to her collarbone, making a soft sound in the wind. The girl's nails were painted with bright red impatience juice, and she was curling her hair with her fingers, her face, which could bring disaster to the country, radiating a captivating smile. To the left of the girl stood a handsome young man of medium build, who was Wang Ying. To the right of the girl was a tall man, who had played the role of Zhang Yuting's father, Li Run. Junior sister, should we go together and capture that woman? Wang Ying gazed into the distance, unable to resist licking his lips. Feng Lianxiu giggled. Senior brother, are you interested in her? It makes sense. She's a top beauty in the Jianghu. Even I, a woman, am moved. Senior brother, hurry up. Li Ren and I will cover for you. Wang Ying awkwardly said. With just me alone, I'm afraid I can't hold Shen Yuetong. Feng Lianxiu rolled her eyes. This casual action unexpectedly ignited a surge of wicked fire in Wang Ying's belly. Beside them, Li Ren was quite blunt. Junior brother, if you make a move, you won't be able to withstand a single sword from Shen Yuetong. This woman's swordsmanship talent is rare in the Jianghu for 100 years. Since she has discovered us, she must have a backup plan. The reason she didn't use her full strength to keep the man in black just now was probably to guard against us. Wang Ying, unconvinced, said. If she is that powerful, how could she still be injured by some unknown guy? Li Ren snorted. How many people in the Jianghu can cultivate the Thunder Palm to great perfection? That person's martial arts are at least in the top 70 of the Flowing Clouds ranking. And since he is masked, he must be some famous figure in the Jianghu. Wang Ying wanted to refute a few more words, but Feng Lianxiu had already laughed and said, I originally wanted to meet with the Pearl of the Shen family first, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected joy. Now that she is injured, the plan will be easier to execute. Brother Wang, is the dark line arranged properly? I don't want to see any mistakes. Wang Ying chuckled. Don't worry, junior sister. Just wait a few more days, and none of the Shen family will escape. Li Ren inquired, should we follow that man in the black robe? He should be seriously injured. Feng Lianxiu thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. He's just a passerby in the Jianghu. As long as he doesn't affect our plan, it doesn't matter what happens to him. In a small valley surrounded by mountains and stone walls, a waterfall cascaded down, creating a thick mist. The water from the waterfall flowed down the rocky beach, babbling towards the distance. Chu Anping removed his mask and spat out a mouthful of blood into the water, his face slightly pale. He knew that his movement skills and experience had suffered a significant setback. Anyone who could endure his frontal attack could eventually use their movement skills and experience against him. Yu Jingji was like this, and today's woman in green was even more so. Chu Anping really didn't want to experience such a scene again. He thought of every possible way to strengthen these 2 aspects. Chu Anping looked at the picturesque scenery around him. His mood suddenly felt open. There happened to be a cave next to the waterfall, but it was covered in spider's silk, indicating that no one had been there for many years. After clearing it out, Chu Anping entered the cave and sat cross-legged, practicing the starry sky technique. It wasn't until the night filled with starlight that he finally woke up. And surprisingly, his injuries were almost healed. Stepping outside the cave, Chu Anping stretched lazily, with stars overhead, the sound of the waterfall beside him, birds chirping in the distance, and the mountain breeze blowing, making it very refreshing. If he could bring his wife along to explore this picturesque landscape, how pleasant that would be. Thinking of Zhang Yuding. A fire ignited in Chu Anping's heart. He jumped onto a large rock surrounded by the stream and took out a green belly band from his bosom, carefully examining it under the starlight. Chapter 35. The Sword Technique in the Belly Band, Part 2. Since this green belly band represented an opportunity not inferior to the thunder palm, it must contain something. Remembering what he had seen in a television series in his previous life, Chu Anping soaked the green belly band in water, but when he took it out, it showed no reaction. He then took out a fire starter, gathered some firewood, and roasted the belly band over the fire, but still, there was no reaction. It turned out that television dramas are all deceiving. Chu Anping rubbed the dried green belly band and suddenly felt something unusual. There's a hidden layer inside. Although Chu Anping had checked before, the belly band was clearly just a thin layer until just now, when he used water and fire, revealing its true nature. Chu Anping was overjoyed. With a slight effort, he tore the belly band into two halves. A thin piece of cloth fell out, which Chu Anping caught. It was filled with small characters written in a row. After reading it carefully, Chu Anping's expression became extremely exciting. The person who wrote this was actually the matriarch of the Lu family, the mother of Old Master Lu. What was even more astonishing was that when the matriarch married the previous head of the Lu family, it was secretly arranged by someone else. The purpose was to steal the Lu family's unique skills. Unfortunately, human feelings are not like grass and wood, who can be heartless. As time passed, the matriarch developed feelings for the Lu family. After her husband was secretly harmed, she couldn't bear to see the Lu family's unique skills being lost. So she secretly wrote it down and stitched it into the belly band made for her great-granddaughter. She neither handed the unique skills to the mastermind nor passed them on to the next generation of the Lu family. This way, the mastermind would not be in a hurry to act against the Lu family to obtain the unique skills. And the Lu family, without the unique skills, would also not attract the covetousness of those with ulterior motives. However, Chu Anping guessed that the matriarch was still unwilling, otherwise she wouldn't have hidden the sword technique in her great-granddaughter's intimate belly band, which seemed to imply a reliance on fate. Turning to the back of the cloth, it indeed recorded a set of sword techniques called the Desert Sand Sword, along with detailed drawings of the sword moves and the route map for each move. Although it wasn't the movement technique he had long anticipated, Chu Anping still planned to learn it, estimating its power to be considerable, adding another means for future battles. According to the matriarch's description, the Desert Sand Sword emphasizes intent over form, making the initial entry difficult, requiring several years to solidify the foundation before one can grow stronger with practice. It seems that martial arts of a certain caliber all prefer this approach. Chu Anping didn't care about that. With the experience of learning the Thunder Palm, he first memorized the 9 sword moves of the Desert Sand Sword before studying the route map. Coincidentally, he had recently acquired a spring rain sword, so he drew his long sword from his waist and began practicing by the water pool. In Linen City, at the Lu family, after Old Master Lu's birthday banquet, the guests left one after another, and the once lively Lu family returned to its usual quietness. However, in these days, Lu Xiaodai seemed to have lost her soul, often sitting in the courtyard in a daze. She had an unspeakable secret that kept her awake at night, and she had no one to confide in. On the night of the birthday banquet, after bathing in her room, she intended to change into a beautiful dress, but when she opened the cabinet door, she found her clothes had been rummaged through and were in a disarray. A girl's clothes are typically not to be touched even by her father or brothers. If they were touched by another man, how could Lu Xiaodai live on? If it were a female thief, it would be better, but after Lu Xiaodai examined carefully, she despairingly discovered that the green belly band made by her great-grandmother was gone. Would a female thief steal this? This discovery was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lu Xiaodai in shock. Now, every day when she woke up, she worried about whether rumors would spread outside. After a few days, she had lost a lot of weight. One morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the courtyard was in full bloom. Shen Yuedong and Chu Xuelan came together and were taken aback by Lu Xiaodia's lost expression. Chu Xuelan asked, "Little Dai, do you have something on your mind recently? You've lost so much weight." The round face of the other party had unexpectedly developed a pointed chin, and even her chest seemed to have shrunk, which was infuriating. Lu Xiaodai sighed and said there was nothing wrong. Shen Yuetong spoke up, "Miss Lu, I apologize for the disturbances in the past few days and have come to bid farewell. Ah, you are leaving? Why not stay a few more days? Lu Xiaodia's troubles were temporarily suppressed by this news. Xin Yuetong shook her head and said, "There is one more thing to inform you, Miss Lu. Is there anything missing in your boudoir?" Feeling ashamed, she continued, "My second uncle has a spiritual dog, and I heard that this spiritual dog wandered into your courtyard on the day of the birthday banquet." Lu Xiaodai exclaimed, her large eyes widening in shock. Her breathing quickening as she rushed over to grab Xin Yuetong's hand and said urgently, "Sister Shun, does that spiritual dog like to carry off people's clothes?" Xin Yuetong's eyes flashed, and she nodded, replying, "Miss Lu, have you really lost something?" Lu Xiaodai felt as if the sky had opened up, and she came back to life, patting her chest and saying, No, there's nothing lost. I was just curious and have always wanted to raise a spiritual dog." Xin Yuetong smiled, and in Lu Xiaodia's eyes, that smile was even gentler and more beautiful than the moonlight. How could one woman be so beautiful? On the way back to the main hall, Lu Xiaodai called out to Sister Shun repeatedly, as if she wanted to follow Xin Yuetong away, leaving Chu Xuelan feeling puzzled. She was trying to please Xin Yuetong to connect her second brother with her, but what was Lu Xiaodai trying to do? Until the farewell at the Lu family gate, Lu Xiaodai was still reluctant to part ways. After Xin Yuetong and the Xin family left, she asked Chu Xuelan, "Sister Chu, are you going home too?" Chu Xuelan replied, "We still need to go to Qixia town for a while. Uncle Lu has taken a liking to a tavern's wine and wants to buy some back." Lu Xiaodai laughed and said, "Sister Chu must want to go there too. Your eyes shine when you talk about that place." Chu Xuelan seemed to have her secret exposed. Feeling both shy and annoyed, "Nonsense." On the side, Chu Yunjin looked at his sister with a playful expression. Under the setting sun, by the waterfall surrounded by stone walls, Chu Anping stood with his sword, sweating profusely. After 5 days, he finally mastered the desert sand sword, and he was not far from Chengdu. However, this speed made Chu Anping somewhat uneasy. After all, according to Old Lady Lu's idea, it would take 5 years to practice the sword technique to a basic level. What did his progress count as? A tower built from sand that collapses at a touch? But he clearly practiced the sword technique step by step and unexpectedly approached mastery. Never mind, if he practiced incorrectly, he wouldn't practice it again. Chu Anping shook off his worries, gestured, and felt that this sword technique was quite good. Once unleashed, it could trap opponents like quicksand, slowing their movements. If he suddenly used it during a fight, it would definitely catch his opponent off guard. An absolute underhanded trick, haha. Chapter 36. I owe the young lady a great favor. Goo. Chu Anping's stomach protested. Not far from the campfire, there were several dried fish he had roasted. But he was in a good mood today and planned to change his taste, so he donned a mask and left the stone beach. Among the mountains and valleys, catching a few wild chickens was not difficult, and Chu Anping quickly gathered a good haul, planning to return for a feast. As he passed a hillside, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind. Following the sound, he saw a graceful figure stagger and fall to the ground, leaning on her sword to avoid falling completely. The figure also looked up. Their eyes met. Chu Anping was shocked and almost laughed out loud, saying, "Where in life do we not meet? Miss, it seems we are destined to cross paths." The person opposite, Xin Yuetong, realized that the newcomer was that shameless person who had hidden under Lu Xiaodia's bed. In a panic, her breath became erratic, and she fainted directly. Was she really that easy to scare? Am I that terrifying? Chu Anping touched his mask made of silver wire, which covered every inch of his skin. Shaking his head, he took a few steps before stopping. Staring at the graceful figure fainted on the ground, his gaze flickering repeatedly. After thinking for a moment, Chu Anping walked over and, without saying a word, pressed dozens of acupoints on Xin Yuetong's body. This acupoint technique was something he had learned from a secret manual guided by a yellow light, capable of sealing a person's internal energy. After doing this, Chu Anping hoisted Xin Yuetong over his shoulder, like a mountain bandit carrying off a captive bride. While in his other hand, he held several chickens, returning in grand style. In the chilly mountain night, Xin Yuetong heard the sound of rushing water nearby. As if there was a waterfall, along with the crackling sound of a fire. A wave of indescribable aroma wafted over. Slowly, Xin Yuetong opened her eyes and saw that shameless person roasting chicken legs. "You're awake. Want to eat something together?" Chu Anping turned around and offered a stick with chicken legs. Xin Yuetong leaned against the stone wall, coldly staring at him. Shameless rogue, why the pretense? Her internal energy had been sealed, and she couldn't move at all. He was just toying with her. Chu Anping chuckled, turned back, took off his mask, and began to gnaw on the roasted chicken leg, making a mess. After finishing one chicken, he stood up, stretched lazily, looked up at the star-filled night sky, and sighed. So beautiful. Shen Yuetong remained silent, wanting to see what this fellow was up to. Chu Anping put the mask back on, finally facing Shen Yuetong again. Sitting directly opposite her, admiring, the stars in the night sky are beautiful, but they cannot compare to the charm of your brows and eyes. Not entirely joking. Despite her pale complexion and fatigue, her features were indeed stunning, the kind that grew more beautiful the longer one looked at her. Her gaze towards Chu Anping was filled with a dismissive indifference, like an ice lotus on a snow-capped mountain, only to be admired from a distance, not to be desecrated. Chu Anping sincerely said, "Miss, did you injure your brain? Your current expression only makes people want to deal with you harshly. If you were a bit smarter, you would lower your brows and be obedient to please me." Shen Yuetong disdainfully replied, "Just a stinking skin bag, falling into your hands. I've already disregarded life and death. What is there to fear? You want to toy with me, but that's just a dream. Really? Then I have to test that out." Chu Anping rubbed his hands, slowly reaching out to touch Shen Yuetong's face. Shen Yuetong, however, looked as if she were going to the execution ground, fearless of death, closing her eyes, her face radiating a holy light. Suddenly, Chu Anping changed direction, grabbing Shen Yuetong's collar, pulling hard as if to rip off her outer clothing. Shen Yuetong's fair neck immediately broke out in goosebumps, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. No matter how holy, she was still just an 18-year-old girl. Chu Anping chuckled, withdrew his hand, and suddenly pressed dozens of points on Shen Yuetong's body, then clapped his hands and walked to the stream. "You have regained all your power." Shen Yuetong was puzzled. Chu Anping said, "You must have been chased before? Then I have saved your life. A few days ago, you hurt me, and now I repay kindness with kindness, which is a double favor." "What double favor?" Shen Yuetong ignored him. If it weren't for this fellow barging into a woman's boudoir, would she have nothing better to do than chase him? However, she was a person who distinguished between gratitude and resentment, so she slowly stood up. Although still injured, her tone was very firm. "What exactly do you want? As long as it does not violate the principles of the martial world and does not harm the heavens, I can do one thing for you." Chu Anping was waiting for this sentence. He turned back and gave her a thumbs up. "Miss indeed has ambition. Actually, I don't ask for much. Since your martial arts skills are not bad, you must have learned a lot. Just give me a set of movement techniques. Besides, since you need to recuperate, why don't we spar more during your recovery? It would benefit both of us, wouldn't it? This way, I would consider my life-saving favor to you paid in full." Shen Yuetong was not a fool. She understood immediately and coldly replied, "You want movement techniques and want me to feed you moves. You have thought this through well." As a favored daughter of heaven, from childhood to adulthood, her elders had always fed her moves. By the time she turned 15, even some elders could no longer instruct her. As for her feeding others moves, not to mention Shen Yuetong herself, even outsiders would not dare to imagine it. Chu Anping was not a person of the martial world, so he didn't know this. He shrugged and said, "I thought you were a chivalrous person with a clear sense of gratitude and resentment, yet you are unwilling to meet such a simple request. Forget it, you can leave. You don't need to repay the great favor of saving your life. Don't worry, I won't spread it in the martial world, lest you get angry and come back to kill me." As soon as he said this, Shen Yuetong's internal energy, which had finally stabilized, almost became chaotic again. This shameless rogue, what did he take Shen Yuetong for? Shen Yuetong said coldly, "The family martial arts of the Shun family cannot be passed on without the head of the family's permission. I'm sorry, I cannot teach you. I can teach you another set of movement techniques, but you must first accept me as your master. This is the rule of the martial world. You are willing, I will teach you. If you are unwilling, then I am powerless. I will definitely repay your life-saving grace." Chu Anping looked up and down at Shen Yuetong, wondering if this woman was intentionally taking advantage of him. As Shen Yuetong's eyes were about to shoot out sword light, Chu Anping laughed and said, "I must be older than you. It wouldn't be right to take you as my master, would it?" Shen Yuetong coldly replied, "A master is one who has achieved greatness." Chu Anping also had a temper and immediately retorted, "Who is to say who is great? How about this? Once I learn the body technique, we have a match. Whoever wins becomes the master. Of course, if the lady is afraid. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Hearing such absurd words, Shen Yuetong couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Do you think I care about being your master? And you say I'm afraid?" Chu Anping replied seriously, If the lady truly has confidence, why not wait until you win before saying anything? It's not like it will take long. Unless, of course, you're worried that after I learn the body technique, I will surpass you. Then it's another matter. Chapter 37. Whoever wins becomes the master. Shen Yuetong scoffed. The body technique I teach, even those of ordinary talent will struggle to master in a lifetime. Even those with first-class talent will need at least a year and a half to get started. I can't wait that long. If you think you can learn my skills for free, that's just wishful thinking. With that, she intended to leave. As for Chu Anping's life-saving grace, she figured he would eventually come looking for her again, so she wouldn't lack opportunities to repay him. Chu Anping quickly called out, "How about this? Let us set a limit of 10 days. If I haven't learned it by then, I will take you as my master. If I do learn it, we will have another match, and the winner becomes the master." Shen Yuetong estimated that with her injuries, she would be healed in about 10 days as this place was quite secluded, making it a good spot for recovery. After thinking for a moment, she silently returned to her original spot and sat cross-legged to heal. Chu Anping smiled. A gentleman deceives with righteousness. If a woman takes things too seriously, she can be exploited. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, as Chu Anping stepped out of the cave, he saw Shen Yuetong practicing her sword on the stone beach. From the sweat on her forehead, it was evident she had been practicing for quite a while. Dressed in green, her graceful figure danced as she executed a sword technique that was truly pleasing to the eye. As the sun rose in the distance, piercing through the thin mist in the mountains, and the birds began to sing, Shen Yuetong happened to sheath her sword. Chu Anping clapped and said, "Your sword dance is truly dazzling, intoxicating, and beautiful." Shen Yuetong coldly replied, "A martial artist must practice diligently every day. Someone like you who is lazy is not worthy of being my disciple." Goodness, they hadn't even competed yet, and she was already adopting the posture of a master while also looking down on him. Chu Anping snorted in anger and began to start a fire to grill some dried fish. After practicing, Shen Yuetong's complexion returned a bit of color, and she sat down again to heal. Not long after, the aroma of the dried fish wafted into Shen Yuetong's nose, but she seemed oblivious. Chu Anping ate heartily, enjoying it immensely. Suddenly, a rumble was heard. It was Shen Yuetong's stomach growling after a day and a night without food, compounded by the energy expended in practice and healing. Chu Anping laughed heartily. Shen Yuetong continued to sit like an ice goddess, but her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her delicate ears turned a shade of pink. "Miss, would you like to eat some together?" No response. "Ah, this girl is beautiful, but her goddess demeanor is a bit too heavy." Chu Anping had no choice but to finish the remaining dried fish himself, then cheerfully said, "Miss, can you teach me the body technique now? Is this something a person can do?" Shen Yuetong took a deep breath, slowly withdrew her energy, opened her eyes coldly, and said, "To avoid interrupting each other's time, I have engraved the key points of the body technique onto the stone wall. You can practice on your own. If there is something you truly don't understand, then come ask me." With that, she closed her eyes again and continued to cultivate her injuries. Chu Anping looked at the side of the stone wall and discovered that during the night, some small figures had indeed been engraved on it, each with lines and the names of corresponding acupoints, along with notes on practicing techniques. To be honest, this woman was very meticulous in her work. Chu Anping couldn't waste her hard work and immediately began to study it seriously. He sometimes familiarized himself with the routes of movement, sometimes shifted left and right, jumping back and forth, creating a scene of movement and stillness in contrast with the green-clothed girl sitting not far away. The waterfall continued to cascade down. Splashing water mist all around, while the stream flowed around the stones, and fallen leaves spun on the water's surface at the foot of the mountains. "Senior brother, you're really disappointing. Such a beauty in the wild, with the heavens and earth as a backdrop. How enchanting it should be." Feng Lianxiu smiled as she watched Wang Ying return in defeat. Their recent operation against the Shen family was very successful, thanks to the insider's treachery. Shen Yuetong and the second son of the Shen family were caught off guard. Who would have thought that at a critical moment, Shen Yuetong had a hidden hand, forcing a path for the Shen family members to escape. In the mountains, pursuing them further was not an easy task. Wang Ying felt very regretful and said angrily, "The second son of the Shen family is undoubtedly doomed. As for that woman, the elder of evil emotions is one of the 8 elders in the palace and is skilled in tracking techniques. That woman will definitely not escape his grasp." Feng Lianxiu sighed. "I know that. I just feel sorry for my senior brother." with the pearl of the Shun family in the hands of the elder of evil emotions. Even if she still had a life left, she would surely be drained completely. By then, senior brother, don't even think about having a sip of the soup. I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch a toe of the Shun family pearl. Such a rare beauty will end up cheapening that old man of evil emotions. It's truly a case of beauty being short-lived. With each word, Wang Ying's expression grew darker. He had long set his sights on Shen Yuetong, and the thought of her being ravaged by the elder of evil emotions filled him with heartache. The sister in front of him, despite her alluring charm, was completely unattainable. Shen Yuetong was much more practical. Unable to sit still, Wang Ying said urgently, "I'll go look again," and dashed into the forest. Behind him, Feng Lianxiu laughed. Her eyes filled with mockery. Beside her, Li Rin said, "Junior sister, this time the palace master specifically wanted Shen Yuetong because he has his eyes on her primordial yin, intending to use it to help the junior brother break through. The palace master has high hopes for the junior brother. So the elder of evil emotions wouldn't dare act recklessly." Feng Lianxiu curled her lips. "You know the means used in the palace, senior brother. The elder of evil emotions certainly wouldn't dare to do anything reckless, but some despicable methods are enough to make that Shun family pearl remember for a lifetime." Seeming to find it amusing, Feng Lianxiu stroked the ends of her hair, laughing so hard that her chest trembled. Li Ren didn't know what to say. This junior sister was indeed a natural-born enchantress. However, with the smooth progress of this operation, it was no wonder she was in a good mood. Li Ren also relaxed, his gaze falling on the dense hair of Feng Lianxiu, and asked a question that had troubled him for a long time. "Junior sister, I remember you always liked exquisite things. Why are you wearing such an ugly wooden hairpin?" In Feng Lianxiu's black hair was a wooden hairpin carved into the shape of a dual lotus flower, but the craftsmanship was extremely abstract. It was impossible to distinguish it unless looked at closely, and the lacquer color was uneven, making it something no one would want even at a street stall. Feng Lianxiu raised her hand to touch it and casually replied, "I've worn exquisite things for too long. I wanted to change to something different." Hearing this, Li Ren couldn't help but chuckle. Before they knew it, it was sunset again. On the stone beach, Chu Anping had initially mastered a set of phantom dragon steps, but he still needed some effort to use it skillfully. However, this effort was not a difficult task for him. By then, his strength would surely far surpass his current abilities, so he was in a very good mood. While humming a tune, Chu Anping wrapped the prepared chicken in leaves, then smeared a layer of wet mud on it, burying it in a pile of thoroughly burned charcoal. After washing his hands, he sat by the campfire, enjoying the scenery around him, in a state of leisure. Shen Yuetong could no longer bear it and scolded. "You spent almost half an hour just to satisfy your appetite? A decayed wood cannot be carved." Chu Anping waved his hand. "You've gone almost 2 days without food. So save some energy." After a long silence, he turned around and clicked his tongue. This woman was actually healing and training again, with such determination. It's no wonder her martial arts were so formidable. Chu Anping didn't follow her example. After waiting for about an hour, as night was approaching, he finally broke open the charred mud ball, and an indescribable fragrance rushed towards him. Chu Anping let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Without saying a word, he grabbed the chicken and began to eat. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he noticed a shadow moving to the side. It was Shen Yuetong standing up, waving her sword in the stream, and soon a few fish were pulled onto the shore. She then collected some firewood nearby, used her energy to start a fire, carefully shaved the branches straight and clean, and washed them in the water several times before stringing up the fish and roasting them over the fire. It turned out this woman had a cleanliness obsession. Her movements were quite smooth. Chu Anping wore a teasing smile as he smelled the burnt scent coming from the fish. Shen Yuetong quickly withdrew the branch, probably thinking it was cooked through, but when she bit into it, she couldn't manage to chew it. Chu Anping leisurely put on his mask and looked at her, feigning surprise. "Miss, your way of eating is truly unique. Not only do you not scrape off the scales, but you also don't gut the fish. Planning to eat the liver along with it?" A few specks of charcoal dust clung to her white face, combined with her dazed expression, and at that moment, the ice-cold goddess seemed somewhat adorable. The next moment, the ice-cold goddess discarded the roasted fish and began to retch to the side. Seeing this, Chu Anping burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. Chapter 38. Uninvited guest. After retching for a long time, Shen Yuetong's face, which had just regained some color from healing, turned pale again. It was hard to tell whether it was due to the pain from her wounds or pure disgust. In any case, at that moment, Shin Yuedong's gaze towards Chu Anping could almost pierce him through. As the proud daughter of the Shin family, recognized as a fairy in the martial world, when had she ever made such a fool of herself? Chu Anping felt a bit embarrassed, tearing the remaining beggar's chicken in half, and with his greasy and charcoal-stained hands, handed it over to Shin Yuetong. It was obvious that there were dark thumbprints on the beggar's chicken. Shin Yuetong refused to take it, and Chu Anping had no choice but to say, "It seems the lady is not hungry yet. That makes sense, with so many fish roasted. It should be enough for her for several days." He turned around, leisurely took off his mask, and continued to enjoy his chicken. "Is this a human?" Shin Yuetong, who considered herself to be extraordinary in her cultivation, was now so enraged by this guy that her whole body trembled, really wanting to stab him with her sword. Looking at the charred fish, recalling Chu Anping's earlier words, how could Shin Yuetong still eat? She simply picked up her sword and left the stone beach. After a while, she returned with a few leaves in her hands. Chu Anping put on his mask and turned to look, and couldn't help but laugh again. Shin Yuetong was holding wild fruits that she must have picked from somewhere, vigorously washing them one by one in the stream, then placing them on the leaves, walking back to the stone wall where she was healing, and elegantly sitting down to eat. This woman, she had truly impressed him. Chu Anping shook his head. Finishing one chicken, wiped his face with water, put his mask back on, lay down on the cooling stone beach, with his hands as a pillow, gazing at the bright moon and stars in the sky, lost in thought. On the other side, Shin Yuetong was not idle. After finishing her healing, she began to practice her sword. Chu Anping changed his position, listening to the waterfall and stream for a while, and then admiring Shin Yuetong's sword dance. Accompanied by the mountain breeze and moonlight, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep. Listening to the rhythmic breathing not far away, Shin Yuetong was completely speechless. Was this guy's heart too big? Did he really not fear being plotted against? He still dreamed of mastering the Phantom Dragon steps in 10 days with this attitude? Shin Yuetong no longer paid attention to the delusional person and moved her delicate hand, causing the water in the stream to condense into a thin dragon, rushing towards the stone wall and ground where she usually healed. This was an action she performed every night. As summer approached, the cool breeze in the mountains dried the stone wall and ground in no time. Only then did Shin Yuetong lean against the stone wall, close her eyes, and fall asleep in a meditative posture. As day and night alternated, a new day arrived. When Chu Anping woke up, Shin Yuetong had already practiced her sword until she was drenched in sweat. And when Chu Anping finished his breakfast and began practicing the Phantom Dragon steps, Shin Yuetong had already closed her eyes to meditate. In terms of diligence and practice, Chu Anping was not worthy of carrying her shoes. These days passed like this for 3 days. The chicken bones and fish bones on the stone beach had piled up. Meanwhile, the fruit peels and seeds nearby were always promptly cleaned up by Shin Yuetong. Within a 10-meter radius of this woman, it was so clean that not even a speck of dust could be found, making it hard to imagine this was a wild mountain area. That night was as peaceful as usual. Chu Anping had gotten used to watching her practice sword. It had almost become a necessary hypnotic project for him every night. Although he always felt that several times the sword light was about to stab towards him. Chu Anping took the initiative to speak. "Miss, you practice sword every night with such motivation. I really worry for the masters in the martial world. If you keep practicing like this, you will soon become the #1 in the world, and then where will those seniors put their faces?" After finishing a set of sword moves, Shin Yuetong glanced at him coldly and said, "If you keep chattering, don't blame me for being merciless under the sword." Did she think he was stupid and couldn't hear the mockery in his words? Just as Chu Anping was about to say something else, he saw Shin Yuetong's expression change. Suddenly looking behind him, this friend wasn't wrong. Shin Yuetong was indeed exceptionally gifted and so diligent. Becoming a top master in the martial world was just around the corner. A voice, old and cold, came with a chilling laugh, carried by the cool mountain wind. Chu Anping stood up to look and saw a short old man dressed in a dark purple long robe, squinting his murky eyes, leering at Shin Yuetong from head to toe, like he was admiring his prey. With Chu Anping's sensitivity, even without using his energy, it was impossible for an ordinary person to approach. This old man's martial arts were undoubtedly very high. Chu Anping still did not realize the opponent's strength. The masters of the demon sect, although they had never been listed in the top 5 by the Demon Suppression Office, their strength was not to be underestimated. The 8 elders of the Bliss Palace were not well known, but this evil elder in front of him had once defeated a master ranked 79th on the Flowing Cloud list. This old man's strength could definitely rank within the top 75 on the flowing cloud list. Extremely terrifying. Faced with such a powerful opponent, Shen Yuetong did not respond, only raised her sword towards the old man. The evil affection elder chuckled, such a fierce temper, but unfortunately, Miss Shun, you have already been afflicted by my entangled palm. No matter how clever your skills are, in just a few days, you cannot dispel the palm's power. It's already impressive if you can exert half of your martial arts. Surrender without a fight. Your talent is highly valued even by the palace master, who intends to use your original Yin to assist the young saint in breaking through. Miss Shin should consider herself fortunate. Such shameless words even made Chu Anping bare his teeth. Not to mention the hot-tempered Shen Yuetong. With a clang, the sword light flashed, and Shen Yuetong had already rushed forward. In just a moment, she covered several dozen steps, the sword's edge radiating a cold light that made Chu Anping feel a slight sting on his face even through his mask. Almost simultaneously, a clash of energy occurred ahead. Shen Yuetong's unstoppable sword momentum seemed to crash into an iron wall as the elder of evil emotions pressed his palms together, creating an invisible net that ensnared the long sword, making it difficult to advance or withdraw. As the elder of evil emotions swiftly pulled his palms back, Shen Yuetong, along with her sword, was pulled forward unsteadily. At the same time, the elder of evil emotions sidestepped, moving like a ghost, suddenly appearing behind Shen Yuetong. A seemingly soft and powerless palm strike, capable of crushing gold and splitting stone, ruthlessly struck Shen Yuetong's back. Shen Yuetong stood firm like a willow in the wind, her feet planted in place, her delicate body leaning forward, her upper body nearly parallel to the ground. The sword in her hand broke free from the entangling palm force, her wrist twisting, and with a swift upward thrust, she accurately stabbed at the elder of evil emotions' chest. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging moves at such speed that it created illusions, making it hard to discern who was stronger or weaker. As their palms and swords clashed, the force of the wind surged, causing the nearby babbling stream to roar, splashing water everywhere. Fairy Shun, you are no match for me. With the elder of evil emotions' boisterous laughter, a figure rapidly retreated, a wave of palm force resonating along the sword's body, causing Shen Yuetong to bleed from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 39. I've saved you again. The elder of evil emotions quickly closed in, his palms waving, his palm force covering dozens of acupoints around Shen Yuetong. Any hit would instantly shatter her combat power. Faced with such peril, Shen Yuetong's expression remained unchanged, allowing the palm force to strike her, smashing her to pieces. The elder of evil emotions narrowed his eyes. 3 steps to his left, Shen Yuetong stood alone, her hands already raised high with the long sword, slashing downwards, the sword light following no discernible path. Mirror flower, water moon. The elder of evil emotions exclaimed in horror, his body spinning like a top, the entangling energy covering him, but he was half a beat too slow. The elusive sword energy struck first, leaving a deep blood mark on the elder of evil emotions' abdomen, blood splattering onto the rocky shore. The elder's face twisted in rage. Good, very good. You have actually mastered the second layer of the moon shadow flowing light sword. I will make you pay for this sword. Before his words fell, the elder's entire body was engulfed in demonic flames, and his speed surged dramatically. This was one of the supreme techniques of the Bliss Palace, the Harmony Technique. This skill not only can absorb Yin to complement Yang, but also possesses terrifying combat capabilities. In an instant, the elder unleashed dozens of palm strikes, with palm prints densely scattered everywhere, showcasing the strength of someone in the top 75 of the flowing cloud ranking. The Shun family's moon shadow flowing light sword is a top-tier sword technique, and Shen Yuetong, with her extraordinary talent, comprehended the second layer by the age of 18. However, even so, there was still a gap in power, and coupled with the entangling palm force within her body not being fully cleared, she could only exert 70% of her skills. Under the barrage of palm prints, Shen Yuetong had nowhere to hide. Yet, on her cold-as-snow face, there was no sign of fear, only determination. Even if I die today, I won't let my opponent succeed. Just as Shen Yuetong was about to fight to the death, a slightly irritated voice rang out. Aren't you all underestimating me too much? In the midst of the fierce battle, no one noticed when Chu Anping had arrived behind the elder of evil emotions. A flicker of surprise crossed Shen Yuetong's eyes. Phantom Dragon Step? But before she could confirm, she saw Chu Anping draw the sword that had been sheathed at his waist. Shen Yuetong had never seen Chu Anping wield a sword before. Last time she heard him boast about his sword, which he called Spring Rain, a very poetic name. However, as Chu Anping swung the sword, there was no poetic essence of spring rain, but rather a torrent of yellow sand rushing towards them. Under the overwhelming sword energy, the elder of evil emotions found himself trapped in endless yellow sand, unable to move, and even his internal energy operation became sluggish. The elder of evil emotions was greatly alarmed. In a battle between experts, often a slight misstep can lead to a world of difference. Shen Yuetong, disregarding her injuries, pointed her toes, her body moving like a startled swan, a sharp beam of sword light cutting through the air. She had already positioned herself behind the elder of evil emotions, facing away from him. The energy dissipated. The mountain wind suddenly blew. Ugh! The elder of evil emotions clutched his neck, his old eyes narrowing in shock and fear as he fell forward to the ground. After traversing the martial world for most of his life, he could never have imagined he would fall here. Unfortunately, this is the martial world. Shen Yuetong swayed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and fell towards the stream. In a flash, Chu Anping grabbed Shen Yuetong's hand, pulling her to his front to support her. "Miss, I've saved you again," Chu Anping said proudly. Shen Yuetong pushed Chu Anping away with force, disregarding her weakness, and asked, "Did you master the Phantom Dragon step?" Her tone was intentionally calm, but to those who knew her, there was a hint of inexplicable surprise in her words. It should be known that Fairy Shen never spoke frivolously. If her heart hadn't been shaken, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Chu Anping replied, "I suppose so. Actually, this set of steps is quite difficult to practice. At first, I couldn't grasp the essence at all, and I wanted to ask you for guidance. But your schedule is different from mine, and I couldn't find the opportunity. Later, out of boredom, I noticed the stream flowing at varying speeds, sometimes rushing and sometimes swirling, which felt somewhat like the essence of this set of steps. As a result, I really did manage to practice it. I guess I was lucky." Luck? Even Shen Yuetong, with her composure, felt a surge of indignation. But she had to admit that this guy's martial arts talent was somewhat terrifying. The Phantom Dragon step was created by a Taoist master in the past, inspired by observing the tides of the Qiantang River, merging the changes of the tides with the Taoist pursuit of freedom, leading to this set of steps. If one cannot understand this, it would be difficult to even get started in a lifetime. The person before her could actually learn it without a teacher and grasp the essence in just a few days. Such talent could be considered among the top in the martial world. Shen Yuetong suppressed the surprise in her heart, looked directly at Chu Anping, and asked another very important question. "What is the name of the sword technique you just used?" Chu Anping shrugged. "We don't seem that familiar, do we, miss? Is it proper to inquire about someone else's martial arts so casually?" Shen Yuetong articulated clearly. "The sword momentum is like rolling sand, layer upon layer, trapping the enemy in front. In the martial world, the only style that matches this and possesses such power is the long-lost desert-sinking sand sort of the Lu family." Shen Yuetong immediately recalled that just a few days ago, this guy had sneaked into the room of the Lu family's young lady. What a coincidence! The person before her, though elusive and hard to distinguish between good and evil, should at least not be a lecherous and perverted person. Otherwise, after spending these days together, he would have already revealed his true intentions. Shen Yuetong did not voice her thoughts, but she was still clear about her own appearance. There is no such thing as being beautiful without knowing it. Either one is not beautiful enough, or it is pure nonsense. Since this guy is not a lecher, then his purpose for sneaking into Lu Shao's room is worth discussing. Under the combination of the two, the answer is obvious. But it is precisely this answer that leaves Shen Yuetong, who is obsessed with swords and eager to see the world's swordsmanship, unable to calm her heart for a long time. Chu Anping looked very surprised. "The desert sand sword? Sounds impressive. Is it very powerful? Miss, can you show me?" Shen Yuetong stared deeply at him, watching him perform. Chu Anping felt like a monkey, so he said, "Miss, with you looking at me like this, it's hard for me to perform. Are you forcing me to kill you to silence you?" Shen Yuetong said, "If you have such intentions, even if I don't say anything, since I have seen that sword, you will still kill me. I only have one question now. Did you really find that long-lost Lu family secret technique in the boudoir of the Lu family's young lady?" Chu Anping neither confirmed nor denied. Shen Yuetong took a deep breath. That day was just over 10 days ago, and you haven't practiced swordsmanship in these days. So, you spent 5 or 6 days to initially master the desert sand sword. Chapter 40. The hard days of the ferry, the other party clearly believed this matter. And further arguments would be useless. Chu Anping simply stopped pretending and laid it all out. Miss, to be honest, we are not the same kind of people. I have no interest in martial arts, and I just practice casually when I'm free. 5 or 6 days might be too slow for you, but I am quite satisfied with myself. People, why push themselves too hard? Shen Yuetong stared at him with a strange look, not blinking. She really couldn't figure out whether this guy truly knew nothing or was just pretending. The desert sand sword, a first-class sword technique, would be remarkable even for the most talented individuals to grasp in a year. Even she, Shen Yuetong, did not have complete confidence that she could reach that level in 5 or 6 days. No matter how you listen to it, what the other party said sounded boastful. But if Chu Anping was boasting, from their first fight, it was clear that he had no martial arts skills and his combat experience was utterly naive. As if he had never fought before, relying solely on his internal energy output. Anyone who had spent a few days in the martial world, understanding some common knowledge, would not be like this. So what exactly is this guy's background? How did he cultivate this martial skill? Shen Yuetong, having lived this long, had never encountered such a contradictory and mysterious person before, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chu Anping waited a long time without hearing Shen Yuetong's response, thinking she was too disdainful to answer, feeling a bit annoyed that he had taken so long to achieve this. After all, I just saved you. Fortunately, Chu Anping was generally broad-minded and immediately pressed. Miss, don't you martial world people often say that grudges should be clear? I saved you twice and gave you 2 lives. Isn't that a debt of gratitude? How do you plan to repay me? Shen Yuetong looked at him warily and said solemnly, what do you want? Chu Anping said, I remember you said before that as long as it doesn't go against the ethics of the martial world and doesn't harm the heavens, you would agree to my conditions. You previously taught me your movement technique and agreed to spar with me, which counts as repaying the first debt of gratitude. As for the second time, I won't make things difficult for you. My request is even simpler. From now on, everything I eat for every meal, all the processing work, will be handed over to you. So-called, one becomes red by being close to a red object. I am influenced by you, and I want to practice martial arts well. Miss, such a simple request, you won't refuse, right? Shen Yuetong's chest rose and fell slightly, her bow-shaped red lips pressed tight, and her pair of cold autumn water-cutting pupils seemed to turn into 2 sharp swords. You dare to ask her to do this? Thinking of the process Chu Anping handled each time, Shen Yuetong's hair stood on end, and her whole body felt cold. Seeing this, Chu Anping compassionately said, forget it. It's fine if you don't agree. It's normal to go back on your word. Shen Yuetong adjusted her breathing and quickly came up with an idea. I previously promised you that when you mastered the movement technique, I would spar with you. If I win, then I would be your master. In this world, how can a disciple command their master? Pulling this stunt. It seems that even the cold fairy has a cunning side when pushed to the limit. However, Chu Anping wouldn't be fooled. The previous agreement was 10 days. And the 10 days have not yet passed. My benefactor is making some reasonable requests. Why do you want to evade? That old man just called you Shen Fairy. Is your surname Shen? Is this how your Shen family teaches you to be sneaky? Fine, when I have time, I will discuss this with your elders. She is sneaky? This was the first time Shen Yuetong had heard such an evaluation. Her face turned pink with anger, nearly breaking her composure. After glaring at him for a few seconds, Shen Yuetong silently returned to her territory and sat cross-legged to meditate. Chu Anping shrugged. Women, huh? He had no expectations anyway, turned around, and searched the body of the evil elder, finding a pile of silver notes, probably worth hundreds of taels, equivalent to more than a year's income of an inn. Happily stuffed them into his pocket, and then dragged the body into the forest. After handling it well, he returned to the stone beach, seeing that the blood on the ground was cleaned up without a trace. Chu Anping looked at a certain cleanliness-obsessed fairy and chuckled before going back to the stone cave to sleep. The next morning, Chu Anping got up as usual, walked outside the cave, admired the sword dance for a while, and then caught a fish from the creek. Who knew? Shen Yuetong walked over proactively, expressionless, and said, how to handle it. Huh. Chu Anping was taken aback, then quickly gave a thumbs up. Fairy is indeed a person of her word. What you say counts. I admire you. Shen Yuetong didn't want to hear another word, coldly said, less nonsense. Chu Anping readily complied, and immediately began to teach the method of roasting fish, being completely unreserved. After hearing a series of steps, Shen Yuetong took the fish without saying a word and got to work. However, As soon as her hand touched the slippery fish, Shen Yuetong was so frightened that she immediately retracted her hand, and the fish jumped down. Fortunately, Chu Anping was gentle and considerate, catching the fish in time and smilingly handing it back. Shen Yuetong certainly couldn't see him smiling, but she could guess. With a grim face, she took the fish with great determination. This time she didn't retract her hand, but as the fish struggled, the splashing water hit Shen Yuetong's exposed wrist, and the water stains on her green attire made her face turn pale. For someone with a severe cleanliness obsession, this was simply torture. With her hand going weak, the fish fell again. Chu Anping caught it again. After repeating this several times, Shen Yuetong was drenched in sweat. Even her rosy lips turned pale. She felt as if she was about to faint, more exhausting than fighting for 3 days and nights. Chu Anping couldn't bear to watch any longer, waved his hand. "Forget it. Fairy, you can go. If this goes on, I'm going to starve all day." Under Shen Yuetong's gaze, Chu Anping returned the fish to the water, watched it swim away, and then left the stone beach, returning shortly with a pile of wild fruits. "Today I want to change the taste. Fairy, do you want some? Get lost." Upon seeing the wild fruits she had eaten for many days, and after being played with all morning, Shen Yuetong's face was frosty, filled with indignation. It's fortunate that she was too weak now, otherwise, she really couldn't help but want to stab him with a sword. Shen Yuetong squatted by the creek, repeatedly rubbing her hands, seeing the water stains on her green attire, wishing she could immediately take it off and wash it. But being in the wild meant there were no clothes to change into. And thinking about the fishy water that splashed on her body earlier, it truly felt torturous. Unfortunately, the fairy's hard days were just beginning. At noon, Chu Anping again said he wanted to eat chicken, although she knew he was doing it on purpose to mess with her. Shen Yuetong was not someone who would go back on her word. As a result, it was already late afternoon, and that chicken they caught was going crazy, probably thinking it would be better to be dealt with quickly. In the end, Chu Anping released the chicken back into the forest and continued to munch on the wild fruits they picked in the morning, smiling as he watched Shen Yuetong wash herself thoroughly by the stream. The look of despair and anger on her face was quite enjoyable. Little did he know, at that moment, Shen Yuetong, despite looking almost exhausted, was secretly gathering her strength, determined to make Chu Anping understand the consequences of tormenting her when the 10-day deadline arrived. Chapter 41. Passive beating. Shen Yuetong scrubbed her snow-white wrists for nearly half an hour, almost rubbing them red before she felt somewhat clean. Just as she was about to take a break, that annoying voice sounded again behind her. "Fairy, shouldn't you teach me some combat skills now?" Shen Yuetong turned around, her gaze cold. Chu Anping was reclining against the stone wall with his hands behind his head, looking like he was asking for a beating. "We agreed that the fairy would not only teach me footwork, but also combat skills to repay my life-saving grace. Have you forgotten? Or are you deliberately stalling? Are you worried that if you teach me, I might beat you in a few days? Don't worry. If it really comes to that, given our friendship these past few days, I will definitely show mercy." Shen Yuetong's hand holding the sword trembled. After a long while, she said word by word, "Come here, I'll teach you right now." Chu Anping was a bit worried she might get angry and kill him, so he quickly suggested they take a 15-minute break. After a quarter of an hour, Shen Yuetong's condition improved a bit, and surprisingly, she walked over voluntarily. "Use all your methods to attack me." Chu Anping was not afraid. He had somewhat figured out this woman's character. As long as he tempted her with something righteous, she would fall for the trap even if she knew it was a trap. Just now he provoked her, and when she taught him, she would not hold back at all, most likely teaching him everything she knew. Otherwise, wouldn't it make her, Shen the fairy, look like a jealous and petty person? If he were reading a web novel with such a protagonist, he would have dropped the book. But if it were an opponent, it would just be pure cuteness. Bang! In just 3 moves, even though Chu Anping had initially learned the Shadow Dragon step, he was still kicked into the stream by Shen Yuetong, splashing a large wave of water. Watching Chu Anping struggle to get back on shore, Shen Yuetong commented, "Your moves are superficial, and your timing is completely off." Again, bang, bang, bang. Under the waterfall, in the calm stream circling the rocks, splashes of water erupted from time to time, accompanied by the sounds of a man's pained groans. At first, Shen the fairy had an icy expression, but gradually it melted away, and her frustration diminished considerably. She realized for the first time that hitting people could be so satisfying. Why move to the left? I'm using my right hand. It seems like the left side is wide open, but in reality, it's a deliberate flaw. Can't you see that? Foolishness. My defense is up top, so why use your fists? What about your legs? You don't even have the adaptability for that? I taught you the dragon step. What are you using the worm step? The thunder palm emphasizes overwhelming momentum. Once it's unleashed, it's a fight to the death. You're hesitating and shrinking back. What on earth are you doing? Truly, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Shin the fairy unleashed her sharp tongue, and every time she knocked Chu Anping into the water, she would mercilessly criticize him. Towards the end, although Shin the fairy didn't use any ultimate killing moves, she fought almost without reservation, focusing on beating down a drowning dog, wishing she could knock Chu Anping out of his senses. Had this woman gone mad? Chu Anping gritted his teeth in pain, his body nearly devoid of unscathed skin, but as a man of 7 feet tall, he was also fiery. After being beaten time and again, Chu Anping unknowingly immersed himself in the battle. He forgot himself completely, striving to find Shen Yuedong's flaws in every encounter. And his moves were no longer as rigid as before. He began to adapt to the situation. In different circumstances, he employed the most suitable techniques. It sounds simple, but without a master's guidance and a sufficiently strong opponent deliberately feeding you moves, it's extremely difficult for an ordinary person to get such training opportunities. This is also why the more prestigious sects and martial arts families are more likely to produce a continuous stream of experts over generations. This is the essence of inheritance. Shen Yuedong's remarkable combat skills were not only due to her innate talent, but also the nurturing from her family. Now, with their identities swapped, she had become the one feeding the moves. Time and again, at this mountain stream, before the waterfall and stone wall, she knocked that annoying fellow down. Yet, the icy gaze in Shen Yuedong's eyes quietly revealed some surprise. The guy opposite was improving a bit too quickly. At first, he could only block 2 or 3 moves, but after half an hour, he could barely manage 4 or 5, then 6 or 7. Now, he could actually fend off 8 or 9 of her attacks. Not only that, but he seemed to have truly internalized the Shadow Dragon Step and Thunder Palm into practical combat, with increasingly reasonable and swift application of techniques. Shen Yuedong originally vented her anger on Chu Anping, but now she felt a sense of excitement, as if she had discovered a treasure, and her attacks became even sharper. The bright moon rose, and cicadas chirped in the mountains. By the clear stream, a bonfire blazed. Chu Anping turned a stick, and the 2 roasted chickens emitted a mouth-watering aroma. Unable to resist, he picked one up, took a small bite, and let out a long hum fairy. Want to join me for a bite? Although he had been beaten badly, Chu Anping could still differentiate between good and bad. This woman looked fierce, but hadn't truly harmed him. After this fight, he realized just how lacking he was. So, he planned to cherish such a good sparring partner. Only then could he teach more earnestly. Unfortunately, Shen the fairy showed no interest in his kind offer. She closed her eyes to meditate instead of joining him. After a while, she got up to practice her sword. At her age, and with her vigor, she would have been a beautiful academic achiever in her previous life, a suitable candidate for prestigious universities. As Chu Anping ate and admired her, he soon fell into a deep sleep after resting well. When he woke up the next day, the fire pit by the shore had already been cleaned up, leaving no trace behind. Chu Anping hurriedly asked, Shen the fairy, what about the other chicken? I plan to save it for today. After finishing her sword practice, Shen Yuedong was washing her hands and replied without looking back, I threw it away. How wasteful! Chu Anping exclaimed in despair, but suddenly paused. Wait a minute. With this woman's character, how could she have voluntarily helped him clean up the fire pit? Observing closely, he noticed her earlobes were slightly pink, which didn't seem to be caused by sweating from sword practice. So, Chu Anping stared at Shen Yuedong with an odd gaze, waiting for her to turn around without shifting his gaze. Shen the fairy, whether out of guilt or not, had a fiery temper as she snapped. Are we practicing today or not? If not, just say so. Ha ha ha, practice, practice, practice. The fairy is my sparring partner. This opportunity isn't something everyone gets. Without a doubt, this was another day of Chu Anping enduring painful beatings, even harsher than yesterday. However, his progress was also significant. By the end of the day, his Shadow Dragon Step became more proficient, and the already perfected Thunder Palm was even more at his fingertips. In their final spar, he managed to block Shen the fairy's 15 moves. That night, Chu Anping grilled a few fish and ate half of them himself. After watching the fairy dance with her sword, he fell asleep again. The next day, the pile of firewood was cleaned up thoroughly. Naturally, the remaining grilled fish was discarded. This fairy was not only cold and had a cleanliness obsession, a sharp tongue, but also quite cunning. knowing how to destroy evidence. Chu Anping, who was chuckling, faced another day of being beaten. Chapter 42. Why must we meet again day by day? With each fall into the water and each teasing, Chu Anping's practical combat skills improved at a visibly rapid pace. The speed of his progress even surprised Shen Yuetong. A few days later, Chu Anping was already able to block nearly 100 moves from Shen Yuetong. It seemed unreasonable, but it was actually normal. Chu Anping's internal strength was already incredibly robust, and what he lacked was practical experience. In combat, one must respond to attacks in the blink of an eye, which relies heavily on talent. With a skilled master to guide him, it was easy to learn quickly. Fortunately, Chu Anping's talent for combat was astonishingly high. The few days of being beaten brought him a level of strength that he could hardly imagine, which would bring him endless benefits in the future. So, regarding the fairy stealing his things and destroying the scene, Chu Anping generously let it go this time. When the agreed 10 days had passed, the two stood 3 steps apart. Chu Anping shrugged, thinking it was better to admit defeat. Fairy, you are stronger than me. I still can't beat you. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuetong said, you only have the first level of the Sioux New Jersey realm, while I am at the second level. Since I had the advantage before, I will suppress my realm in our next match. Chu Anping hurriedly asked, how does the fairy know my realm? Also, is there any way to break through the realm? Shen Yuetong almost thought she had misheard. Her cold voice slightly changed. You don't even know your martial arts realm? Chu Anping shook his head. He really had only practiced the starry sky technique. Shen Yuetong looked at him for a while, understanding in her heart that he must have coincidentally obtained some martial arts. Practiced it blindly, yet was completely ignorant of martial arts knowledge. But even practicing blindly had led him to the strength of the flowing cloud ranking. She couldn't tell how old he was, but he probably wasn't over 30. His talent was somewhat astonishing. Shen Yuetong didn't hide it and immediately explained the divisions of various realms and the methods of breakthrough. After listening, Chu Anping felt as if he had received a great enlightenment and was greatly shocked. Can we start now? Shen Yuetong asked. Chu Anping smiled. The fairy is at the second level of the Sioux New Jersey realm. Even if you suppress your realm, you still have the advantage, which isn't fair, right? Shen Yuetong replied. What do you want then? Let me be clear. I have fully recovered from my injuries and need to find my second uncle as soon as possible. Chu Anping thought for a moment and said, these past few days, I have benefited greatly from the fairy's teachings, but fairness is fairness. I should reach the same realm as the fairy before we compete again, right? The fairy needn't worry. I know you don't have much time, and neither do I. So let us not compete this time. Let us wait until next time. Hopefully, when that time comes, the fairy will obediently call me master after losing. A look of displeasure filled Shen Yuetong's exceptionally beautiful, yet extremely cold face. If you keep delaying, the result will be the same. Hey, you're quite confident, Chu Anping said, pulling out his trump card. I am your benefactor. This is the second time I've saved your life. You haven't repaid this favor yet, and you want to agree to such a small request? Shen Yuetong was speechless. He only knew this trick. Chu Anping took out a piece of cloth from his pocket and tossed it to Shen Yuetong, explaining, I am not from the martial world. I have heard some rules of the martial world from you these past few days. It's rather boring. But never mind. I can't be bothered to argue with you martial world people. This piece of cloth contains a sword technique. If you want it, you can learn it. If you want to return it to the Liu family, that's up to you. Since the lady is leaving, let us part ways here. He turned around and walked away decisively. Shen Yuetong had already seen the contents of the cloth, even with her calm demeanor. She couldn't help but exclaim, what do you mean? The great desert sand sword is just given to me like this? Chu Anping didn't look back and said, Fairy, you have already seen it. If you want to return it, that would be hypocritical. Remember, you owe me a third favor. Chu Anping did this, of course, not to flatter her. First, he had no use for the sword technique, and it was better to give it away as a favor. Secondly, with this woman's personality, throwing out such a big favor would be quite beneficial in case he needed it in the future. Using her martial world rules, the entire Shen family, and even the Liu family, would owe him a significant favor. Shen Yuetong was unsure whether to feel happy or angry. Her emotions a mix as she watched Chu Anping's figure gradually fade away, and suddenly asked, what is your name? Can you tell me? Chu Anping's voice traveled back. A chance encounter in the martial world. I want to ask about your background. You have grown up in the martial world. While I am not from the martial world, so I fear we may not meet again. I have never asked for your name or background. So why must you ask mine? Just a moment ago, he had mentioned their next fight, but now he spoke of never meeting again? It turned out he had no intention of fighting her at all. Shen Yuedong had never encountered such a rogue before. Thinking back to these few days, she had developed such entanglements with him, deeper than many acquaintances of 10 years. Tired birds returned to their nests. The sunset was still so beautiful. Shen Yuetong stood dazed by the stream beside the stone beach, ultimately letting out a light sigh. She tapped her toes and left only a wisp of fragrant breeze behind. In Jiangnan Road, Linen City, in the courtyard of a 2-entry residential house on the west side of the city, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance was talking to someone beside him when his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up, shouting, "Who goes there?" The people around the middle-aged man quickly assumed a combat stance, their expressions tense. The lowest cultivation level among those present was the 3rd level of the Sioux, New Jersey realm, and the highest, the 2nd master, was almost at the peak of the Sioux, New Jersey realm. However, except for the 2nd master, no one had noticed anyone sneaking in. One could imagine the strength of the intruder. "Second uncle, it's me." A figure floated down, dressed in simple blue clothes. With long black hair casually tied with a ribbon, snow-white skin and brown eyes, her eyebrows and eyes like a painting. Just standing there made her so beautiful that people couldn't help but feel inferior and dared not look directly at her. Shen Yuheng was overjoyed to see her and hurried forward. "Yuedong, where have you been these past few days? I and the brothers have waited here for 10 days. If I don't see you soon, I'll have to go to the Extreme Bliss Hall and risk my life." The expressions of the Shun family members, which had been tense, finally relaxed one by one, revealing smiles. Heaven knows how anxious they had been during this time. If something had happened to Shen Yuetong, who among them would have the face to return to the Shin family? They had even heard that the usually calm 2nd master was almost driven mad. Shen Yuetong remained as cold as ever. "I'm sorry for worrying my 2nd uncle and all the uncles." Under the sunlight, her snow-white skin seemed to glow, her long black hair thick and refreshing, and she emanated a faint scent of femininity. Her blue clothes were also brand new. It was evident that she must have bathed and changed clothes before coming. If Chu Anping were here, he would probably make a jest again. But in the eyes of the Shin family, this niece Yuetong truly resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal world, unattainable. Chapter 43. Return. After looking at Shen Yuetong for a while, Shen Yuheng sincerely smiled. "Thanks to you, Yuetong, we were almost completely wiped out due to betrayal. I didn't expect that at a critical moment, you used the invaluable Thunder Pearl to buy us time. I never expected that the Thunderbolt Pearl, which is so highly valued by the Wind Thunder Castle and is produced in such limited quantities each year, would end up in your hands." Shen Yu has said, "It was just a coincidence." Shen Yuheng understood his niece's personality and didn't mind, nor did he ask how she got it. Instead, he laughed heartily. "That which must have targeted you when she set us up. I didn't expect you to gain from this misfortune. Not only has your movement improved significantly, but your sword intent has also become more refined. You are remarkable, Yuetong." The members of the Shin family, upon hearing this, naturally did not doubt the 2nd master's words and looked at Shen Yuetong with even more shock and admiration. However, a certain figure flashed through Shen Yuetong's mind. During those days of practice, especially in the last 2 days, she found it challenging to suppress someone, which unexpectedly pushed her to improve further. She wondered what that guy's expression would be when he found out. Shen Yuetong looked at everyone and realized that no one was missing. She asked, "Although I used the Thunderbolt Pearl that day, how did you and Uncle escape when the witch came so fiercely?" It wasn't that she couldn't bear to see everyone do well, but in that situation, it would be good enough if a few could escape. Before coming to this secret meeting point, Shen Yuetong had even prepared for the worst. Shen Yuheng sighed and said, "Perhaps it wasn't our fate to die at that time. The witch intended to capture us alive, so she delayed for a while. Later, when we were about to hold on no longer, we just happened to run into your 3rd uncle. He only drew half of his sword, but the witch was quite cunning and seemed to guess his identity. So she fled on the spot. Your 3rd uncle was worried about our safety and didn't pursue her, thus missing a good opportunity to eliminate her." As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Yuetong, who was usually as cold as an ice mountain, suddenly changed her expression. "3rd uncle? Where is he?" Shen Yuheng couldn't help but smile wryly, seeing his 2nd uncle so calm. Yet hearing the name of the 3rd uncle made her so excited before he even appeared. Are they all uncles by blood? But is there such a big difference? However, it wasn't just Shen Yuetong. Even the many experts of the Shun family behind Shen Yuheng, upon hearing that name which had once amazed the entire Jianghu, thought of the demeanor they had witnessed that day, and who could remain calm. Looking at this biased niece, Xin Yuheng shook his head and said, "He's gone. We can't keep him." Xin Yuedong was not discouraged. Did third uncle say where he was going? Xin Yuheng had a strange expression and finally said, "I originally wanted my third brother to come back home with me. But he said he had an appointment and was too busy." Xin Yuetong frowned and asked, "Who is third uncle going to duel with?" "It must be someone extraordinary if third uncle is going to meet them." Little did she know, Xin Yuheng said, "Alas, your third uncle is not going to duel. He said he is going to find someone to drink. Last year he got drunk, and this year he wants to win back." Xin Yuetong was speechless. Such a carefree way of acting really suited her third uncle's personality. Ah, third uncle. In June, the weather in Jiangnan was already very hot. The peach blossom forest on both sides of the small town had long withered, waiting to bloom again next year. But the girl who once promised to spend a lifetime with him, when would they meet again? Is she alive or dead now? And where is she? Driving the cart. Chu Anping stared blankly ahead, letting the horse lead him back to Qixia town. "Oh, Chu boy, you finally returned. Chu Gur, where have you been? Everyone has been worried about you." The vendors by the street were still many, all familiar residents of the small town. This time, they didn't tease Chu Anping, but instead expressed their concern. Approaching the tavern, Lin Bo at the noodle stall looked at Chu Anping and reproached him. "What are you wandering around for these days? Aren't you afraid of being robbed by Jianghu villains?" Next to him, Aunt Zhao hurriedly pushed Lin Bo, fearing he would touch on Chu Anping's sad memories. They said that someone's wife was harmed by Jianghu villains. Lin Bo stopped his words and asked, "Chu boy, are you going to eat noodles? Today, it won't count against you." Chu Anping laughed. "Sure, it's rare for Lin Bo to be generous. I must take the opportunity to eat a big bowl. Make sure to add enough chili. And the noodles should be cooked well for easier eating." Lin Bo almost regretted it and replied grumpily, "Just one bowl is good enough. Don't point here and there." Despite saying that, he still turned around to prepare the noodles. Aunt Zhao smiled and comforted Chu Anping, saying that good people have their blessings. In the tavern, two figures, one small and one large, ran out. From a distance, the petite figure shouted, "Boss, boss, you finally came back." A 15-year-old girl, with a round face and apricot eyes, had two thick braids tied up and a palm-sized broken abacus hanging at her waist, making a clattering sound as she ran. It was Lin Xiaoman. Once she reached in front of Chu Anping, Lin Xiaoman looked up as if she wanted to say something but pouted, her eyes turning red. "Boss, you've lost so much weight." Chu Anping laughed. "Little girl, are you so excited to see me?" Lin Xiaoman wiped her eyes vigorously with the back of her hand, saying, "I wasn't excited. The wind just blew into my eyes, and it stings a bit." "Boss, that old man said you haven't come back for so long, and you must have been eaten by wolves in the mountains. I told them no, you would definitely return." Chu Anping gritted his teeth. "That old Xia dares to say that about me? Don't worry, I will settle the score with him." Lin Xiaoman laughed and cried at the same time, resulting in a big bubble coming out of her nose, making her stomp her feet in embarrassment and turn away. The little girl also knew how to care about her appearance. "Boss, Taiju stood there like an iron mountain, only knowing to scratch his head and chuckle foolishly. But his eyes were also a bit misty. Chu Anping felt much better and deliberately said, "You two shouldn't think that you can be lazy and not work after this. I am the boss. If anyone doesn't work, I will deduct their monthly pay." Lin Xiaoman quickly said, "I wasn't lazy at all." She was counting on her monthly pay to buy red bean cakes. Chu Anping said, "Then it must be Taiju who is lazy." Taiju was a big guy and hurriedly said, "Boss, I am not lazy." His eyes were a bit evasive. After all, who else would sleep until the afternoon and still say they weren't lazy? Chu Anping couldn't help but laugh heartily. Seeing him laugh, Lin Xiaoman and Taiju also followed suit, grinning broadly. Aunt Zhao also showed her big front teeth, and even Lin Bo, who was cooking the noodles, though he grumbled. His movements became much lighter. Under the large camphor tree in front of the tavern stood a hunched, skinny old man, squinting at this side. After Chu Anping finished a big bowl of noodles, making Taiju swallow his saliva, and successfully attracting Lin Bo's angry scolding to drive him away, the three finally walked back to the tavern's entrance. Old Xia laughed. "Did the boss go out for a stroll? Is your mood any better?" Lin Xiaoman hid behind Chu Anping and whispered, "Boss, that old man can't stand to see you well and curses you every day?" Not forgetting to glare at Taiju to include him. Unfortunately, Taiju only knew to scratch his head and chuckle, looking like a silly bear. Chu Anping didn't do as Lin Xiaoman wished and go to teach old Xia a lesson. Instead, he said, "You've worked hard these days, old Xia." Old Xia replied, "It's not hard, but this silly girl and big fool are really annoying. asking about your news all day long. If it weren't for the old man stopping them, they would have insisted on coming out to look for you. Isn't that just adding trouble for you, boss? If the old man had his way, he would really consider selling this fool and big fool. They are of no use at all except for chattering all day. Lin Xiaoman looked at old Xia as if he were an enemy, her apricot eyes wide open. Taiju was also anxious to defend himself, but the more anxious he got, the less he could say, so he could only glare at old Xia and mutter, "Old perv." As a result, Chu Anping and old Xia burst into laughter together. Chu Anping patted Taiju on the shoulder and said, "Not bad. You can curse smoothly now. There's progress." He then walked into the shop, with old Xia following closely behind. Lin Xiaoman and Taiju truly didn't understand why the owner treated the old man so well. But there was nothing they could do, so they had to obediently follow. The layout of the tavern was as usual, with several square tables in the main hall, each paired with 4 long benches. Chu Anping lightly wiped the table's surface, which was very clean. The landscape painting on the wall remained unchanged, but it seemed that the guqin in the corner had shifted slightly. Chu Anping looked at old Xia in confusion. Old Xia helplessly said, "A few days ago, the brother and sister who came to buy sanbeize brought their elder relative with them and insisted on buying a few jars." The old man couldn't agree. They've been coming every day since, and that young girl looks quite willful, but her skills on the guqin are decent. She played once, and many patrons applauded. Calculating the time, they should be coming again soon. You'll have to deal with these troublesome guests, owner. Chapter 44. The 4 great patrons. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of footsteps sounded outside. The first to step in was a middle-aged man, 8 feet tall, dressed in a loose brocade robe, with a large knife hanging at his waist. Walking in a swaggering manner, as if he wanted everyone to know he was a tough guy. His tiger-like gaze immediately fell on Chu Anping. Following the middle-aged man were a young man and a young woman, who were none other than Chu Yunjin and Chu Xuelan. Seeing Chu Anping return safely, Chu Yunjin smiled and nodded. Chu Xuelan glanced at him a few more times, and when Chu Anping looked over, she quickly turned her gaze away. Not only these 3, but 2 familiar old acquaintances also entered behind them, Han Feng and Kong Xuan. Chu Anping had only met a few people in the martial world, and upon his return, it was astonishing that more than half of them had gathered. With so many esteemed guests coming, my little shop may not be able to accommodate you all. Chu Anping smiled. The newcomers were all observing him. Qixia town was small, with only one main street. The earlier commotion was hard to conceal. This person in front of him could be considered a prominent figure in the town. It was no wonder he had to leave after encountering such a situation while marrying. The first middle-aged man to enter said, "Kid, I want to buy your sanbeize. That old man can't make decisions. You just fill it up with 50 pounds. Price is negotiable." Chu Anping asked, "May I know your name, senior?" The middle-aged man sneered. "I don't change my name or my surname. I am Chu Jia S. Chu Lu." Chu Anping looked at Han Feng in confusion, seemingly asking, "Is this person famous?" Chu Yunjin and Chu Xuelan nearly couldn't hold back their laughter. Han Feng laughed and explained, "The Chu family is one of the 5 great families in the martial world. Old Master Chu has 3 sons and 3 daughters, and Lu is the 6th, hence his name Chu Lu. Don't be fooled by his young age. He is already ranked 63rd on the Flowing Cloud list, a master with the fierce dragon slaughter blade technique, unmatched in bravery." If it weren't for Han Feng's explanation, Chu Lu's temper would have had him scolding Chu Anping for being ignorant. Chu Anping smiled and said, "So it's Master Chu Lu? I've long admired your name. However, my shop has rules. Sanbeize is sold at 2 taels per person per day. You martial artists have your rules, and my shop has its own. If Master Chu Lu insists on forcing a purchase, my little shop cannot stop you. Old Xia, bring out all the sanbeize from the cellar. Enough for 50 pounds, and pack it all for Master Chu Lu." Chu Yunjin hurriedly said, "Owner Chu, don't act out of anger. If this wine is taken out, the Chu family will become a joke in the martial world." Chu Xuelan didn't expect that Chu Anping would show no leniency in front of Uncle Lu. However, recalling the recent troubles Chu Lu had faced, it seemed the young man was indeed looking for an outlet for his anger. Truly youthful bravado, not even afraid of Uncle Lu. Chu Xuelan looked at Chu Anping, who had lost some weight but still had a remarkably handsome and masculine face, and felt a bit of admiration. At 16, a girl just beginning to notice boys is at an age where looks matter and there's no reasoning involved. But Chu Lu was furious, puffing up his chest and glaring. "You brat, are you challenging me? Hey, I've roamed the martial world for so long and have beaten many people. I think you just need a beating. Chu Anping was shocked. This was a master on the flowing cloud list? Where did his prestige go? To beat up a young man who couldn't even tie a chicken was quite a face-saving act? Chu Yunjin covered his forehead in silence, probably feeling helpless against this uncle, and quickly advised him to calm down. Chu Anping said, Master Chu Lu has practiced martial arts since childhood and comes from a prestigious family. In a fight, I certainly can't compete. But this isn't the martial world. Rules must be followed, and in my little shop, it's all about who can drink the most. If Master Chu Lu can drink me under the table, forget about 50 pounds of sanbei zue, I'll gladly provide 100 pounds. But if you can't drink me, you'll have to agree to one condition of mine. Whether to compare or not, just say it clearly, Master Chu Lu, if you lack the courage. It's better to leave early. Originally, Chu Lu was ready to fight, but upon hearing it was a drinking contest, his eyes lit up and he quickly asked, What kind of wine are we comparing? I'm used to good wine. If you bring some cheap stuff, wouldn't that be cheating me? Chu Anping generously replied. Let us use sanbei zue for the comparison. With Master Chu Lu's drinking capacity, you probably won't be able to drink much anyway. But I must say this up front. As a master of the martial world, there's no telling you might not find a way to cheat with the wine. If that happens, I'll yield, and we won't compare. Chu Lu angrily said, You dare to underestimate me? If I cheat, I'll take your surname. I'm just afraid your little shop's sanbei zue won't be enough to drink. He thumped his chest, and despite his angry expression, his eyes were shining. Han Feng couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward, saying, Since we're comparing, Owner Chu, how about adding me, Han? Although he couldn't match Chu Lu in martial arts, he had never been afraid of anyone when it came to drinking. And who would miss out on a free drinking spree? Chu Anping said, Lord Han, you must think carefully. Wine isn't free. Whoever loses must agree to one condition from the winner. Before Kong Xuan could stop him, Han Feng had already replied. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the demon subduing division, I, Han Feng, will gladly join. Kong Xuan rolled her eyes, thinking if the commander saw the current state of her boss, he would definitely get a beating. Was that lousy wine really that good? Usually such a steady person. Ha ha ha. Interesting, truly interesting. Such a grand event cannot be without me. Brother Chu, our agreement from a year ago is just today? With a hearty laugh, a tall middle-aged man walked in. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 35 years old, perhaps due to years of wandering and drinking. He had faint lines at the corners of his eyes and lips. Among his head of black hair were a few strands of silver, held up loosely in a worn silver crane feather. His skin was a sun-baked wheat color, and he wore a set of faded sky-blue robes, with a green jade gourd at his waist. The whole person carried a sense of weathered wanderlust, but also an undeniable elegance and carefree spirit. The women in the shop all had bright eyes. What a handsome uncle! Lin Xiaoman even exclaimed, Uncle Shun, you finally came back. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, pulling out a delicate wooden box from his pocket and handing it to the excited Lin Xiaoman. Passing through Linen City, I remembered you love red bean cake. So I bought some. Don't mind if it's a little. Thank you, Uncle Shun. Wow, it's the red bean cake from Hong Suji. I usually can't bear to buy it. Lin Xiaoman gazed at Uncle Shun with sparkling eyes. Chu Anping complained, Old Shun, you're only buying things for Xiaoman. This is clearly favoritism towards boys over girls. Old Shin laughed heartily and pointed at Chu Anping. You little brat, stop with that nonsense. Hurry up and bring out the wine. Let's see who's better. His carefree and relaxed demeanor made him hard to dislike. Kong Xuan, due to her status, asked, May I ask who you are? Old Shin replied, I am Shun Yi. Han Feng had been sizing up this unexpected guest, feeling that the other party was not an ordinary person from the martial world. However, he had never seen the person before, and since the members of the Chu family showed no unusual reaction, he didn't pay much attention. There are countless extraordinary people in the world. Those with outstanding temperament may not necessarily be martial experts. Chapter 45. A person of deep affection and loyalty. Old Xia, you should know the drinking capacity of me. Old Shun and Lord Han. This Chu Lu is making a lot of noise, so let's just consider him as having the same capacity as us. Go and get 10 jeans for 3 cups of drunkenness. Chu Anping waved his hand and sat down at one side of the square table. The others took their seats. Chu Lu glared fiercely at Chu Anping, clearly displeased with his earlier belittling remarks, and planned to regain his dignity at the drinking table. The Chu siblings looked at their eager Uncle Lu, feeling utterly speechless. Kong Xuan also watched Chu Lu sitting opposite Han Feng, supporting her forehead. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu stood on either side of Chu Anping, looking like they were eager to watch the fun. Before long, old Xia brought over a jar of wine and filled 4 bowls, the rich aroma of wine wafting up. Chu Lu, as if smelling celestial brew, picked up a bowl and began to gulp it down. After half of it, he put it down, his fleshy face already flushed, and shouted, "This is damn good wine." Refreshing. He didn't forget to glare at Chu Anping, looking as if to say, "You better not back down." Chu Anping smiled and drank from his bowl. Unlike Chu Lu, who drank quickly, he sipped slowly but was persistent. In the midst of a quiet atmosphere, when Chu Anping set down his bowl, it was already empty. That was a full gene and 3 cups of drunkenness. Han Feng was also witnessing Chu Anping drinking openly for the first time. Given his drinking capacity, he couldn't help but feel secretly astonished and then excited, grabbing a bowl to drink, choking a bit, but then exclaiming how great it felt. Old Shen laughed. "I don't have many passions in life, but what's in the cup is one of them. I once prided myself as the #1 drinker. Last time I lost to Brother Chu, leaving me unsatisfied for a year. Today, I must redeem myself and reclaim the title of the best." He raised his bowl and drank it all in one go. Everyone was dumbfounded. This seemingly refined uncle had hidden depths. Chu Lu was stunned. He had been the loudest earlier, but the other 3 finished their bowls in one go, while he had only drunk half, leaving his face feeling hot and uncomfortable. He quickly finished the other half and urged old Xia, "Hurry up, bring more wine. This isn't enough to drink." Old Xia glanced at him and filled another bowl. Chu Lu tilted his head back and drank wildly, spilling some on his neck and collar, but managed to finish another bowl. He shouted at Chu Anping, "Kid, is your 6th grandpa impressive or not? Bring it on." Old Xia sighed. After Chu Lu finished another bowl, he looked like a boiled shrimp, babbling incoherently. And after a couple of curses, he directly collapsed on the table and fell asleep. Chu Shualan felt utterly embarrassed. Old Xia and Chu Yunjun quickly helped Chu Lu to lie down to the side. After Han Feng drank 3.5 bowls, he was in a half-asleep, half-awake state, only able to nod off and on while watching Chu Anping and Old Shin chatting and drinking. By the time the two had drunk 5 large bowls, Han Feng's head drooped, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep, with only one thought left in his mind. They really can drink. Old Shin, stop drinking. Last year, I only lasted a few more breaths than you, but it made me sleep for 3 days and nights. It was too uncomfortable. I admit defeat. Okay, but this is what you said, to recognize the bet and accept defeat, so you have to agree to one condition. Go ahead, but don't blame me if you can't fulfill it. I've been traveling around these past 2 years, and I'm a bit tired. I plan to rest in town for a while. You have empty rooms in your backyard, and they don't seem too dirty, plus there's good wine to drink. Clean one up for me to stay in, and you can't charge me rent. That's too much, Old Shun. How about we keep drinking? I'm in. In the end, Chu Anping still didn't dare to drink anymore. Getting drunk feels good for a moment, but the after effects of drunkenness are only known by those who have experienced it. Lin Xiaoman, this little traitor, actually happily dragged Taizhu to the backyard to help clean the room for Uncle Shun. I must deduct her monthly allowance another day. Old Shin continued to drink cup after cup. Fortunately, he was a cultured drunkard. When Lin Xiaoman and Taizhu returned, he smiled and went to the backyard to rest, treating it as if it were his own home. Day drinking and night drinking, with a bright future ahead. Drunken days and nights lead to a long life. Lord Kong, would you like to drink a little? Chu Anping smiled at Kong Xuan. Kong Xuan was silent for a moment and said, Your fiancé, he has been captured by the demons. We are all feeling bad, but you should try to be more open-minded. This world is not peaceful. You want to avoid the storms of the martial world, but when the storms come, not just you, even the leader and I may not be able to escape unscathed. In the future, when encountering martial world people, if you need to bow your head and be humble, then do so. It won't do you any harm. Though her words were harsh, Chu Anping sensed her advisory intent. It was a warning not to provoke the Chu family. This woman, though cold on the surface, had a warm heart. Chu Anping asked, Heroine Kong, have you found any news about my fiancé? Kong Xuan paused, perhaps thinking that short pain is better than long pain, and replied, The palace of ultimate bliss of the demonic sect is a filthy place composed of a group of shameless, lecherous people. Men and women captured will become the cauldrons of these demons if they have any looks, enduring humiliation day and night until they are completely drained dry. As for your fiancée, even if she is still alive, she is most likely a withered flower. Not to mention it is difficult to rescue her. Even if you do, will you still want her? By the end, her tone had become quite intense, her face filled with scorn. A surge of anger rose in Chu Anping's heart, but he was concerned about Zhang Yuding's safety and glanced at the Chu siblings. Chu Yunjing sighed. Chu Xuelon looked at the handsome young man opposite her, her voice very firm. Master Chu, don't worry, I will avenge your fiancée. I've long been dissatisfied with that group of rabble at the Palace of Ultimate Bliss. Chu Anping wasn't sure whether to believe her, but he said, they say a promise from a martial person is worth 1,000 gold. The bet I made with your sixth uncle before drinking, does it still count? This time Chu Yunjing answered quickly, of course it counts. We Chu family members keep our word, as long as it doesn't violate the principles of the martial world. I'll agree on behalf of sixth uncle. Chu Anping said, I hope that when your sixth uncle wakes up, he will use all his means to help me find my fiancée. The Chu siblings were stunned. His words were so clear. Even if his fiancée was still alive, she might have already been defiled beyond recognition. In such a situation, did he still want to persist in looking for her? Even to waste a promise from Chu Lu? Don't be fooled by their sixth uncle's unreliable appearance. After all, he is sixth Master Chu, backed by the prestigious Chu family and a master on the flowing cloud ranking. His promise is worth its weight in gold. Waves of emotion rose in Chu Xuelon's eyes, and her gaze towards Chu Anping changed a bit. Kong Xuan couldn't help but provoke him. Have you thought this through? With sixth Master Chu's status, even if you asked for 1,000 taels of gold, he would agree. That kind of money could marry you countless pure and beautiful maidens. Are you sure you want to risk it all for a woman who has lost her purity? Chu Anping coldly replied, Lord Kong, please mind your words. Although I, Chu Anping, am just a commoner, I will not allow anyone to tarnish my wife. This is my last warning to you. Be respectful. When Lord Han wakes up, please tell him that if he still acknowledges the bet, what I want him to do is to use all his means to help me find my fiancée. Chapter 46. Falling into evil hands. Kong Xuan didn't seem to mind Chu Anping's scolding at all. After hearing his words, she stared at him intently, as if trying to discern the truth behind them. After a long while, Kong Xuan finally spoke, her tone surprisingly softer than ever before. I will convey that to him. Additionally, this time my boss and I are returning to Xixia Town because we received news from the Zhuke Hall that one of the 8 elders of the Bliss Palace, Elder Wu Huan, has recently been suspected to be spotted nearby. This old man is notorious for his evil deeds, especially his insatiable lust. However, he is indeed a formidable opponent. According to Zhuke Hall's analysis, this demon possesses strength ranking within the top 70 of the Luyun list. This time, my boss and I are responsible for scouting the way. As long as we discover any trace of this demon, our colleagues in Jiangnan will cooperate fully. If we can capture this demon, perhaps we can find the whereabouts of your fiancée. Upon hearing Elder Wu Huan, Chu Xuelon gritted her teeth in anger. That old demon is nearby? I must personally take his head. Chu Anping's gaze grew serious. Not long ago, he had just killed another elder from the Bliss Palace. But the situation was not right at that time, and he couldn't capture him alive. He asked, is this Elder Wu Huan that detestable? Chu Xuelon appeared furious. That old lecher has harmed countless people. Just half a year ago, he crazily infiltrated Jiangnan's Suxing Temple and abducted 13 noble young girls who were cultivating. Later, those girls were abandoned by the Qiantang River. Their deaths were tragic, and they suffered unimaginable humiliation while alive. Such an old lecher deserves to be killed. Chu Anping replied, he truly deserves to die. Seeing that it was getting late, Kong Xuan helped the drunken Han Feng stand up and walk towards the door. When they reached the entrance, she surprisingly paused to remind them. Although the people of the Bliss Palace are indeed detestable, don't loudly insult them outside. If trouble arises, it won't be worth the loss. Matters of the Jianghu should be resolved by us Jianghu people. After saying that, she took Han Feng and left. Chu Yunjin also carried Chu Lu and said to Chu Anping with admiration, there are indeed not many men in the world like Lord Chu, who are so loyal and righteous. I admire you. Don't worry, once I return home, I will try my best to ask my family to help you find your wife. Chu Xuelon said nothing. Only her gaze struggled to leave Chu Anping. Once the Chu siblings left, old Xia silently cleaned up the wine table. Chu Anping said to the 3 people in the shop, I will step out for a moment and return in the evening. Chu Anping certainly wasn't bored. He just wanted to dig up all the treasures located in the star map of mountains and rivers. Although they were all marked with yellow light, indicating that the treasures weren't top tier, they were still better than nothing. Underwater, in caves, by cliffs, in various rarely visited places, Chu Anping scavenged a lot of good items, including weapons, fragments of secret manuals, and spiritual herbs. As dusk approached, Chu Anping gathered all his finds and hid them in a secret place he had prepared long ago, then planned to take off his black robe and mask to return to Xixia town. Just then, he faintly heard shouts and cries coming from afar, the voices sounding somewhat familiar. Chu Anping wasn't a meddlesome person and intended to leave. "Old lecher, dare you!" The angry roar shook the forest. This time, Chu Anping clearly heard it. It was actually Chu Yunjin, who always appeared calm and composed. What kind of person could make Chu Yunjin, ranked 5th on the Flying Star list, and possessing the combat power of the Luyan list at such a young age, so furious and helpless? Another scream rang out, this time from a woman, unmistakably from Chu Xuelan. In the nearby jungle, a very short, monkey-faced old man with a sinister and lewd gaze had grabbed Chu Yunjin by the neck. At that moment, Chu Yunjin was disheveled, her face pale as paper, with blood seeping from her chest, no longer showing any semblance of her previous vigor. Opposite her, Chu Xuelan held a sword and shouted, "Old man, let go of my second brother, or my Chu family will make sure you are crushed to pieces, no matter the cost." The bald old man laughed heartily, as if he had heard the best joke. "If I don't kill your second brother, your Chu family will let me go? If you want your second brother to live? It's not impossible. You, little girl, are quite enticing. Why not come back to the Bliss Palace with me? With my status, I can guarantee you a life of luxury. But first, I need to check the goods. Take off your clothes and let me have a good look." The bald old man licked his lips, saying the most shameless words with a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. Chu Yunjin forced a smile and said, "Don't worry about me. The old demon Wuhuan won't let us go. Hurry and escape." Bang! A palm struck from behind, causing Chu Yunjin to spit blood and nearly topple over. This young man, who carried the hopes of the Chu family for 3 generations, was now visibly struggling to breathe. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough. He was simply facing one of the 8 elders of the Bliss Palace, Elder Wuhuan. Although this person was hated by all, he possessed the strength ranking at least in the top 70 of the Luyan list, which was quite terrifying. It was also unfortunate for the Chu siblings. Just after they had settled Chu Lu, they went out to buy some things and were targeted by the old demon. The 2 siblings feared the old demon would discover Chu Lu, so they could only find a way to divert his attention. However, this put them in a perilous situation. To undress or not, Elder Wuhuan grabbed one of Chu Yunjin's arms. Without a doubt, if Chu Xuelan said no, that arm would be gone. For a martial artist, this was an incredibly cruel situation. Tears streamed down Chu Xuelan's face as she fell into despair, her vision darkening, and her lips nearly bitten through. Under the cruel gaze of Elder Wuhuan, Chu Xuelan tremblingly reached to undo her clothing. Chu Yunjin closed his eyes, trembling all over, letting out a roar that did not sound human. He had already vowed in his heart that as long as he did not die today, he would make the old demon pay dearly in the future. Little did he know that in Elder Wuhuan's heart, these 2 siblings were already dead. He only wanted to enjoy tormenting them before killing them. A light breeze stirred. Just as Elder Wuhuan was feeling pleased, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, his eyes twitching. Without the time to deal with Chu Yunjin's hand, he turned around and unleashed a claw. The claw wind carried black gas, instantly affecting a radius of 10 zhang. The black gas seeped everywhere, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to hiss. Previously, Chu Yunjin had lost to this move. However, the newcomer showed no fear, meeting the black gas head-on, and with a swift motion, unleashed a palm strike. A thunderous sound erupted, like heavenly thunder descending. The masculine and domineering palm force actually caused the black gas to recoil. "The great accomplishment, Thunder Palm!" Elder Wuhuan exclaimed in shock, and quickly pushed Chu Yunjin away, charging towards Chu Xuelan. If he couldn't kill Chu Yunjin, he would at least seize this girl to enjoy. If it had been Chu Anping from half a month ago, he would have been at a loss at this moment, at most using the Thunder Palm to quickly disperse the black gas. But today Chu Anping was a completely different person. Chapter 47. Are you the one from that night? Facing the black gas surging wildly, Chu Anping remained unperturbed, flipping his palm as if executing an inverted gold hook, shaking half of the black gas into the sky, while the other half was pressed to the ground by his palm power, forcibly creating a massive passage through the surging black gas. The Thunder Palm, which emphasized an unyielding advance, actually had such miraculous uses. Not only were the Chu siblings stunned, but even the well-informed Elder Wu Huan felt a chill on his scalp, suspecting whether this black-robed masked man was from the Lei family's direct line. When masters spar, sometimes one can gauge their depth with just a test. Elder Wu Huan had no intention of lingering in battle. He executed his movement technique, extending his bony claws, and a tremendous suction force surged towards Chu Xuelan. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Chu Xuelan hurriedly swung her sword to resist, but the disparity in power was too great, and under the claw's influence, her feet nearly left the ground as she uncontrollably charged towards Elder Wu Huan. However, Elder Wu Huan was quick, but Chu Anping was even faster. With a light push off the ground, amidst the billowing black robe, Chu Anping moved like a shadow through the black mist, the invisible internal energy of the starry sky technique dispersing all the black mist, not allowing even a trace to invade his body. In the moment he brushed past Chu Yunjin, Chu Anping raised his hand to push Chu Yunjin out of the range of the black mist. In the next moment, Chu Anping arrived first, delivering a thunderous palm strike that crashed down like a bolt of lightning, forcing Elder Wu Huan to turn around and resist. Bang! The sound of the thunder exploded, and the large trees within 100 meters seemed to tremble, shedding many leaves. Elder Wu Huan felt as if his arm had smashed against a steel plate, producing a crisp cracking sound, and at the moment of intense pain, a powerful internal force surged in, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. In terms of attack power, the Thunder Palm could indeed be considered top tier in the martial world. Chu Anping had learned far more from Shen Yuedong than just this. Seeing Elder Wu Huan attempting to flee, Chu Anping had anticipated this and kicked off a nearby tree trunk, using the explosive power of the starry sky technique to leap several dozen meters, comparable to a cannonball. With a quick movement, he dodged Elder Wu Huan's desperate claw technique and unleashed another Thunder Palm strike. Boom! This time, Elder Wu Huan was sent flying. Having been injured twice in a row, he wobbled and tried to flee, but his speed had already diminished significantly. How could he outrun Chu Anping? Also, Chu Anping was intentionally holding back. After allowing him to run for several hundred meters, he delivered a palm strike that knocked Elder Wu Huan down to the ground. Hero, spare me, spare me. For those who are fierce in front of others, once they are trampled underfoot, they often surrender the easiest, because they fear that if they do not submit quickly enough, they will incur terrible abuse. Chu Anping felt a sense of accomplishment. How had he become so powerful? Easily knocking down Elder Wu Huan, who ranked within the top 70 of the Flowing Cloud ranking. But so what? Compared to all this, he only wanted that gentle young lady back by his side. Chu Anping coldly said, "Do you know Li Ren from the Extreme Bliss Palace?" "Oh, I know him too well." Upon hearing this, Elder Wu Huan nodded vigorously, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, he would be killed by Chu Anping. Chu Anping asked, "Where is Li Ren now?" "Not long ago, he kidnapped a family from the Jianghu residence in Wuzhou. How are they now?" By the end of his question, Chu Anping's voice had grown heavy. Elder Wu Huan had no idea what had happened to the Jianghu family. In his eyes, those insignificant commoners were akin to ants. But at this moment, he hurriedly replied, "They are all alive, all alive. I also know Li Ren. He is currently in Suzhou." Chu Anping stated word by word, "If you dare lie to me, I will make you wish you were dead." Elder Wu Huan pleaded, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. That Li Ren is truly in Suzhou, right behind the Saintess." Chu Anping did not care about this so-called Saintess. However, from this statement, he deduced that Elder Wu Huan was probably not lying to him, because previously, Shen Yuedong had been ambushed by the demoness from the Extreme Bliss Palace outside Linen City. She had said that Li Ren was nearby. Now, having heard the old demon's answer, Chu Anping felt assured and quickly asked, "Where exactly?" He placed his foot on Elder Wu Huan's face, ready to exert force at any moment. Elder Wu Huan's face turned pale, and he shouted, "That Saintess girl is very cunning. She doesn't reveal her exact whereabouts. But I have a way, I have a way. This time I was incited by that dog Wang Ying to come to this dilapidated little town to kill someone. As long as I bring back that person's head, I can definitely lure that Li Ren dog thief out." Elder Wu Huan was so frightened that he was at his wit's end. Those who didn't know would think he had a deep-seated grudge against the Extreme Bliss Palace. Chu Anping couldn't help but lean closer and ask, "Who are you going to kill?" At that moment, the Elder Wu Huan, who should have been panicking, suddenly had his murky eyes light up with a strange gray color, and his pupils seemed to swirl, locking onto Chu Anping's eyes beneath the grid mask. Elder Wu Huan had been waiting for this moment. Once struck by the Extreme Bliss Palace's mesmerizing gaze, No matter how strong-willed one was, they could hardly escape easily. And in this brief moment, it was enough for him to counterattack. He had relied on this trick to turn the tables countless times in dangerous situations. This bastard must be torn apart piece by piece. Elder Wu Huan revealed a sadistic smile. However, before he could revel in his glee, he suddenly felt an invisible vortex pulling at his mind, making him unable to resist sinking deeper into it. No, Elder Wu Huan was horrified, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight, desperately trying to struggle, but the more he struggled, the weaker he became. His initial shocked expression slowly turned rigid, and soon he lay on the ground, dazed. Chu Anping shook his head. Just now, he had felt his mind was about to be controlled. But the starry sky map in his consciousness only emitted a faint light, allowing him to regain his clarity. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had nearly fallen into a trap. In his fury, he kicked the old man away. The old man spat blood repeatedly, but his expression remained dazed, as if he did not know what pain was. Good skills, benefactor. The old demon attempted to ambush the benefactor with the mesmerizing gaze, but ended up suffering the consequences. Becoming a fool. Chu Yunjin, supported by Chu Xuelan, walked over. Chu Xuelan was still upset, perhaps also frightened, and raised her sword, wanting to stab the old man, but was stopped by Chu Yunjin. Chu Anping, however, was more anxious than Chu Xuelan and asked, "This old man has become a fool?" Chu Yunjin nodded and replied, "Those struck by the mesmerizing gaze are either fools or infatuated. In the martial world, such tricks are the hardest to defend against, especially since the old demon is skilled in plotting and has deep cultivation. Benefactor was able to counter him, which is truly admirable." This was said sincerely, and Chu Yunjin asked himself, if he were in Chu Anping's place, he would probably find it extremely difficult to escape this trick. At this moment, even Chu Xuelan opened her curious big eyes, staring at the black-robed Chu Anping, suddenly exclaiming, You were the person from that night?" She remembered that on the night she killed Lin Fei, this person had been healing at that time. This person, who had nearly died at Lin Fei's hands, turned out to have such high martial skills. Chapter 48. Is the benefactor him? Chu Yunjin admonished, "Xuelan, do not be rude." Chu Xuelan pouted, but ultimately performed a martial world greeting towards Chu Anping. Chu Anping had no time to pay attention to the two. He only regretted that he hadn't forced the old man to reveal more information. However, at least he learned that Li Ren was in Suzhou, and if Zhang Yuding's family was still alive, there might still be a chance for rescue. With this in mind, Chu Anping could not stay any longer. Without greeting the Chu siblings, he took a step and disappeared into the forest. Hey, how can he just leave like that? Although Chu Xuelan was headstrong, she understood that they had benefited from him today and had not had the chance to properly thank him. Yet he had already left, completely ignoring her and her brother. Chu Yunjin's expression was somewhat profound. After a while, he asked, "Sister, do you smell wine?" Chu Xuelan blinked. "Wine smell? No. By the way, second brother, your nose has always been more sensitive than a dog's. Could it be that you smelled something? Did that person drink?" Chu Yunjing said, "Little sister, do you remember that last time the young master of the cloth clothes gang, Li Xiaoyuan, had an incident in Qixia town? The one who killed him used the thunder palm." Upon hearing this, Chu Xuelan also remembered and laughed, saying, "That kind of scum like Li Xiaoyuan. If it weren't for you stopping me, I would have killed him long ago. Could it be that you suspect that person did it? That's quite commendable." Chu Yunjing lowered his gaze. He was not as naive as his sister. From some news he had gathered, many things were too coincidental. He now suspected that the black-clad masked benefactor was hiding in Qixia town. Before Li Xiaoyuan's incident, he had flirted with a girl from a common tavern and was killed that very night. At that time, even he thought that the common tavern was finished. But later, everything calmed down, and he heard that the new gang leader Su Chun personally went to apologize. Looking back now, with Su Chun's profound scheming, was it really just to gain a good reputation? Even more coincidentally, the black-clad masked man seemed to have been questioning the old devil about something, and not long ago. The Zhang family in Wuzhou heard that they had fallen victim to the Paradise Palace's poison, plus that lingering smell of alcohol. Chu Yunjing suddenly recalled a handsome face that always wore a gentle smile, speaking about good business. With his determination, he couldn't help but shake a little. His eyes filled with turmoil. It was hard to believe, really hard to believe. But with so many clues converging, no matter how incredible it seemed, it appeared that this was the only answer left. Perhaps he could verify it personally. "Second brother, what's wrong with you? Have you become silly too?" Chu Xuelan, not knowing what her brother was thinking, waved her hand in front of Chu Anping. After a while, Chu Anping finally came back to his senses from the shock, sighed, and said, "Uncle Lu is still at the inn. Let's hurry back." "Wait a moment, second brother." Chu Xuelan walked over to Elder Wu Huan, her expression now as cold as frost. She pulled out her sword and stabbed the old devil a dozen times, almost turning him into a sieve before stopping. Chu Xuelan used her inner strength to shake off the blood on the sword, sheathed it, and then returned to help her brother. Not forgetting to say, "We need to wash this sword when we get back to the inn, lest it gets too dirty. Don't forget to remind me, second brother." "Huh? Boss, you just came back and you're going out again, and to such a far place like Suzhou?" In the common tavern, after hearing Chu Anping's words, Lin Xiaoman rolled her eyes and quickly said, "It's too dangerous for you to go alone on such a long road. Let me accompany you. That way I can look after you on the way." Lao Xia was so amused he laughed. "Look after the boss? You little girl. You're not stupid at a crucial moment, knowing to find an excuse to go out and have fun." Lin Xiaoman jumped up. "That's not true." Chu Anping said, "The ingredients for the 3 cups drunk are almost used up. I remember you said there's a grain shop in Suzhou with great quality. And you're still old friends. Before, I thought the road was too far, but recently I've seen that people in the Jianghu love this. So I might as well go to Suzhou to take a look. If I can brew better wine, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. This time I'm going to be in a hurry. I can go alone." Lin Xiaoman let out a disappointed "oh." The curtain leading to the backyard was lifted, and Lao Shun walked over gracefully, took a sip from his jade gourd, and said with a smile, "Suzhou is a great place. You can stroll through gardens, enjoy the mountain views, visit temples, see historical sites, and there's plenty of good food. Brother Chu, if you have time, you might as well take a walk by the Shangtong River, drink some wine while listening to the storytelling, and when you're happy, buy a flower from a girl by the roadside to give to someone. When you're hungry, you can find some food from the riverside shops. The mint square cake from Wanfielu is quite good. One bite is cool like snow, refreshing all over. The fried dumplings from Xiaoshui Lu are also decent, fragrant, and crispy. There's also a Tangyuan shop around the corner, with sesame filling mixed with lard. One bite with some wine. Wow, I eat it every time I go. You must try the squirrel fish in the depths of Shantang Street. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip to Suzhou? By the way, there's also." After Lao Shin finished listing, Lin Xiaoman didn't know how many times she swallowed her saliva, staring eagerly at Chu Anping. It seemed Chu Anping didn't notice. Smiling, he said, "If I have time, I will go." Lin Xiaoman lowered her head, muttering like a spell, cursing the lecherous old man quietly. It's all the fault of that detestable lecherous old man, preventing her from going to Suzhou for fun. No, it's preventing her from taking care of the boss. Lao Shin laughed heartily. "Xiaoman, even though you can't go to Suzhou, I can make the delicious food I just mentioned. How about I invite you to taste it sometime?" Lin Xiaoman's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked up and asked, "Uncle Shun, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Lao Shin shook his head. Shin never lies in his life. Lin Xiaoman jumped up happily, clapping her hands like a little magpie. Iron Pillar beside them scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Chu Anping was tired of this pair, not wanting to say much more, and left the tavern empty-handed. As the group sent him to the door, watching him walk farther away, Lin Xiaoman finally couldn't smile anymore, and Iron Pillar also fell silent. Lao Xia sighed. "This coming and going is somewhat like the people of the Jianghu. Lao Shun, you've traveled the world for many years. Haven't you met any decent girl? Young people, even if they're seeking death and life now, when they see a beautiful girl that touches their heart, they'll drop everything." Lao Shun leaned against the camphor tree, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "There are indeed many good girls, but I'm afraid this kid can't handle it. I'm just a leisurely person. How could I meet any young lady? They're all people from the Jianghu. I see this kid's attitude. He would avoid it like the plague. But who can say for sure? Relationships between men and women are always mysterious. What others say doesn't count, and even what one says may not count." Not long after Chu Anping left, the 3 members of the Chu family arrived. With Chu Lu's physique, he woke up after dozing for a couple of hours, then used his own internal strength to disperse the effects of the alcohol. Now glaring at people, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Where's that kid named Chu? Your 6th uncle is here to fulfill his promise." Upon hearing that Chu Anping had left and went to Suzhou alone, Chu Lu's eyes widened. "This kid has guts. If this gets out in the Jianghu, wouldn't it make people think that I, Chu Lu, am untrustworthy?" He turned and left, looking like he was going to chase after Chu Anping. Chapter 49. Second brother does not object. Chu Yunjing's face was still somewhat pale, But ordinary people couldn't tell anything. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please don't blame me. My Uncle Lu just has this temperament. By the way, after the dispersal earlier, is Boss Chu all right? After drinking so much, he must have been resting in the backyard, right?" Lin Xiaoman proudly said, "My boss has a great capacity for alcohol. He doesn't need to rest. After you left, he even went out for a stroll. He didn't sleep at all." Chu Yunjing's pupils suddenly constricted, then quickly returned to normal, keeping his smile. "Oh? Then Boss Chu really is remarkable. The town isn't big. Coincidentally, my sister and I also strolled for a while, but unfortunately didn't bump into Boss Chu. When did he come back?" Lin Xiaoman thought hard, counting on her fingers, muttering, "Probably about 15 minutes ago, or 2 quarters ago. It was around that time anyway." Chu Yunjing let out a long breath, chatted casually with Lin Xiaoman and Iron Pillar, then found an excuse to bid farewell to Chu Xuelan and left. Walking on the bluestone road under the evening sun, although the smoke was curling up on both sides and the distant mountains and forests were quiet, Chu Yunjing's heart couldn't calm down at all. When he was almost at the end of the road, Chu Yunjing bitterly smiled and said, "To sit in a well and look at the sky, how ridiculous." Beside them, Chu Xuelan asked curiously, "Second brother, what are you talking about? Who is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well?" Chu Yunjin suddenly said, "Little sister, I noticed that you have always regarded Lord Chu with special favor before. Why were you a bit indifferent to his news just now?" Chu Xuelan's ears turned red, and she quickly defended herself. "Second brother, don't wrongfully accuse me. I didn't." Chu Yunjin said, "Are you blaming Lord Chu for the incident with the old devil Wu Huan that almost got us killed?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xuelan fell silent. If it weren't for being plied with so much wine by Chu Anping, causing Uncle Lu to be drunk and unable to wake up, would she and her second brother have almost fallen into the devil's claws? Now, thinking back to the scene at that time, Chu Xuelan felt a chill run down her spine. If it weren't for someone coming to their rescue, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. If she said she didn't blame Chu Anping at all, she wasn't a saint. How could she be so magnanimous? No matter how much goodwill she had, it was almost all gone. Just then, Chu Yunjin said, "Little sister, we are all children of the rivers and lakes. Some matters are easier for us than for ordinary folks. If you really have feelings for Lord Chu, and if he also has feelings for you, second brother wouldn't oppose it." Chu Xuelan was truly angry, standing firmly and saying, "Second brother, have you also drunk too much and are talking nonsense?" Chu Yunjin, however, had no intention of defending himself. When the two siblings returned to the guest room where Chu Yunjin was staying, Chu Xuelan sat down heavily in a chair, still simmering with anger. "Second brother, if you don't clarify today's matter, don't blame me for turning against you." Chu Yunjin seemed to hesitate for a moment, then said, "The person who saved us today, as I expected, should be that Lord Chu." His tone was very calm, but in Chu Xuelan's ears, it was like thunder, making her head buzz. Chu Xuelan was truly stunned. Her almond-shaped eyes stared blankly at her second brother, and after a long time, she asked, "Second brother, what exactly are you talking about?" Chu Yunjin then recounted all the information he had gathered and his analysis. After listening, Chu Xuelan was dazed for a long time, still shaking her head in disbelief. Impossible. That person could easily defeat the old devil Wu Huan. His strength must be at least in the top 70 of the Flowing Cloud rankings, or even the top 60. Lord Chu is so young. I heard he's only 20. It's impossible. Chu Yunjin shook his head. "I didn't believe it at first either, but after various analyses, the most likely candidate is him. Time, place, and motive all align. Don't forget, that benefactor questioned the old devil Wu Huan earlier, clearly trying to extract some information. And then Lord Chu went to Suzhou right away. What a coincidence is that?" Now, thinking back, although Lord Chu is very polite to us river and lake people, have you ever seen fear in his eyes? If a person lacks confidence, how could they maintain such calmness when facing us fierce river and lake people? Earlier when I said looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, I was referring to myself, priding myself as a heroic figure in the rivers and lakes. Everywhere I go, I am surrounded by flattery, almost to the point where I believed it myself. No wonder Grandpa often says, don't underestimate the heroes of the world. In the wilds and fields, in the humble mountains and shallow waters, there may not be a lack of dragons and tigers. Seeing that my little sister was still in a daze, Chu Yunjin added, "About Lord Chu, you and I know is enough. There's no need to leak it to others, not even Uncle Lu. You know his temperament, he can't keep secrets. Besides, Lord Chu has done us a great favor. we have an obligation to keep it confidential for him, even if there are no grudges. There's no need to expose his background and unnecessarily attract a formidable enemy. In the misty rain of the alley, half the city of Wu speaks sweetly by the river. When mentioning the water towns of Jiangnan, it's easy to conjure images of the misty hues and the night scenes under the Shantung River in Suzhou. After many days of rushing, Chu Anping finally arrived here for the first time. Sure enough, there were white walls and black tiles, small bridges, and flowing water. As he passed through, the soft sounds of Wu dialect filled his ears. If it weren't for the scorching July heat, lacking the haze of apricot blossom rain, this ancient charm would be even stronger. However, even so, Suzhou still exuded prosperity and liveliness, rivaling Linen City. By the riverside of Shantung in the night, shops on both sides were brightly lit, and the sounds of vendors filled the air. Merchants, young masters and young ladies. And of course some river and lake people came and went, weaving through the crowd. Chu Anping stood on a stone bridge, watching the small boats with candlelight sway by below, then looked up at the starry night sky and sighed. Beside him, Uncle Lu cursed, "Damn it, such a beautiful scene. What are you sighing about?" He had finally caught up with Chu Anping and followed him all the way, saying that before fulfilling his promise, Chu Anping must not have any mishaps. But Chu Anping wasn't foolish. He knew this old man wasn't that kind-hearted, purely wanting to exploit his innocence to extract the secret of the 3 cups of drunkenness. Chu Anping said, "If you stay a bit further away from me, I won't sigh anymore." Uncle Lu was furious. "What did you call me? I'm your 6th grandfather." Chu Anping smiled, while Uncle Lu clenched his fist, looking aggrieved. Who let him be unsatisfied and insist on drinking with Chu Anping again? After losing, he could only stubbornly agree to follow Chu Anping's lead on this trip. The famous Uncle Lu had actually become a sidekick to a small tavern owner. What a great humiliation. The bustling night scene before him did nothing to improve Chu Anping's mood. In such a vast Suzhou, where would the demons of the Bliss Palace be hiding? What about Zhang Yuding and her family? Are they dead or alive now? Originally, Chu Anping was ready to act, but now with Uncle Lu following him, it was quite inconvenient, and he couldn't shake him off. Suddenly, Chu Anping had a thought. Perhaps he could deduce the movements of the demons from the visible river and lake forces. So he asked, "Old Lu, with the size of Suzhou, there should be quite a few martial arts sects, right?" Uncle Lu cracked his knuckles and looked sideways. "What does that have to do with you?" Chu Anping wasn't angry and just smiled. "Let's make a deal. During our time in Suzhou, as long as you behave and cooperate, when we return, I'll give you the recipe for the 3 cups of drunkenness. How about that?" A tough guy like Uncle Lu would hardly yield. However, he couldn't bear to let such fine wine be taken by such a vulgar kid. So, Uncle Lu held back, saying in a deep voice, "If you dare to trick your 6th grandfather, I'll take your head off." Chu Anping laughed. "It's a deal. Old Lu, you can speak now." Uncle Lu took a deep breath, looking at the distant night scene. Some small sects and minor factions, saying too much would waste your 6th grandfather's breath. In this Suzhou, there are only 2 notable river and lake factions worth mentioning. One is the Iron Palm sect. Hey, 70% of the dock transportation in Suzhou is controlled by the Iron Palm sect, earning endless silver every year. Damn it, that's not all. They even have a so-called Iron Palm Escort Bureau, with branches opened all over the north and south. When bandits in the rivers and lakes see the Iron Palm flag, they don't even dare to fart, calling themselves Green Forest Heroes. Although Uncle Lu spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction, Chu Anping could already hear how powerful the Iron Palm sect was. Just the transportation alone, if they didn't have a strong backing, how could they even touch it? Moreover, controlling 70% of the transportation was almost a monopoly. The existence of escort branches further proved the strength and connections of the Iron Palm sect. Compared to that, the so-called cloth clothing gang with tens of thousands of members seemed too small in scale. Chu Anping suddenly realized this Iron Palm sect should be one of the 3 major factions in the rivers and lakes, on par with your Chu family, right? Are there many powerful experts? Master Chu Lu snorted. "It's just SOSO. In the entire Iron Palm sect, aside from those old geezers like Old Tai, your grandpa Lu can take them all down with one hand." Chu Anping automatically filtered out this statement and asked, "You just said there are 2 famous sects. What's the other one?" To his surprise, the previously boastful Master Chu Lu suddenly changed his expression and spoke with a serious tone. "The other one is the Yuxian sect." "The Yuxian sect? It doesn't sound as famous as the Iron Palm sect." Master Chu Lu retorted, "Don't make that face. Anyone who has been in the martial world for more than half a year wouldn't dare to look down on the Yuxian sect. Hehe. The previous generation's leader of the Yuxian sect was quite a remarkable person. It's said that before he became famous, he sang and performed in a tavern in Suzhou for decades. Later, I don't know if the demons were acting recklessly, but they wreaked havoc in Suzhou City, killing martial artists on sight, and coincidentally, they came to the tavern. An old man inside, without even moving from his seat, took down those wicked demons with just a santian. Even the left guardian of the demon sect at that time was alarmed and rushed over to kill. But from several dozen paces away, he was struck and had his meridians severed by the old man, scaring him so much that he almost wet his pants trying to escape. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ha! Chu Anping was stunned and praised. It seems that old man must be a great master. Master Chu Lu snorted. Your grandpa Lu rarely admires anyone, but that old man is indeed powerful. At his peak, he was ranked among the top 10 in the world. It's just a pity that in this generation, the Yuxian sect has long since declined, relying on the legacy of their ancestors, which is rather boring. Chu Anping casually asked about other factions in Suzhou City and whether they had grievances with the demon sect, hoping to find some clues about the Bliss Palace. Master Chu Lu mocked. What are you asking all this for? Want to enter the martial world? Hehe. You're too old to practice martial arts now. But if you're willing to share the recipe for 3 cups of drunkenness, maybe your grandpa Lu would be happy enough to teach you a move or two. It won't help you in the martial world, but it should be enough to deal with local ruffians. Ha! Just then, a tender and weak voice interrupted. Big brother. Don't learn to fight. Fighting is bad. Chu Anping and Master Chu Lu turned to see a mother and daughter pair on the other side of the stone bridge, who had appeared there unbeknownst to them. The woman, who looked to be in her 30s, was dressed in the most common thin shirt of Jiangnan, without any accessories or makeup, and had a santian resting across her lap, her lips somewhat pale, but her gaze very gentle. The little girl next to her, about 6 or 7 years old, was wearing a pink dress and had her hair in 2 buns, her chubby little face sparkling in the night lights, her eyes blinking. The little girl had just spoken, and perhaps because Master Chu Lu looked rather abstract, she quickly hid behind her mother's embrace. The woman comforted her daughter while saying, My little girl speaks without thinking. Please don't mind, gentlemen. Chu Anping hurriedly replied, I should be the one apologizing. My follower is rather fierce. I'll make him reflect in solitude and not come out to scare people again. Both the woman and the little girl laughed. The little girl sweetly said, It's okay, big brother. My mom often says that a person's beauty or ugliness has nothing to do with their character. Since you're a good person, your follower must be a good person too. Master Chu Lu, the heroic figure, was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. When did he become this little girl's follower? If it weren't for how cute she was, he would have argued about it. The little girl asked, Big brother, do you listen to Pingtan? My mom plays well and sings even better, and she only charges 31. The little girl's voice was sweet and obedient. Master Chu Lu laughed. You little girl are quite shrewd. The best tavern only charges 10 won for a song, and you dare to charge 31. The little girl hurriedly replied, My mom really plays wonderfully and will definitely not disappoint you. Unfortunately, Chu Anping really wasn't in the mood for it, and politely declined with a smile. Little sister, it's inconvenient today. If fate allows, maybe next time. After saying that, he nodded at the mother and daughter before stepping off the stone bridge. Seeing this, Master Chu Lu could only shake his head and follow. The two quickly blended into the crowd by the riverside. The little girl's eyes dimmed a bit, but soon she perked up again. As long as someone passed by the stone bridge, she would actively step forward to introduce how wonderful her mother's Pingtan was, asking for patrons to enjoy it. The woman sat by the bridge, watching her daughter run back and forth, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. By late night, the number of tourists had decreased significantly, but unfortunately, no one was willing to pay 30 when to listen to Pingtan by the roadside. The little girl ran back, wiping her eyes with her hands, pouting and refusing to cry.